Just how much of the Goblet of Fire story did the film adaptation actually leave behind? To find out, I've dissected every single page and scene of the fourth year at Hogwarts to uncover all the differences between the book and movie. Buckle up, because the movie removed nearly a dozen chapters entirely and completely omitted the dark, complex history of the Crouch family. Plus, if you felt like the film didn't fully explain how Voldemort returned, then the book lays out his entire master plan. And beside those major changes, there are dozens more just like them. So make sure to stick around until the very end of the video for the full breakdown. If you're new here, my name is Gibby, and welcome to Factor Fantasy Harry Potter. This is your home for all things wizarding. As always, thank you to Jason, Joshua, Timothy, Robo Steve, and the rest of my incredible Patreon and YouTube members who help make these videos possible every month. If you've never seen my channel before, let me give you a quick explanation that this is a compilation of every episode in Season 4 of my series, Movies vs. Manuscripts. Every season covers a different year of Harry's life, and we've just completed Year 4, finding every difference between the book and movie for the Goblet of Fire. If you enjoy this type of content and want the full effect, you can check out the playlist linked in the description to watch the full unedited episodes. Anyway, enough of present me, let's rewind to past me and jump into all the changes between the Goblet of Fire book and movie. The Goblet of Fire is a fantastic book, which marks an integral turning point in the Harry Potter series. Not only is it very large compared to J.K. Rowling's previous works, but it switches the mood of Harry's life as things go from fun and fantastical to serious and even heart-wrenching. Every book after this seems to get darker and darker as Harry Potter battles with Voldemort to decide the fate of the wizarding world. Unfortunately, when adapting such a large book to film, a lot of important scenes and details get left out. Things like Quidditch, Spew, and the true fate of the Riddle family are completely removed from the movie. So today, as we kick off Season 4 of my series Movies vs. Manuscripts, we'll be taking a look at the first few chapters of this essential book. Because as it turns out, the first scene of the movie left out nearly 5 chapters from the original story. So join me as we dive into the book and compare it to this scene of the movie to uncover everything you might have missed. And trust me, I think by the end of this video, you'll have learned something about the wizarding world that you didn't know before. My name is Gibby, and welcome to episode 43 of Movies vs. Manuscripts, Harry Potter Edition. As always, I'll cover all the changes across the 4 major categories of characters, timeline, location, and plot. But first, let's actually summarize what does get shown in the first scene of the film. That way it's fresh on our mind as we dive into the book version. The movie starts off on an ominous tone as we see Nagini the snake slithering through a graveyard at night. But we realize it's not just any graveyard, as the camera pans to one of the tombstones which shows 3 people with the last name Riddle. We then cut to an old man who seems to be the caretaker of this property as he makes tea in the middle of the night. He looks out the window and sees a flickering light in the mansion that he looks after, and so he storms up to the home to see what's going on, assuming that it's some of the local kids messing around. As he walks up the stairs inside the large home, he overhears voices, and we see Wormtail and hear the voice of Voldemort. They're discussing some sort of plan regarding Harry Potter, and then we see a new character who seems to be a faithful servant of the Dark Lord. Unfortunately, before we get any further into their plot, Nagini slithers up the stairs and into the room, informing Voldemort of the Muggle caretaker who is eavesdropping outside the door. Once revealed, Voldemort performs the killing curse, and the scene ends with a bright flash of green light and Harry waking up from a bad dream at the Weasleys. And that short bit is what we're covering today. You might be thinking, really? They crammed 5 chapters into just that one quick scene? Well, not really, because in reality, they just removed 4 chapters entirely, and then they used small parts of the first chapter for this scene. But before we get into the plot changes and look at every juicy detail that was cut, let's quickly go over our first 3 categories of characters, timeline, and location. First, for characters, we're missing quite a few because of these removed chapters. Of course, as with most Harry Potter books, we begin at the Dursleys, but in the movie, we cut straight to Harry at the Burrow. That means that we're missing Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley. Now, just because we cut to the Burrow doesn't mean that we see all the right characters there, because in the book, Harry finally meets Bill and Charlie Weasley, the older 2 boys. Plus, we see Molly Weasley and Percy. In the movie, we very quickly just cut from Harry waking up to them heading to the World Cup. Also, regarding characters who aren't seen but just discussed, we're missing any mention of Bertha Jorkins, Ludo Bagman, and Barty Crouch Sr. These characters will become a crucial part of the plot later on, and these early chapters are foreshadowing for the massive roles that they'll play, but that'll come up more in the plot changes. Now, besides those character omissions, we have one character who is shown in the movie, but isn't shown in the book, and that is Barty Crouch Jr. In the book, Voldemort mentions this character as a faithful servant, but we don't get a name, and he isn't there with Wormtail and Voldemort at the Riddle House. Now, moving on from characters, we have timeline, and you might have already noticed the issue here. As with most of the movies, they quickly speed through Harry's summer and get straight to the school year. But most Harry Potter books begin at Harry's birthday, which is July 31st. That means that there's still about a month left before the school year begins, and so in the book, Harry has his nightmare about the Riddle House while he is still at the Dursleys, not when he's at the Weasleys. And then even when he's at the Weasleys, there's about 2 weeks before he goes to school. Now lastly, before we jump into the plot changes, we have location, and there are only a couple discrepancies here between the book and movie. First, Little Hangleton, which is the town that the Riddle family lived in, is not mentioned at all in the movie. But the first chapter of the book heavily revolves around it and the mystery of the Riddle family deaths. And second, we are of course missing the Dursleys' home. Now before I go diving into the plot changes, I just want to take this time to thank Cody, Jason, Joshua, and all of my other incredible Patreon supporters who make videos like this possible every month. Also, I want to remind you that I can't go word for word through the book and movie because obviously they won't be identical when it comes to dialogue. But if you're looking to relive these moments yourself word for word, then I highly recommend checking out the audiobooks on Audible. You can claim your free trial using my link in the description, which gets you one free audiobook of your choice and supports the channel at the same time. So if you want, you can grab the Goblet of Fire and follow along with me each episode. Anyway, all that being said, let's head into the all-important category of plot changes. Just a heads up, although we will be addressing some differences between the book and movie, most of what we're covering today will be going over each chapter that was entirely removed. So once we get through chapter 1, which is the only part that relates to the scene in the movie, we'll be unpacking chapters 2 through 5 and revealing every detail of the plot that you missed or have forgotten. Anyway, like I said, let's kick things off with the first change, which is all about the Riddle House. You see, despite this first chapter of the book being the inspiration for the first scene of the movie, there's still a lot that didn't make the cut. Specifically, the movie just jumps straight to Nagini slithering along in the graveyard, and then the caretaker, who we learn is named Frank, walking up to the mansion where he finds Wormtail and Voldemort. But the book doesn't start there. Instead, it gives us a brief backstory of what happened to the Riddle family, which is essential to the plot and helps us better understand Voldemort not only in this book, but in the Half-Blood Prince and the Deathly Hallows, as Harry tracks down Voldemort's past and his Horcruxes. The book starts by telling us about the town of Little Hangleton and its inhabitants, who love to gossip about what they called the Riddle House, despite the fact that the Riddle family hadn't lived there for about 50 years. But 50 years ago, the events that took place there were so astonishing that they have lived on and on. What had happened was that one day a maid of the fine estate walked into the room to find Mr. and Mrs. Riddle dead on the floor along with their son. The maid had run to the village and told everyone what she saw. After the police were summoned, a man named Frank Bryce was arrested, and this man was none other than the caretaker of the estate. He lived in a cottage on the property and is the same man that we see in the first scene of the movie. But at the time of the Riddle family deaths, he would have been 50 years younger. After coming back from the war, he had taken a job with the Riddles, and after being arrested, the gossip grew to its peak with people saying that the war turned him funny and he was never a likable man. The Riddle family's cook didn't help this, as she told the villagers that Frank was the only one with a key to get into the house, and therefore he must be at fault. Frank, on the other hand, repeated his innocence over and over to the police and told them that he had seen a dark-haired teenage boy near the house that day. I'll give you one guess who that was. Anyway, to everyone's surprise, Frank Bryce was set free by the police after the Riddle's autopsy report came in. It was perhaps the most shocking report that the police had ever seen, as it stated that the doctor could find absolutely nothing wrong with the bodies. For all intents and purposes, each member of the Riddle family was in perfect health, except for the fact that they were dead. But with that proof, Frank was freed and resumed his work on the estate, and worked for each owner after the Riddles until eventually a wealthy man purchased the home for tax reasons. Frank continued to maintain what he could, but over the years, the local kids broke windows and did other things simply because the town of Little Hangleton still believed Frank to be guilty. And one night, when Frank's leg was hurting him, he woke up to have some tea and looked out the window to see flickering lights in the old Riddle house. Believing it to be some local kids setting fire to the place, he stormed out and found himself in a very strange situation. Now, before we move on to the next few changes regarding this scene, I want to just emphasize the importance of this first story. Knowing what happened to the Riddles might seem trivial, but it plays a role in the plot later on in the Harry Potter series, as we learn about Voldemort's father. Plus, it simply gives context to why Harry finds himself in a random graveyard later in the book, and why Voldemort and Wormtail are hiding in this home specifically. It isn't random. It is very connected to Voldemort, or should I say Tom Riddle's, past. Now, moving on to the next part of this chapter, Frank makes his way up the stairs of the Riddle home and overhears a conversation between Wormtail and Voldemort. Remember, Barty Crouch Jr. is not at the Riddle house with them like the movie shows. He is simply mentioned by Voldemort and not even by name. But the next change we have is really just the massive difference in conversation between the book and movie as Wormtail and Voldemort talk. I know I don't like to go into dialogue, but this is more than dialogue, as what they discuss gives us hints as to the future of the plot. Obviously, the movie version is extremely short, but the book version is quite long. Here are a few key things that we learn during this conversation. 1. Wormtail is nursing Voldemort back to health. Literally. At one point, Voldemort asks where Nagini is, and Wormtail says that she was exploring the house. And then Voldemort says that she will need to be milked before they go to sleep, because he will need nursed in the middle of the night, as the journey has exhausted him. And throughout the conversation, we can tell that Wormtail absolutely hates this task. I highly doubt Nagini is fond of being milked. I don't even know what that means, and I don't think I want to know. The second thing we miss is that we learn that Voldemort has a plan, but it cannot proceed before the Quidditch World Cup. The third thing is that Wormtail seems to be hesitant to harm Harry Potter. He actually gets the courage to tell Voldemort that he thinks they should continue with the plan, but without the boy, saying that they can use any wizard. Voldemort insists, however, that it must be Harry Potter and questions Wormtail's loyalty. Wormtail says that he could go out and find another wizard to use, but Voldemort claims that that would just be a way for Wormtail to escape and leave him to die. Fourth, this is when Voldemort mentions that Wormtail won't be alone in getting Harry Potter, because by then his faithful servant will have joined them, meaning Barty Crouch Jr. Wormtail is hurt by this and says that he has been a faithful servant, and that he brought Voldemort Bertha Jorkins. He also says that the Ministry will notice Bertha's disappearance, but we learn that Bertha had some sort of information that was invaluable to Voldemort. What that information is, we don't yet know. At this point in the conversation, Frank, who has been listening the whole time, realizes that Bertha has been murdered by these men, and that they are planning to murder again. These weren't kids from Little Hangleton, but hardened criminals. Unfortunately for Frank, Nagini slithered past right at that moment and delivered the news about the Muggle to Voldemort. Which brings us to the next change, and that is the fact that after Frank is spotted, Voldemort invites him inside the room. He doesn't kill him immediately, but rather Frank tells him that he's heard everything they've said and that he's got enough to go to the police. But of course, he doesn't make it that far. After a bit of back and forth, Voldemort has Wormtail turn his chair around so he can face the Muggle, and Wormtail reluctantly does so. Then, after revealing himself to Frank, he kills him, and Harry wakes up. Now, I know that was a lot of information that we just covered, and it seems like more than just a couple of changes, but here's the main gist of things. Voldemort is planning something and used information from a Ministry of Magic employee named Bertha Jorkins. Voldemort also has a faithful servant who will infiltrate Hogwarts. And last, but certainly not least, Wormtail has a soft spot for Harry and is definitely in a toxic relationship. He hates Voldemort, but continues to do his bidding when he literally could leave him to die if he wanted to. This will come into play in a later book as Wormtail comes face to face with Harry, and unlike the movie which shows Wormtail smiling as Frank gets murdered, book Wormtail is reluctant to let the old Muggle in because he knows what will happen. Wormtail is near whimpering when it happens, as if every time Voldemort kills an innocent person, it hurts him more and more. But now that you've got a grasp on that first chapter and how it relates to this scene in the movie, we can jump into the next 4 chapters and unpack everything that happens from the time Harry wakes up to when he gets to the Weasleys. Now, the good news is that chapter 2, which is titled The Scar, is pretty simple, and I can skip most of it. As J.K. Rowling does in all the Harry Potter books, she uses this chapter to essentially recap and reintroduce the reader to all the essential elements of the story: the key characters, the wizarding world, and recent events, which in this case would be Sirius Black, who has just come into the story at the end of the previous school year. So, skipping over all of that recap, the only thing of note that happens here, and as a change from the movie, is the fact that Harry writes up a letter to Sirius right after having this nightmare about Voldemort, which caused his scar to hurt. In the movie, they only have this happen when the trio are on the Hogwarts Express, and Hermione has to remind Harry to write to Sirius. But in the book, we learn that Harry and his godfather have written back and forth a couple of times over the summer already. So anyway, after this recap of Harry's life and the letter being written to Sirius, the chapter ends and we can move on to chapter 3, which is called The Invitation. This chapter primarily focuses on reintroducing us to Harry's life at the Dursleys, and then shares a key detail, which is the fact that Harry receives an invitation to go to the Quidditch World Cup with the Weasleys. This chapter isn't so much necessary information as it is just fun character building context that brings us further into the story. Here are the main points. First, we learn about Dudley and how he had officially gotten so large that his private school no longer made clothes large enough for him to wear. Therefore, the school nurse had given him a strict diet to follow over the summer. And in an attempt to make Dudley feel more comfortable with it, Aunt Petunia was forcing everyone in the house to follow the diet. So, the morning after this nightmare, Harry went downstairs to breakfast and found a measly quarter of a grapefruit on his plate. Now, Harry had got wind of this new diet and immediately sent letters to his friends, telling them about this atrocity. They answered in full force by sending him pies, candy, snacks, and more to help him get through the summer. So Harry hid these items under the loose floorboard in his bedroom, and because of this, he didn't complain or anything when given the small diet portions. After all, he could go back upstairs to his room and eat whatever he wanted there. Anyway, while at breakfast, the mailman knocks on the door and hand-delivers a letter to Vernon, who yells for Harry. Vernon then shows Harry a letter which is completely covered in stamps and explains that this is an invitation from a Molly Weasley for Harry to accompany them to the Quidditch World Cup. At this, Harry is simultaneously excited and devastated. On one hand, this is the opportunity of a lifetime, but on the other, Harry knows that his uncle hates any talk of wizards or magic, and explaining to him what Quidditch is would be impossible. Plus, Mrs. Weasley requested that Harry send a reply in the quote, normal way, meaning by owl. But to Vernon, that is far from the normal way. Also, he tells Harry that the mailman laughed and was very curious about where the letter came from. And if you know anything about the Dursleys, you know that they hate people looking at them as if they're abnormal. But all hope isn't lost just yet, because Harry has a very special card up his sleeve. He tells Vernon that he gets it, he just won't go to the World Cup. Then he asks if he can go up to his room so he can write a letter to his godfather. After all, Sirius will want to know how he's doing. Now, it's key to remember that Harry had told Vernon about Sirius, but had neglected to mention his innocence. So as far as Uncle Vernon knows, Harry has a godfather who is a mass murderer, and if he doesn't let Harry write to him, then Sirius will think that Harry is being mistreated. But if Harry writes him and tells him that he wasn't allowed to go to the World Cup, then Sirius will think that Harry is being mistreated. Slowly, Vernon came to the realization that he had to let Harry go to the World Cup, and so he tells him yes. And with that, Harry went upstairs to find Hedwig and Pig, Ron's owl, in his room. Ron had sent a letter saying that they were coming to get Harry regardless of the Dursleys' answer, but Harry wrote back and told him that they're in the clear. Then he sent Sirius's letter as well now that Hedwig was back. And that is the end of chapter 3. Like I said, this chapter isn't so much a necessity as it is just fun context that progresses the story in a more natural way than the movie does. Personally, I think the movie jumps around quite a bit at the beginning here, and I never really liked how Harry just wakes up at the Weasleys and we have no context as to how or why he got there. But anyway, we can't dwell on that too long, because we still have 2 more chapters left to discuss. Next up is chapter 4, which is called Back to the Burrow. This chapter is all about the arrival of the Weasleys at the Dursleys and their journey back to the Burrow, and it's a pretty funny one. Once again, this one takes a backseat when it comes to super important and crucial plot details, but it is massive in building the characters we already have in the story, specifically Fred and George. You see, the Weasleys were meant to pick up Harry at 5 o'clock on that Sunday, and the Dursleys were not at all prepared for how these unique guests would arrive. Assuming that they'd come through the front door, Harry didn't think to check the fireplace until they heard loud noises banging around behind the electric fire which had been installed over the old fireplace. Harry could hear the voices of Mr. Weasley, Fred, George, and Ron as they all got crammed into the dark fireplace one by one. Obviously, they had traveled by the Floo network. Eventually, Mr. Weasley did the only thing possible and used a spell to completely blow up the electric fireplace, trapping them inside. Of course, he'd put it back together before he left, but the Dursleys didn't know that and were completely devastated at the state of their sitting room. This act confirmed their beliefs about wizards and how inhuman they are. But the most important part of this chapter isn't necessarily the arrival, but rather their exit. You see, as they left one by one, Fred accidentally dropped a load of candies on the floor right in front of Dudley. He picked them up one by one and then left with George. Ron went after him, and then only Harry and Mr. Weasley were left with the Dursleys. Unfortunately, before they could get away without any incidents, they suddenly heard a gagging noise and spun around to see Dudley choking on a massive tongue. His tongue had grown to about 4 feet long, and Aunt Petunia started tugging on it, trying to rip it out of his mouth, making Dudley choke even harder. Mr. Weasley knew immediately what had happened, as he and Harry saw a candy wrapper on the ground, and he told Vernon and Petunia that he could fix it easily. But Vernon, who had a horrible experience last time with Hagrid giving Dudley a pig's tail, started grabbing china from the mantel and tossing it at Mr. Weasley. One by one, Mr. Weasley dodged the china and got more and more irritated, telling Harry to go ahead and leave. So Harry got in the fireplace and left, taking the Floo network to arrive back at the Burrow. And that brings us to the final chapter of this episode, which is chapter 5 and is called Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. This one is also a fun chapter, but has a lot more to do with the plot, as we get introduced to new characters, learn about Fred and George's underground joke shop, and hear about some goings-on at the Ministry. So from the top, here's what the movie cut. As soon as Harry made it out of the fireplace, Fred and George were on him, asking if Dudley ate the candy. Harry said yeah, and then asked what it was, learning that the candy was called Tun Tung Toffee. Say that 5 times fast. Eventually, Mr. Weasley arrived and scolded the boys. He was soon after joined by Mrs. Weasley, and Hermione and Ginny took Ron and Harry upstairs to leave the twins alone with their parents. Hermione and Ginny then explained to Harry what Weasley's Wizard Wheezes were, as Mrs. Weasley had mentioned that name before they left. Evidently, over the summer, Fred and George had been in their room concocting their own candies and wizard joke toys. They not only were making them, but were selling them. Mrs. Weasley had found a stack of order forms with the title Weasley's Wizard Wheezes on them, and she got into a massive argument with the twins over it. She ended up burning the order forms and forbidding them from continuing, telling them that they needed to devote themselves to school, but they told her that all they want to do is drop out and start a joke shop. On the flip side, we run into Percy, who meets Harry and the others in the hallway asking what all the noise is, and telling them that he's trying to focus on a very important report that he's making regarding cauldron imports. We learn during this moment that Percy officially works for the Ministry of Magic now. After Percy leaves them, Ron tells Harry how he is non-stop about the Ministry, always talking about his boss, Mr. Crouch. So much so that Ron is expecting them to get married any day now. And this is a crucial part, because in the movie we get no indication about this, but Barty Crouch Sr. is Percy's boss in this book. Anyway, the chapter moves on to dinner, and that is when the topic of Ludo Bagman comes up. This is a book-only character, but someone who we'll see many times throughout this book. He is no trivial person and has a hand in multiple plot lines. Percy mentions him as the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, saying that he is not offering the cooperation that they need in his department. Mr. Weasley pipes up and defends Bagman, saying that is who they got the World Cup tickets from. But Percy and Mr. Weasley agree on one thing. One of Mr. Bagman's employees, Bertha Jorkins, has been missing for a month, and Bagman doesn't seem to be worried about it. Once again, Bertha Jorkins' name is appearing, and it won't be the last time. I know it's not something we can cover today, but hopefully you tuck it away and continue along with me in this series as we analyze every scene of the Goblet of Fire and compare it to the book. But anyway, this final chapter wraps up with everyone heading to bed after dinner because of their early start the next morning, which will take them to the World Cup. Typically, I would do a movie recap and then cover all the changes across the 4 major categories of characters, timeline, location, and plot. But today is going to be a little different, because essentially every part of the scene in the movie is wrong when you compare it to the book. I totally understand why they had to condense it, because if they didn't, the movie would have been 10 hours long. But as massive Harry Potter fans, it's always fun to relive the book and see everything that we missed. So just for this video, let's skip the movie recap and the specific categories and just go through these pages one by one, revealing every bit of lore and detail that we love as fans of the Wizarding World. And believe me, these chapters show us more about the Wizarding World than just about any chapter in the series, as Harry gets his first taste of international magic. But before he gets there, we of course need to start at the Burrow, as they wake up early in the morning to make their appointment with the Portkey. These chapters pick up the day after Harry had arrived at the Burrow. And just for some context in case you forgot, Fred and George had gotten in trouble the day before for nearly choking Dudley Dursley. Harry had learned the previous day that the twins were concocting their own magical toys and treats and selling them under the name of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. But Mrs. Weasley was extremely disapproving of this and had attempted to shut down their entire enterprise. Now keep this in mind as we go through these chapters today and as we continue throughout the entire book, because the Weasley twins have an entire subplot of their own that never made the cut for the film. Anyway, now that you have that context, we can move on downstairs as everyone gathers for breakfast, and Mr. Weasley asks Harry how his Muggle disguise looks. You see, the World Cup is so large that it has to be held in a Muggle area, and therefore wizards and witches are supposed to dress as Muggles so as not to attract attention. This is a big difference between the books and movies, because in the movies they show pretty much every wizard wearing relatively normal clothes. But in the books, wizards and witches wore robes, strange hats, and bright colors a lot of the time, causing them to look extremely strange in public. After Harry confirmed that Mr. Weasley's golfing sweater and baggy jeans were okay to wear, we hear about apparition. Fred and George complain about how they can't apparate to the World Cup, as Bill, Charlie, and Percy are all sleeping in. They don't have to hike to the Portkey because they can simply apparate to the proper campsite. Harry asks about apparition and learns that not all adult wizards have their license to apparate, because it is very dangerous and difficult magic. Mr. Weasley shares that just recently someone without a license was caught apparating because they had split themselves in half on accident. Something that's just a little different than the movie though is that splinching doesn't sound too gruesome, but more so an inconvenience. Mr. Weasley explains that the person who split themselves in half actually survived, no harm done, but they got quite a big fine for apparating without a license. So it's a little unclear on how bloody splinching actually is. Anyway, before officially heading out, Mrs. Weasley catches Fred and George attempting to smuggle their candy out of the house, and uses the charm Accio to summon everything that they were trying to hide. The twins protest, but Mrs. Weasley is having none of it and sends them on their way. So, in a sour mood, they head out of the Burrow and begin to hike to Stoat's Head Hill, where the Portkey is located. Mr. Weasley explains yet another part of the wizarding world to Harry, saying that a Portkey is an everyday object the Ministry uses to teleport groups of wizards to a specific location. He shares that the Ministry worked extremely hard to place Portkeys all over the world in order to give easy access to the World Cup, but it requires you to find the Portkey and be touching it at exactly the right time. So finally, after a very long and strenuous hike, they make it to the top of Stoat's Head Hill and meet Amos and Cedric Diggory. Of course, the kids already know who Cedric is from school, but Harry gets to meet Amos for the first time. And once again, the movie chose to remove some key bits of information from this meeting. Specifically, the fact that Amos Diggory is not a likable fellow. Right after meeting Harry, Amos begins to brag about his son and talk about the match that Harry had against Cedric the previous year. Just a reminder, in Harry's third year, he had faced Cedric, the Hufflepuff Seeker, and lost due to Dementors coming on the field and making him pass out. At the time, Cedric had tried to ask for a rematch, but the rules stated Hufflepuff won fair and square. So Amos seemed to have not forgotten this moment, and on behalf of his son, went on and on about how Cedric is a better flyer. Cedric tried to get his dad to shut up, explaining that Harry fell off of his broom. But Amos continued, saying that if Harry fell off his broom and Cedric didn't, that means Cedric must be better. The whole interaction reeks of a massive lack of self-awareness on the part of Amos, and immediately makes the reader dislike him. So I'm assuming the movie removed this conversation for two main reasons. First, they never included Cedric in the third film. But even if they had, reason number two for removing it would be because they want you to have empathy for Amos at the end of the story when you know what happens. If you didn't like Amos one bit, you'd probably not feel as bad for him. But anyway, Chapter 6 wraps up with the entire group touching the manky old boot and being teleported to a precise Ministry-designated location for the World Cup. And that brings us straight into Chapter 7, as Harry and the others are greeted by some Ministry workers who are managing their arrival of the Portkeys. The Ministry official greets Arthur Weasley and tells them to get a move on because a large group is supposed to be arriving soon. Personally, I like that the book added so much more detail to the organization of this massive wizarding event. There's a lot of logistics and planning that go into it, and these chapters show that just because you have magic doesn't mean everything is easy peasy. Even the Quidditch World Cup has to have years of planning and organization to make it work. But anyway, after checking in and being directed to their campsite, they meet Mr. Roberts, who is a muggle and is completely unaware of what's going on at his campsite. After all, this muggle manager is checking in hundreds of random people wearing extremely strange outfits. He makes a comment about this to Mr. Weasley, and suddenly Harry sees a wizard appear out of nowhere and yell "Obliviate" at the Muggle, wiping his memory of the weird things going on. The Ministry wizard meets up with Mr. Weasley as they head to their lot and explains that he's had to modify Mr. Roberts' memory just about every 10 minutes due to lapses and anti-Muggle security measures. Finally, after some walking, they reach a plot at the edge of the woods marked Weasley, spelled with a Z, and they begin setting up a couple two-man tents. Harry is confused, but he and Hermione help Mr. Weasley set it up. Remember, this is a Muggle campground, and therefore they aren't allowed to use magic openly. As we'll soon see though, that doesn't stop most of the other witches and wizards around. They finish setting up their tents, and Harry has no idea how 10 people will fit into 2 tiny tents. But he goes inside and is blown away once he sees that it's the size of a 3-room apartment. Mr. Weasley then mentions that he borrowed the tent off of a colleague and it should do the trick for the time being, and then he sends Harry, Ron, and Hermione to fetch water while the others gather firewood. As Harry and the others explore the campsite on their way to get water, they see that pretty much everyone has thrown the guidelines out of the window. Wizarding children are running around with wands, others are on training broomsticks gliding a foot off the ground, and the tents seem to get progressively weirder as they went, with some having full gardens out front, chimneys, windows, and more. On their way to the water tap, they meet Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, who are of course rooting for the Irish, and their tent is covered in shamrocks. Then they make it to the Bulgarian section, which has almost every tent covered in posters of Viktor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker. After getting some water, Harry, Ron, and Hermione run into Oliver Wood, Cho Chang, and Ernie Macmillan, all at different points. But eventually they get back to their site and see Mr. Weasley surrounded by broken matches as he tries to light a fire manually. Hermione rushes to help him with the matches, and soon enough they get a fire going to cook some food. And now we've come to the really important moment of this chapter, and that is the introduction of both Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch. As they're sitting by the fire, Mr. Weasley points out the different ministry officials to Harry and explains who they are. Eventually, Ludo Bagman arrives and sits down to have some tea. He is decked out in his old Quidditch robes, which he used to use when he played professionally, and they obviously don't fit him as well anymore. Also, remember that Ludo is the reason they even have tickets to go to the World Cup, which we'll talk about later. Ludo explains that he's taking bets and asks Arthur if he'd like to make a wager. So Mr. Weasley does, and then surprisingly, Fred and George step up and make a bet as well. But while Mr. Weasley only bet 1 galleon, Fred and George bet their entire savings, which was 37 galleons, 15 sickles, and 3 knuts. Mr. Weasley is shocked by this, but Ludo says that the boys have their own free will to make a bet. And of course he would encourage this because the twins make the craziest bet ever. They say that the Irish will win, but Krum will catch the snitch. Which, if you know anything about Quidditch, you know this is an insane wager. So Ludo eagerly marks them down for the bet, and then Mr. Weasley changes the subject by bringing up Bertha Jorkins. Bagman brushes it off, saying that she's forgetful and will return eventually. And before their conversation can continue, we meet our next key character of the night, Barty Crouch. He arrives, causing Percy to become even more annoying than usual, and Ludo lets it slip that a special event will be taking place at Hogwarts soon. But Barty shuts him up quickly as that is secret information. Finally, the chapter wraps up as the evening arrives and the game is about to begin. Merchandise begins to flood the camp, and Harry generously buys omnioculars for Hermione and Ron, as well as himself. Ron, who has always been uncomfortable with Harry's inherited wealth, protests, but Harry says that he just won't be getting Ron any Christmas gifts for the next 10 years, and that seems to satisfy him. By the way, omnioculars are yet another cool part of the magical world that we don't learn about in the movie. Despite Ron seeming to have one in the movie, we never learn what it really is. But the book explains that this was essentially a Quidditch viewer's best friend, as you could rewind plays, slow things down, and even get live commentary by looking through the glass. Anyway, each one was 10 galleons, which explains why Ron was so uncomfortable with Harry buying him one. Finally, after hearing a gong sound play throughout the camp, Mr. Weasley rounded up his group and they went off toward the stadium. And that is the end of Chapter 7. So now we come to the final chapter of today's video, which is Chapter 8. And it's all about the actual Quidditch World Cup match. In this chapter, we don't just hear about the game, but we are introduced to key characters at the match and to learn important details which play a role later in the plot. The chapter begins with Harry and the others hiking through the forest to get to the massive Quidditch stadium, which has been protected from Muggles through enchantments. Mr. Weasley shares that anytime a Muggle gets too close, they suddenly remember that they have an appointment elsewhere and quickly hurry off, which is pretty funny to think about. Anyway, as they get to the stadium, they are directed to the top box. Now, I know I said I'm not going to go through specific changes like a normal movies versus manuscripts episode, but this one I just have to point out because it's so drastically altered for the film. You see, in the movie, they make a point of having their seats be the worst in the house, and Lucius Malfoy in the movie even makes a point of mocking them for it. Then Draco tells them that Fudge invited them to the minister's box. Well, in the book, the top box that the Weasleys, Hermione, and Harry go to is the minister's box. Ludo Bagman, as the organizer of the entire event, had a seat there and was able to get Mr. Weasley tickets for him and his family. The book makes it clear that these are the best seats in the house, and we even read a couple pages later that the Malfoys are also seated in this box. So I just wanted to make sure that I pointed that out. Anyway, as Harry and the others take their seats, we meet one of the most central characters to this year's plot, Winky the House Elf. Winky is the house elf of none other than Barty Crouch, and she'll come up time and again during this book. But for now, Harry simply mistakes her as Dobby, as the elf had her hands over her face. After hearing the name Dobby, she opened her hands and eyes and saw Harry, telling him that she is Winky, but she knows Dobby. She then informs Harry that she doesn't know if freedom is a good thing for Dobby, who is now going around demanding pay for his work, which is unbecoming of a house elf. Before they can talk much more, Cornelius Fudge arrives and introduces Harry to the non-English speaking Bulgarian minister. Then at this point, the Malfoy family arrives, which includes Narcissa, by the way, not just Lucius and Draco. Then soon after, the match begins, with Ludo Bagman commentating and introducing each team's mascots. Now this is the second most important part of this chapter, as we meet the Bulgarian mascots, which are Vila. Vila are interesting creatures, which I would assume are inspired by sirens. You know, evil creatures meant to lure men in with supposed beauty, but are actually hideous monsters on the inside. Vila are like this, but magical, dancing on the field and causing Harry to nearly lose his mind. You see, when you watch or hear a Vila, you suddenly want to do anything you can to impress them, which Harry thought would be jumping off the top box to show his bravery and daring. Thankfully, he was stopped before he did so, and the Irish team mascots came onto the field. These mascots were leprechauns, and they flew around the stadium dropping gold coins everywhere they went. Both the leprechauns and the Vila will become important in the coming chapters, so make sure to tuck that information away for a later episode. For now, after the mascots did their thing, the teams were finally introduced, and the match began. We get a detailed play-by-play of the match, which included the Irish pretty easily outscoring the Bulgarians. It also included Krum outmaneuvering the Irish Seeker and causing him to crash into the ground. Also, a funny side note is that while the match went on, each team's mascots got more and more irritated and eventually began their own little war, with the Vila even tossing fireballs at the leprechauns mid-game. Anyway, the match went on, and soon enough, Krum got a broken and bloodied nose, but still caught the snitch, ending the game but not winning it. Sadly, the Irish were up by 160 points, and therefore, despite Krum's magnificent catch, the Bulgarians lost. And if you remember Fred and George's earlier bet, this meant that Ludo Bagman owed the twins quite a bit of cash. But before that, the teams came up to the top box where the Weasleys were sitting, and so Harry got a close-up view of the Irish accepting their trophy and of Krum standing there with a bloody nose. Then finally, to end the chapter, the twins went up to Bagman and stuck out their hands, waiting for their massive payout. And the truth of the Death Eaters invading the camp? Well, there's a lot you might not know if you've only watched the movies, as we'll soon witness Voldemort's loyalists torment Muggles and see who really conjured the Dark Mark in the sky. But that's not a discussion for today, as Chapter 8 is where we'll end things off for this video. Stay tuned for next episode to learn about the events that occurred after this exciting Quidditch World Cup. Anyway, picking up from where we left off in the last episode, we see the Weasleys, Hermione, and Harry partying it up after the Quidditch World Cup match in their magical tent, but Mr. Weasley comes over and stops their singing. He tells them that they need to get out of here, and so they head outside to see the camp in chaos. Tents are on fire, people are running and screaming, and a group of hooded individuals seem to be at the center of it all. In the commotion, Harry falls to the ground and then gets knocked out as the others escape. The movie then shows a man walking through the wreckage later on in the night, and we see him cast a spell into the sky which conjures the Dark Mark. This man is the same person that we saw earlier in the movie during the very first scene, in which Harry dreamt of Voldemort in the Riddle house. Harry then wakes up amid the burning tents and comes to his senses, and he sees the man who just conjured the Dark Mark. The man sees him and starts walking toward Harry, but then hears voices and runs away as Ron and Hermione run up to Harry. Suddenly, the trio is bombarded by Ministry officials who apparate next to them and start casting spells to try to knock them out. A Ministry official named Barty Crouch goes up to the trio and asks which one of them conjured the Dark Mark. But they all deny doing it, and Harry tells them that he saw a man, so the Ministry wizards go chasing in that direction. The scene then cuts to the trio on the Hogwarts Express, and we see Harry and Cho have an awkward exchange. Hermione then tells Harry that he needs to write to Sirius as she sees him rubbing his scar again, and so he does, sending Hedwig out the train window. And that is where our scene ends for this week. So let's get started with our comparison by taking a look at our first 3 categories of characters, timeline, and location. Starting with characters, we have quite a few people missing. So let me read down the list and then we'll talk about the important people. The movie doesn't include Winky the House Elf, Bill or Charlie Weasley, Crookshanks the Cat, Dean, Neville, Seamus, Draco, Mundungus Fletcher, Ludo Bagman, Mrs. Weasley, Rita Skeeter, Percy Weasley, Stan Shunpike, Amos Diggory, or Professor Trelawney. Now, out of all of those, the most important characters who didn't make the cut for this scene in the movie are Winky, Ludo Bagman, Percy, and Rita Skeeter. As you know, Winky and Ludo aren't included in the movie at all, despite being involved in the entirety of the plot, especially Winky. As for Percy and Rita, they're here and there throughout the story, but this book helps set up Percy's alliances, which we see in the next book as he forsakes his family and sides with Fudge during Voldemort's return. In fact, in these chapters, we read about how he even insults his own father, and that insult is connected to Rita Skeeter, as we are introduced to her through one of her articles after the World Cup fiasco. Rita Skeeter is super critical to the plot in ways that the movie never explores, and I'm excited to continue unpacking her character as we go throughout this film. So be sure to subscribe and come back every other week to continue the series with me. Now, as for timeline, there's nothing drastic changed. We simply skip over some of the time in between the World Cup and when they returned to school. This in-between time contains a decent amount of information about the aftermath of the Death Eater attack, and we'll unpack those exact details in the plot changes. Finally, for location, we hear for the first time in these chapters about Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Although funnily enough, we learn that Durmstrang's location is a secret to the outside world. Besides those schools, we also don't see King's Cross or the Burrow, as again the movie skips straight from the World Cup to them on the train. As we go into this analysis, comparing these chapters to the movie, it's really easy to get overwhelmed because it seems like every single thing is different. If I really broke it down, it would probably be like 50 different changes, revisions, or omissions between the book and movie. So the best way to view this is actually by separating these chapters and the scene into 5 sections, which means that we really only have 5 major changes, and within those 5 changes, there are a lot of small but super important details and lore that the movie cut. Those 5 sections are pre-attack at the World Cup, during the attack, the Dark Mark, post-attack, and finally, the journey to Hogwarts. So, starting with our first section, which is pre-attack, we can simply say that this entire part of the book was removed, because the movie goes straight from the World Cup match to the attack after. But there are a few things in between in the book that I wanted to mention. So here's what happens in the book. After the World Cup match, they head back to their tent and Mr. Weasley tells Fred and George to not tell their mother about their gambling. Don't forget, they just won big after betting their entire savings on the match. Anyway, they tell Mr. Weasley that they won't, and they've got big plans for this money. We learn later in the book that this was meant to be seed money for their joke shop, but that turns out to be way more complicated than it sounds due to a whole other subplot in the story. So just tuck that away for later. Everybody stays up a little later talking about the match as they drink hot cocoa, and then one by one they head to bed. And Harry lies awake fantasizing about flying like Crumb and hearing crowds cheer for him. Eventually, he nods off, but soon after he does, Mr. Weasley wakes everyone up due to the commotion outside. Now, out of everything we're covering today, this is the shortest and sweetest section. As you can see, the movie did something similar to this, but just shortened it quite a bit and left out the whole part about the twins' secret plot. So now that we've got that out of the way, let's head into section number 2, which is all about what happened during the Death Eater attack itself. The movie simply showed the Weasleys, Harry, and Hermione running out of the tent, splitting up, and then Harry getting knocked out. It's very quick. But the book has a much fuller and more detailed version of the event in which the trio stuck together the entire time and witnessed quite a few interesting things. So here's what the book says. After being woken up by Mr. Weasley, the group heads outside the tent and Harry sees a bunch of masked wizards walking through the camp while levitating 4 people above them. Those 4 people were Mr. Roberts, the Muggle campsite manager, and his family. This is definitely a turning point in the books as things begin to get darker and more serious, and this is the first time that Harry is witnessing actual Muggle abuse by Voldemort's followers. Mr. Roberts and his family continues to be contorted in the air as they scream, and some wizards run while others point and join in on the fun. It's not like the movie where everything is on fire and everyone is scared. Sure, they are blasting a few tents out of the way here and there and lighting some things on fire, but the book is clear that some people are encouraging the Death Eaters' behavior and joining their march. Mr. Weasley, Bill, Charlie, and Percy all go to assist the other Ministry officials in stopping the Death Eaters, and our trio, plus the twins and Ginny, are told to head into the woods and stay out of trouble. Somehow the trio gets separated from Ginny and the twins, and as they run through the dark woods being pushed by a crowd of people, Ron trips over a tree root and falls to the ground. As he gets up, they hear the drawling voice of Draco Malfoy, who's standing there calm as can be. He then tells them that they should get a move on because they wouldn't want Hermione to be seen by the Death Eaters. After all, they view Muggleborns as just as bad, if not worse, than Muggles. Harry and Ron want to absolutely pound Draco, but Hermione restrains them and Harry asks where Draco's parents are, saying that they're probably wearing masks right now. Draco tells Harry that even if his parents were there, he wouldn't tell him about it, and he gives a knowing smile which clues us in to the fact that Lucius is most likely in charge of this event. Anyway, after they leave Draco, they run into a few girls who are trying to talk to them in French, and Hermione tells the boys that they're from Beauxbatons, which is another magical school. They then continue on into the woods, and Harry reaches in his pockets and realizes that he doesn't have his wand, and he must have left it in the tent. This is a key detail, so remember this for a next section. As they continue to run into the woods, they spot Winky the house elf struggling to walk away from the commotion. Harry can tell that she's obviously struggling against some order of her master, Barty Crouch, because every step she takes seems to be very difficult. After this brief encounter, they witness another interesting detail, which is a group of boys gathered around some villa. Each boy is trying to one-up the other by lying about what they do for a living, with none other than Stan Shunpike, the conductor on the night bus who Harry met the previous year, telling one of the villa that he's going to be the youngest minister for magic ever. Surprisingly, Stan Shunpike is a character who you would think is meaningless, but he'll keep cropping up throughout the rest of the series. Finally, this section wraps up with Harry, Ron, and Hermione stopping in a part of the woods where they're alone and they can hear if anyone is coming, and they decide to wait there for Mr. Weasley and the others. But all of a sudden, Ludo Bagman comes out of the woods. Now, if you don't remember from the last episode, Ludo Bagman is the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and he was pretty much in charge of organizing the entire World Cup final match. But he also was the one who lost the bet to the Weasley twins, and was taking bet from some others as well. So as he comes out of the woods, the trio can tell that he isn't his usual rosy-cheeked and jolly self. Obviously, as we'll learn later, he's had to pay some unexpected debts due to his gambling. Anyway, he's shocked to see the trio in the woods and asks what they're doing there. And then they fill him in and he disapparates after cursing out the Death Eaters. And that is everything we missed in the movie during the attack of the Death Eaters. And here's a brief recap of all of those important points from that section. Number 1, the Death Eaters aren't just walking around setting tents on fire. They're levitating muggles 60 feet in the air and torturing them for fun. Number 2, Mr. Weasley and the older boys go help the Ministry to stop the Death Eaters. Number 3, the trio encounters Draco, who is calm and obviously knows his parents are involved in the riot. Number 4, they run into some students from Beauxbatons, foreshadowing the upcoming school year. Number 5, they see Winky walking into the woods. Number 6, they see Stan Shunpike try to impress some villa. Number 7, they see Ludo Bagman is distressed by something other than the riots. And lastly, at number 8, the trio are all together and Harry does not get separated from his friends. Remember how I said there are a lot of changes? Well, there you go. But that's only section 2. We still have to discuss the Dark Mark, which might be the most important of them all, the aftermath of this World Cup fiasco, and finally their journey to Hogwarts. So let's move on into section number 3, which is all about the Dark Mark, as this takes up many pages within this chapter of the book. It's a lot more complicated than just what the movie shows, with Harry witnessing a man cast a spell into the sky and then the Ministry appearing and running after him. Here's what really went down. While the trio waited in the trees for the rioting to stop, they suddenly hear someone around them, but they couldn't see anything in the darkness. Harry stood up from where they sat and asked, "Who's there?" but got no reply. Suddenly, they heard a man shout, "Mors Morda," and a green flash came from nearby and shot into the sky. Harry wanted to investigate, but Ron and Hermione quickly grabbed him and pulled him away, with Hermione telling him that the mark in the sky was Voldemort's mark. So, reluctantly, Harry went with them a few steps, but before they could go any further, a bunch of wizards apparated around them out of nowhere, with wands pointing right at the trio. Harry noticed their wands and instinctively told Ron and Hermione to duck, tugging them to the ground. Then the Ministry wizards all started yelling "Stupefy" until Mr. Weasley stopped them as he recognized his son. Similarly to the movie, Barty Crouch ran up to the trio and immediately began interrogating them, asking which of them conjured the dark mark. All of them denied doing it, and then Mr. Weasley, along with the other Ministry officials, recognized that this was highly unlikely. Something that is said multiple times in the book, but not during this part of the movie, is that the dark mark is a complicated spell and only Voldemort's followers know how to do it. It's not something a young wizard can easily do for a prank, so Barty Crouch backs off a little. But this is where things get really interesting. Amos Diggory is among the Ministry officials who appeared, and he leads the investigation of what happened, following Harry's lead about how they heard a voice in the woods before the dark mark appeared. And lo and behold, Amos Diggory finds a body amongst the trees. But not a human body. He finds the body of Winky the house elf. Don't worry, she's not dead, but simply stunned. This confuses Amos Diggory and the others even more, as they also don't think a house elf would know how to conjure the mark. Plus, the house elf would need a wand. Barty Crouch is quick to point this out, as having his house elf at the scene of the crime is not a good look for him. But unfortunately for Barty's image, Amos points out that Winky was indeed found with a wand. And whose wand was it? Harry Potter's, of course. Remember how just before this he said he lost it? Well, Winky has it, and this is even more condemning than before. But wait, it gets even more interesting. Winky is woken up at this point and is denying all of the accusations. At this point, Amos has taken even more control of this, as he informs Winky that he is a member of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and now this issue is under his jurisdiction. They then decide to take a look at what spell Harry's wand most recently performed, and they find that it was indeed the Dark Mark spell. At this, the trio come to Winky's defense, and explain that the voice they heard was definitely the voice of a man, not a house elf. And Barty Crouch also defends his house elf, refusing to believe that his own elf would have done such a thing. Despite refusing to believe that Winky performed the Dark Mark curse, he tells her that she deserves a punishment, mainly because she picked up Harry's wand, which is forbidden for house elves to do. Plus, Barty is highly embarrassed. So, feeling like he needs to show a display of authority, he tells her that this means clothes, which means that he's firing her. And immediately, Winky breaks down and begs him to not give her clothes. After all of this, Mr. Weasley takes the trio and they head back to their tent where the others in the group are waiting. The others ask what happened, and Percy is shocked to hear that his beloved Mr. Crouch was implicated in the event. Harry then learns why the Dark Mark is such a big deal, as Mr. Weasley explains that whenever the Death Eaters killed somebody, they put the Dark Mark in the sky. So when people see it, they are naturally scared. But they learn that the Dark Mark also scared off all the Death Eaters who were rioting in the campsite. Well, the Death Eaters in the campsite were the ones who abandoned or denied Voldemort when he fell. So if he returned, he probably wouldn't be too happy with them. And with that, they go to bed and prepare to leave early in the morning to get home to a very worried Mrs. Weasley. And that wraps up section 3 of our analysis. Here's the basic breakdown of the key points for this section. Number 1, the trio overhear the voice of Barty Crouch Jr. together, but they don't see anybody. Number 2, they find Winky unconscious at the scene of the crime, with Harry's wand. And finally, number 3, Barty Crouch fires his house elf because of her involvement, despite them not knowing what really happened to her. And with that, we're in the back half of these pages that got cut from the movie. And there's an entire chapter devoted to the fallout of this riot at the World Cup. It's called Mayhem at the Ministry, and the main focus is put on Mr. Weasley as he is working overtime to help the Ministry clear up this situation. The big change with this section is obviously the fact that it's entirely removed from the film. We skip straight from Harry staring at the Dark Mark to the trio on the Hogwarts Express. So all of this in-between time at the Burrow before school starts is removed. So here's what you missed. After waking up early and heading to snag a portkey back home, Mrs. Weasley has an emotional reunion with everybody, but especially the twins, who she had yelled at before they left. She then shows them the Daily Prophet, which had published a headline saying, "Scenes of Terror at the Quidditch World Cup." And of course, this article is written by our favorite magical journalist, Rita Skeeter. Mr. Weasley reads the article, and we find out that it sounds similar to most of Skeeter's garbage, claiming that the Ministry was useless and that they removed multiple dead bodies from the woods later that night. Of course, that never happened, but Rita's known for making things up. Mr. Weasley, who is supposed to be on vacation, tells his family that he needs to head back into work and help them clear things up, especially since Rita used some of his own words in the article, so he feels partially responsible for it. Eventually, Harry, Ron, and Hermione break off from the rest of the group and find somewhere to talk. Harry fills them in on the fact that his scar hurt for the first time in a while the other night as he had a dream about Voldemort. He then reminds them about Trelawney's prophecy that previous year, and despite Hermione's scoffs, he continues on to say that she said a servant would reunite with their master, and Wormtail escaped not too long ago. Then his scar hurts, and now the Dark Mark. It all seems to be adding up to something not so great. That following week, we hear all about Mr. Weasley and Percy's time in the Ministry as they work overtime to handle the fallout of the World Cup. Percy tells everyone about how he's received so many howlers that he can't keep up with them, and how everyone is trying to claim compensation for damaged goods at the World Cup, including Mundungus Fletcher, claiming he lost a 12-bedroom tent in the riot, which included an ensuite jacuzzi. But Percy says that he's got Fletcher's number because he knows for a fact that he was sleeping under a cloak propped up on sticks. Then we learn about yet another Rita Skeeter article later that week, as she somehow got word about Bertha Jorkins' disappearance. Both Percy and Mr. Weasley are annoyed, as Ludo Bagman should have handled this weeks ago, but didn't do anything about it. And this won't be the last time that Bertha comes up in the book. And finally, this section ends with Ron and Harry getting ready to leave for school and packing up their items. While packing, Ron discovers something tucked away amongst his things: maroon lace-trimmed dress robes. That's right, this isn't kept for later in the story like the movie shows. He finds it right off the bat. His mother comes into the room and explains that those are indeed his, and that they couldn't afford new ones. She had gone shopping for everybody earlier in Diagon Alley and gotten their items for them, including Harry's. But since she used Harry's money, he got new, nice dress robes. This might seem unimportant, but Ron's resentment of Harry's wealth is a key factor in their division later in the school year. And this is yet another moment that further reinforces that difference in finances between Ron and Harry. So to summarize the key points in Section 4, here's what we've got. Number 1, Rita Skeeter is introduced in the story, and we learn that she is a horrible journalist who is making up rumors about the Ministry and the events at the World Cup. Number 2, Mr. Weasley and Percy go work overtime that week to help clean up the mess. Number 3, Harry reveals to Ron and Hermione that his scar hurt the other day, and he tells them about his dream regarding Wormtail and Voldemort. Number 4, Bertha Jorkins is brought up yet again. Just a refresher if you missed my previous episodes, Bertha was a Ministry employee who went missing and hasn't returned for over a month. Wormtail and Voldemort talk about Bertha and Harry's dream, but he hasn't connected the dots yet. And finally, at number 5, Ron finds his dress robes and is disgusted with them, and we are reminded about Ron's hate of his family's financial situation. And now we're ready to head into the final section of this week's video, which is all about their trip back to Hogwarts. This honestly is a pretty simple section, but it still has a decent amount of differences between the book and movie, like the fact that Harry is already written Sirius, so him writing a letter on the train is made up. Instead, here's what really happens. Mrs. Weasley gets them all a Muggle taxi ride to King's Cross, and then as they make it to platform 9 3/4, Bill and Charlie keep hinting about the event that is taking place at Hogwarts this year. Charlie says that they might be seeing him again soon, but he doesn't say why, and Bill says that he wishes he could be back at Hogwarts for this year. If you remember the previous chapters, the Triwizard Tournament has been hinted at in almost every single one, and next episode we'll finally get the payoff as it is officially revealed. Anyway, they make it onto the train, and of course, we have another run-in with Malfoy, as the trio overhears him talking with others in the compartment next to theirs about how his father almost sent him to Durmstrang. We learn from Hermione that Durmstrang is another wizarding school that has a strange reputation, as they openly teach their students dark magic. They then move on from this as their friends visit them. We read about Dean, Seamus, and Neville all coming to hang out at one point or another. But eventually, things get back to Malfoy, as this time he comes to their compartment to taunt them. He sees Ron's dress robes peeking out from his luggage and snags them quickly, showing them to Crabbe and Goyle, and embarrassing Ron. He then asks Ron if he's going to enter, but Ron doesn't know what he means. Malfoy says that his father told him ages ago what was happening this year at Hogwarts, but he chooses not to tell the trio anything, and eventually he and his goons walk off. Ron is so angry about Malfoy that he got up after he left and slammed their compartment door shut so hard that the glass shattered. Thankfully, Hermione was there and simply used Reparo to put it back together. And with that, they make it to the Hogsmeade train station, board their carriage after saying hello to Hagrid, and then head up to the castle, and the chapter ends. I know this was a pretty simple section to end on, but you know the rules, I gotta point out all the differences. Obviously, the most prominent changes are the fact that Harry doesn't have an awkward moment with Cho, they don't encounter Draco, and Harry doesn't write Sirius a letter on the train. And that's it. Picking up from where we left off last week, with the trio on the Hogwarts Express after the Quidditch World Cup fiasco, we see the flying Beauxbaton's carriage and the Durmstrang boat arrive at the castle. But before anybody meets the new students, the movie cuts to that night during the Great Feast as Dumbledore gets up to talk after the sorting. He tells the students how there will be a tournament hosted at Hogwarts this year. And finally, we meet the new kids from the guest schools, one student being none other than Victor Krum, the famed Seeker. The feast then begins, and we have a short moment in which Hagrid and Madame Maxine meet as she tells Dumbledore her horses will need to be taken care of. Then, after they're done eating, Dumbledore gets up to say a few words and to introduce Barty Crouch, who will be explaining the rules. However, before Barty can get up to the stand, the ceiling begins to storm and go crazy as Mad-Eye Moody enters. Moody then casts a spell at the ceiling of the Great Hall and calms it down, and then after saying hi to Dumbledore, he goes off to the side. Barty Crouch then resumes and says the new age rule to the dismay of all the underage students. After Dumbledore silences the uproar, he reveals the Goblet of Fire and explains that anyone wishing to enter need only submit their name into the goblet and the champions will be selected from there. The scene then cuts to later that night, and we see Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, sneaking into the room with the goblet inside. And that is the end of what we're covering this week. So let's waste no time and jump right into the first three categories, which are characters, timeline, and location. First, for characters, typically we have people we're missing, people who were in the book but the movie removed. Well, this week we also have a lot of people the movie showed who are not in this chapter of the book. First, for those who are missing, we don't see Colin Creevey, Dennis Creevey, Professor Sinistra, the ghosts of Hogwarts, specifically Sir Nicholas, Peeves, and the Sorting Hat. But who did the movie add when it shouldn't have? That would be Barty Crouch, Madame Maxine, Igor Karkaroff, Fleur Delacour, and Victor Krum. Notice something? As we'll cover during the plot changes, we don't see the two new schools yet in the story, which is a great segue into our timeline changes. This week we have a significant timeline discrepancy, and it won't stop here. This episode is the beginning of the entire school year timeline being completely shuffled around. For example, in the next chapter, we'll see Moody mess with Draco, but in the movie that doesn't happen for another few scenes. The Triwizard Tournament itself? That doesn't happen until October. So the movie skips over a whole month of schooling at Hogwarts. We'll be covering a lot of that missing month in the next episode, but for today we're sticking with their first night at Hogwarts. But just know for now that I'm going to try my very best to keep things coherent, even amidst the insane jumbled up mess that is this adaptation's timeline. Per usual, we're missing the beginning of the chapter as we transition from their time on the Hogwarts Express to them making their way into the castle for the start of term feast. And this walk into the Great Hall isn't a normal one, because this is where we get reintroduced to a couple of our key characters, Professor McGonagall and Peeves. While they were heading into the school, it was storming outside, so the students were soaked by the time they got up the stairs and in. But once inside, they still weren't safe from water because Peeves was in the sky dropping water balloons on everyone. He got Ron square on the head and only stopped once McGonagall came in, yelling at him, threatening to get Dumbledore if he didn't stop. Peeves eventually stuck out his tongue, threw the remaining water balloons in the air, and flew off. McGonagall then directed the students inside, and Harry was excited to not only eat, but also see the sorting, which he hadn't seen since his first year. After all, in his second year, he crashed a car, and in his third year, he was attacked by a Dementor. So the trio hurried inside and took their place at the Gryffindor table. Once at the table, Harry notices the empty seat at the head table, and they guess that this is where the defense against the Dark Arts professor is supposed to be. But with no one there, rumors run wild about who it might be, and some students take a guess that Dumbledore couldn't find anyone to fill the role. Then before the sorting begins, Harry reunites with his favorite fanboy, Colin Creevey, who tells him all about how his brother is a first year and is about to get sorted. Which brings us to another omission the movie made, and that was the sorting itself. But honestly, the sorting isn't even the main point here, although we do get to meet Dennis Creevey. The main issue I have is the omission of the Sorting Hat song. Each year we get a new song from the Sorting Hat, with it matching whatever is going on that year in the wizarding world. As the books progress, the songs get darker and darker, but this year it's still upbeat. I am not going to sing it for you, but I'm sure you can find it somewhere on YouTube or on the audiobook. Anyway, the Sorting Hat sings its song, the new students get sorted, and we meet Dennis, who gets into Gryffindor and runs to his brother telling him all about how he fell in the lake and something grabbed him and put him back in his boat. That something would be the giant squid that lives in Hogwarts Lake. The squid is extremely friendly and kind to students. Remember, the first years don't travel to the castle by carriage, they go by boat, so that's when Dennis fell in. It makes me wonder if the squid follows the first years every year that they sail to the castle. Let me know what you think about that in the comments. Next, we have a simple change before we get to the introduction of the Triwizard Tournament, and that is the fact that they eat before Dumbledore makes a speech or anything else. Similarly to past years, Dumbledore gets up and tells them he has a couple words for them, and then he literally only says a couple words. This year's words being tuck in, which got a hear from Harry and Ron, who were starving. But now that brings us to the most glaring change for these scenes, which we've briefly touched on in the timeline and character categories. And that is the fact that Durmstrang and Beauxbaton's Academy do not arrive until October. So them showing up in the scene is completely wrong. And by the way, when they do arrive, I'm pretty sure they don't do a whole dance routine thingy like the movie shows. But we'll cover their actual arrival in a future episode. We still have a few chapters to get through before we get there. Next, we now come to one of the most important details the movie omitted, which kickstarts an entire subplot in the book that continues even beyond the Goblet of Fire. Yes, I am talking about Spew. And although the organization isn't founded in this chapter, Hermione gets the idea for it right here, as she learns that the feasts and pretty much everything else in Hogwarts are taken care of by house elves. As they eat, the students talk to Sir Nicholas, aka Nearly Headless Nick, and he tells them about how Peeves almost ruined the feast tonight. He wanted to join the feast, and the other ghosts told him that he couldn't, so he went into the kitchens and wreaked havoc. As Nick is sharing this, he makes an offhand comment about how the house elves were terrified, and at this, Hermione accidentally knocks over her goblet in shock. She then turns to Nick and asks if Hogwarts really has house elves, and he says yes. Then he goes on to make it worse by saying that Hogwarts has more house elves than any other dwelling in Britain, with over 100. Hermione asks if they get paid, if they have holidays, if they get pensions, and more, to which Sir Nicholas is astonished and almost laughing at that idea. He says they don't get paid and most people don't see them because that's a mark of a good house elf, to not be seen. This infuriates Hermione, who refuses to eat anymore, saying that their meal was provided by slave labor. Ron and Harry, on the other hand, continue to enjoy their meal. And as I mentioned, this is the first snowflake in the snowball that will become Spew later on, which I'm excited to cover in this series. But moving on for today, we have a slight difference regarding Moody's arrival. First of all, the ceiling of the Great Hall is already storming because it typically reflects the weather outside. But just like the movie, it does intensify as Moody enters the room. Then after calming the ceiling, Moody greets Dumbledore and takes his seat, chowing down on the leftovers from the feast. He doesn't walk off to the side creepily. Plus, Harry, Ron, and Hermione begin discussing this interesting turn of events because Moody isn't new to them. If you recall from last episode, that morning at the Burrow, Harry had overheard something about Mr. Weasley going to help a man named Moody who is having some trouble with the Ministry. And keep that in mind for next episode, as that will come up again. Now, after Moody's arrival, we finally get some details about the Triwizard Tournament from Dumbledore, who now has more time to discuss things after everyone is finished eating. The movie obviously cuts down a lot of this speech and just gets straight to the meat of things by revealing the goblet and introducing the new schools. But in the book, we get way more details. Dumbledore explains that the Triwizard Tournament was hosted every 5 years, alternating between the 3 schools, but it was cancelled over 100 years ago after the death toll got too high. He then explains that the Ministry has made the tournament safer this year, but they've also created an age rule so that no one under the age of 17 may participate. As I mentioned in the character section, Barty Crouch is not here yet, so Dumbledore is the one who announces this rule. He also explains that there will be an impartial judge who selects the champions from each school. He is obviously hinting at the Goblet of Fire itself, but that's another change the movie made here when they condensed things into such a short period of time. In the book, the Goblet of Fire isn't revealed until October. We learn from Dumbledore that the 2 other schools will also arrive in October, and the champions will be selected on Halloween. Until then, it's business as usual, and everyone is left wondering who this impartial judge might be, not even thinking that it would be an inanimate object. And finally, there's a really important part of this tournament that the movie completely ignores, and that is the 1,000 galleon prize money that goes to the winner. This immediately catches the attention of the Weasleys, and that mixed with the age rule makes them very upset, which is another moment that's removed from the movie. After Dumbledore is finished speaking, he dismisses everyone for bed, and Fred and George are left fuming because they turned 17 in April. They think the new rule is rubbish and begin brainstorming methods of becoming older, perhaps an aging potion? As I mentioned, because Dumbledore never clarified what or who the impartial judge was, they believed that it would be someone from the Ministry, and therefore someone that they could trick into letting them join the tournament. As they're all leaving, they ask Ron if he's going to try to enter, but he's still thinking about the prize money for winning. 1,000 galleons would be more money than he's ever seen in his life. And this is just further reinforcing, just like the previous chapters, Ron's feelings about his family's money situation. And it's what's going to cause a further divide between him and Harry later on in the story. Eventually, though, he begins talking to Harry about entering, asking Harry if he would do it. But he makes comments like, "I don't know if we've learned enough yet." So he's obviously hesitant about this. As they got to their dorms and got in bed, Ron finished things off by telling Harry that he would probably try to enter if Fred and George figured it out. You never know, right? Harry doesn't say much to this and just acts nonchalant about the whole thing. But the chapter ends with probably one of the most important parts of this entire video, and our final change for this episode. This might be the most misunderstood part of the entire narrative for the Goblet of Fire. The movie completely rewrote Harry's character to not want to be in the tournament. But in the book, we clearly see that he has a secret ambition and desire to become a Triwizard Champion, a desire that he hides from Ron and Hermione and everyone else. This is what we read as Harry goes to sleep. Harry rolled over in bed, a series of dazzling new pictures forming in his mind's eye. He had hoodwinked the impartial judge into believing he was 17. He had become Hogwarts champion. He was standing on the grounds, his arm raised in triumph in front of the whole school, all of whom were applauding and screaming. He had just won the Triwizard Tournament. Cho's face stood out particularly clearly in the blurred crowd, her face glowing with admiration. Harry grinned into his pillow, exceptionally glad that Ron couldn't see what he could. This flips the entire narrative on its head. Of course, this is a conflicting internal battle that Harry will deal with for the rest of the story, but the idea that Harry wanted no part of the tournament is just a movie fabrication. He wanted to be a champion. He wanted the admiration from his classmates and from Cho. Maybe he didn't care about the money because, after all, he already has some, but he definitely wanted the glory. And while he didn't put his own name into the Goblet of Fire, he was probably glad that someone else did. Keep in mind that Harry Potter is a good guy, however, we're witnessing him grow up. He has selfish desires of his own. He has flaws, and just like a true Gryffindor, he likes the feeling of winning. After all, that's what makes him such a great Quidditch player. He was not a passive, nice little boy who didn't want to be in the spotlight whatsoever. That's a lie that the movie has fed to you. Like I said, this will unravel more and more as we get into this book and movie, so stay tuned to the channel as we continue throughout this series comparing the movie to the book scene by scene and chapter by chapter. Picking up with where we left off last week, we see Mad-Eye Moody begin teaching his first Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and he tells the students about 3 unforgivable curses. Ron shares the first one, and Moody puts the Imperious Curse on a spider-looking thing and makes it fly around the classroom. Afterward, Neville gives the second curse, which is the Cruciatus Curse, and Moody tortures the spider with it. And finally, after Hermione yells at him to stop torturing the creature in front of Neville, Moody brings the spider over to her and asks for the final spell, which she refuses to provide. But that doesn't stop Moody, who casts it in front of her anyway, killing the spider with Avada Kedavra. We then cut to after class as the trio exit the room and then bump into Neville on the way down some stairs. They ask how he's doing, and he barely responds, but before they can continue, Moody interrupts and takes Neville to his office for some tea, and that is where our scene ends for this week. Pretty short, right? Well, since we've got so many critical and exciting book moments to cover, let's waste no time and jump right into our first 3 categories of characters, timeline, and location. As for characters, this week we have a pretty massive amount missing. This is probably because it's the start of school and all of Harry's old friends, teachers, and more are being dumped onto us in these chapters. The movie obviously focuses on our main trio, but here's a quick lightning round of everyone who is missing. And yes, I understand that we briefly see some of these people in the shots in the movie, but I'm naming them here because in the book they actually have speaking parts that never made it into the film. So here they are. Professors Sprout, Trelawney, McGonagall, and Hagrid, Hannah Abbott, Lavender Brown, Draco Malfoy, Dean Thomas, Parvati Patil, Fred and George, Lee Jordan, Ernie Macmillan, and Sirius Black. Now, besides those people who have speaking parts in the book, we have a few other characters who are only mentioned, but we don't see in the scene. Those would be Peeves, Wormtail, Lupin, Dumbledore, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Rita Skeeter, Madame Pomfrey, Professor Snape, Vector, Binns, and Flitwick, Eloise Midgen, Cedric Diggory, Filch, and Lockhart. If you're new here, don't worry, most episodes aren't as jam-packed with missing characters as this one is. But like I said, it's the start of the school year and a lot of these characters are being reintroduced to us in these chapters, as J.K. Rowling refreshes our memory on the main cast of the story. Now moving on to an easier category, we have timeline. And when I say easy, I more so mean that there's less variances. However, the couple of changes we do have are quite large. First, in the book, Durmstrang and Beauxbatons have not arrived yet. They won't arrive until our next episode. In the book, we learn how they don't show up until October 30th. So Harry gets a whole 2 months of school without them. And our second change is the fact that in the book, Mad-Eye Moody turns Draco into a ferret on the first day of school. We'll talk about why and the plot changes, because that whole interaction is way different from the movie. And obviously, if you're familiar with the film, then you know that we won't get to that scene for a while longer. Finally, to wrap up our first 3 categories, we have locations, which, similarly to characters, is jam-packed, especially because we read about 2 whole months of Harry walking around Hogwarts, whereas in the movie, we're just stuck inside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Instead of going through and naming each individual room of the entire castle, I'll just sum it up by saying this. First, we miss out on pretty much every classroom, and second, we miss out on Hogwarts locations like the Great Hall and other main spots like that. Starting off, we're picking up in Chapter 13 as we learn about Harry's first day back at school. This chapter is titled Mad-Eye Moody, but surprisingly, it's not the chapter in which we learn about Harry's first class with this enigmatic new teacher. That comes in Chapter 14, which is titled The Unforgivable Curses. So to start our changes for this week, we must first go over the big omissions the movie made by removing the entirety of Chapter 13. First, we miss out on breakfast. I know that might seem basic, but it actually is an important transitional moment in which we get into the swing of things and learn some key details. We read about our trio enjoying their breakfast in the Great Hall and reading over their new course schedules. Ron says that they're outside for most of the day, starting with herbology and care of magical creatures, but then later they have double divination. Harry groans about this as he is not a fan of Professor Trelawney, who tells him that he's gonna die just about every time she sees him. Also, Ron makes a comment to Hermione about how she doesn't seem to be boycotting the food anymore as he watches her slather jam onto her toast. She tells him that she is thinking about other ways to stand up for elf rights. Remember, the night before, she refused to eat anything at the opening feast after finding out that about 100 house elves are responsible for making the food at Hogwarts. Before they can continue that conversation though, owls fly in for the morning and Harry gets distracted because Hedwig still hasn't returned with a reply from Sirius regarding his scar. This worries Harry as he isn't too sure what has happened to Hedwig or Sirius since he sent that letter a couple weeks back. Harry carries the somber mood from breakfast into their first class with Professor Sprout, which brings us to our second large change to this chapter. And that would be the removal of the trio's first 3 classes of the year. We read about them heading into herbology and learning about bubotubers, which are thick slug-like plants needing to be squeezed for their pus, which is highly valuable. It smelt horrible, and Harry barely got through it as Sprout had them harvest the pus for Madame Pomfrey. We learn that bubotuber pus is great for acne, and we hear about Eloise Midgen, who tried to curse her acne off and ended up needing to get her nose reattached. If I'm not mistaken, Eloise Midgen is later referenced in the movie during the scene in which McGonagall teaches Ron to dance. So I guess the movie took inspiration for poor Eloise's acne from this class here. Anyway, after herbology, the Gryffindors had care of magical creatures with the Slytherins, and they went down to Hagrid's hut. This is where we get introduced to an amazing creature called a blast-ended Scroot. And when I say amazing creature, I really mean disgusting and dangerous. But you know Hagrid, always falling in love with the discarded creatures of the magical world. We read about their class as they took care of these deformed, shellless lobster-looking things that would randomly explode, burning anything near their backside. After all, there's a reason they're named blast-ended Scroots. Hagrid has the class try to figure out what to feed them as he doesn't properly know, so he gives them a few types of food and leaves them to it. Per usual, our golden trio take to defending Hagrid, despite not wanting to do anything with these creatures. Malfoy, as always, makes fun of Hagrid and whines about the task of taking care of the magical creatures. But Hermione sticks up for Hagrid. Later, she tells Ron and Harry that she only did that to defend him, and in reality, she actually agrees with Malfoy and thinks that they should stomp on the lot of these creatures before they decide to attack everybody. Finally, to wrap up their first day of classes, Ron and Harry have divination. Remember, Hermione gave it up the previous year, so she went to a different class. In divination, Trelawney gets up to her usual antics and predicts Harry's downfall. By the end of the class, Ron and Harry have annoyed Trelawney so much with their jokes and side comments that she ends up giving them extra homework, to the dismay of all of the other students. But as we'll see later, the boys find a genius way around this extra work. Now moving on to our next removal, we come to a pivotal change in Malfoy's ferret fiasco. Like I said earlier, Mad-Eye Moody actually turns Draco into a ferret in this chapter, not later on in the story like the movie shows. But the first change here is the removal of what Draco says to Harry and Ron first. In the book, as the trio are heading to dinner, Draco pulls out a copy of the Daily Prophet and loudly starts talking to Ron so that all of the other students around them can hear. He then shows Ron an article which includes Ron's dad. It's yet another article from Rita Skeeter, who is writing more about further mistakes at the Ministry of Magic, and references Arnold Weasley, who helped Mad-Eye Moody earlier in the week. According to Rita, the Ministry once again found that Moody had raised a false alarm, and there was no need to involve the Ministry. Then Draco shows a picture on the front of the paper of Molly and Arthur Weasley, and he makes a crude comment about Mrs. Weasley's weight. Harry holds Ron back from lunging at Draco, and then he asks about Draco's mom, and if she's got dung under her nose, or if she just always looks like that. Which brings us to our next change, as Draco, of course, is always up for dishing the insults, but can't take any himself. So as Harry turns away, Draco fires a spell at him, which misses. And it's after the spell is fired at Harry that Moody intervenes and turns Draco into a ferret. In the movie version of this scene, Moody attacks right as Draco is about to draw his wand, but in the book, Draco has already fired a spell at Harry. Another change here is the fact that after McGonagall comes up and stops Moody from bouncing Draco around, he takes Draco to see Snape. We sadly don't get to see this interaction, but it's much different from the movie version, which shows Draco and his goons just running off. And in the book, Moody is very happy to take Draco to Snape, as he says that he's been meaning to pay him a visit anyway. After Moody leaves, the trio get their food and Hermione quickly eats so that she can go to the library for an unknown reason. Then after she leaves, the twins and Lee Jordan come up to Harry and Ron and they talk about Moody. They seem to be in awe of their new teacher, and they say that their first defense against the dark arts class was unlike anything else. Harry and Ron see that they don't have that class for a couple more days, but they're extremely excited to begin. That ends chapter 13, and the next chapter picks up with telling us that nothing crazy happens for the next couple of days, unless you count Neville melting his sixth cauldron as exciting. We also learn that Snape is afraid of Moody for some reason, which has put him on edge. And then finally, we get to their first class with this new professor, and this is where the scene in the movie comes into play. But it really isn't all that accurate. The first change regarding this scene is the fact that Moody calls out Lavender Brown, not Seamus. During the start of the lesson, Moody's magical eye catches Lavender showing Parvati her completed horoscope under the desk. Remember, they're the only two students who actually care about divination. After being called out, Lavender embarrassingly puts her horoscope away and Moody continues. Which brings us to our next change, as the Imperius Curse in the book is displayed quite differently than in the movie. Obviously, the movie version is funny and involves multiple people in the class as the bug bounces around the room, but in the book, it's a lot simpler than that. We read that as Moody puts the spider under the spell, it starts doing backflips and tricks like it's in a circus. It doesn't fly around the room onto people's faces, but rather keeps doing tricks on its table, at one point even getting up and doing a tap dance. To be fair to the movie, I think I'd choose the movie version over the book version here. The only unrealistic part is the flying around thing, because it gave the impression that the Imperius Curse could make things float. But other than that, I like the movie version. Next, Hermione actually raises her hand and willingly offers up the Killing Curse. For both of the previous curses, her hand had shot up to give the answer, as she always did in all of her classes. For the Killing Curse, she was a bit slower, but she still offered it up, giving Moody the go-ahead to perform it on the spider. This is completely opposite from movie Hermione, who refuses to raise her hand or speak when Moody asks her for the final curse. And finally, the last part of the specific class that the movie removed is a key detail which impacts how we view the Killing Curse itself. In the book, Moody explains that the Killing Curse isn't easy, and the words alone don't make it work. He says that all the kids in the class could point their wands at him and say Avada Kedavra, and he wouldn't even get a bloody nose. He then goes on to tell them that he isn't there to teach them how to do the curses, but rather how to defend themselves from them. However, he adds that the Killing Curse is the only one that they can't defend themselves from, but it's important that they know what they're up against. Now moving on from this lesson, we've still got a whole chapter's worth of content to discover here as the movie continues to cut loads of information, including Spew, which is coming up soon. The next detail I want to mention is a smaller one, but one that I think is worth discussing, and it's that Harry's reaction to seeing the Killing Curse is a lot different than the film. In the movie, they show Neville really being affected by seeing the Cruciatus Curse, but we don't get the same vibe from Harry. However, in the book, Harry is definitely put off by this class. At one point, Ron is going on about how cool Moody is in the class, but then he cuts off because he can see Harry is affected by the discussion of the Killing Curse. It's a brief few paragraphs, but it continues to show how Harry is seriously affected by the night his parents were murdered, especially since the previous year he got affected by the Dementors who brought the vivid memory back to him. Next, another small omission is the detail of Neville's herbology book, which was called Magical Water Plants of the Mediterranean. After Harry and Ron get back to their common room, Neville shows it to them and says that Moody lent it to him. This, of course, is where Neville later gets the idea of gillyweed for Harry, which the movie waited to introduce until much later. But J.K. Rowling planted the seed now, pun intended. Next, we come to Harry and Ron's divination homework, which is a funny moment in the book as we see them act like true schoolboys trying to cheat on their homework. You really feel for them because they were tasked with predicting their upcoming week or whatever, which we know really is impossible. So they decide together to just write down the most horrific and depressing things possible. They put things down like drowning, being sick, burnt, stabbed, or even decapitated. Later on, we read that Trelawney eats up this homework and praises them for bravely embracing their unfortunate circumstances. But sadly for them, she gives them another month of the same homework since they did so well the first time. But anyway, that happens later on. Our next omission brings us to a short moment in the common room as Harry and Ron overhear Fred and George talking with each other in a mysterious and secret way. Harry overhears them mention something about needing to be careful and accusations of some sort. He wonders if it's related to them trying to enter the Triwizard Tournament, but this is the first of many hints the book will drop about their own secret organization, which we'll later know as Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. But that's for a later episode. For now, we can get into the introduction of Spew, which, as we've mentioned already, was sadly removed from the entire Harry Potter series, despite being a central element to this year's plot. For those of you who don't know, SPEW stands for Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. After finishing their homework, Hermione comes into the common room and reveals 50 badges she's made that all have SPEW written on them. She then tells the boys that the reason she's been sneaking off to the library so much is because she's been researching elf enslavement. Ron protests that the elves like their jobs, but Hermione is adamant, and she forces the boys to pay their 2-sickle membership fee, which happens to get them a badge. Hermione then tells them that their short-term goals are to secure fair wages for the house elves and better working conditions, and long-term she wants to get them access to wands and a spot in the Ministry of Magic. This is just the start of a long and detailed subplot in which Hermione is dedicated to freeing these elves from a position that they don't want to be freed from. And it will lead to many revelations regarding Harry's own journey this year as well. But seeing as it's a touchy subject, I think the movie decided to cut it all together to save time and the hassle of dealing with the topic of slavery, especially since in the wizarding world, the elves of Hogwarts really do seem to like their jobs. But again, this will continue to be unpacked later on in the book. And we still have a few more omissions to cover before we wrap up today's episode, as the removal of SPEW was only scratching the surface in regards to this week's differences. Next up on the list is the removal of Sirius's reply to Harry's letter. It comes while they're in the common room talking about SPEW, as Hedwig taps on the window and Harry lets her in. Here's what Sirius wrote. I'm flying north immediately. This news about your scar is the latest in a series of strange rumors that have reached me here. If it hurts again, go straight to Dumbledore. They're saying he's got Mad Eye out of retirement, which means he's reading the signs, even if no one else is. This upsets Harry greatly as he now feels like he's endangering Sirius by making him come up north where he could potentially be caught and arrested. So Harry goes to bed angry with himself and the next morning decides to try and write Sirius a quick letter to let him know that everything is actually alright. As you can guess though, Sirius doesn't buy this lie and decides to come up north anyway. Next, we have another massive omission in terms of plot anyway, which is their second Defense Against the Dark Arts class. This is huge. In the book, we read about their continued studies in which Moody teaches them how to resist the Imperious Curse. He one by one puts them under the spell and tries to have them resist the commands he gives them. Everyone fails except Harry, who somehow fights off Moody's directions. Well, kind of. Moody tries to get him to jump on a desk, and Harry does like a half-jump thing which causes him to fall to the ground. Still though, he resisted it better than any of his classmates. Anyway, our second to last omission is the announcement of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons arriving at 6 o'clock on Friday, the 30th of October. A large poster is hung up with this announcement, and everyone at Hogwarts obviously gets excited again for the Triwizard Tournament. They also learn that their classes on Friday will end a half hour earlier, which makes Harry and Ron very happy as that day they have Snape. And all that week leading up to the visiting school's arrival, the teachers and students seem to be on edge as they cleaned up, decorated, and made every student look near perfect for their guests. And that brings us to the last change of this week, which is the omission of their final breakfast before the new schools arrive. It seems only fitting that we start this episode with a breakfast and we'll end with one as well. During this breakfast, we learn about another moment in which Fred and George are whispering about something amongst themselves. This time, Ron tries to ask them what's up, and they tell him to go away. They then get wrapped into a conversation about house elves once again, as Hermione brings up that Hogwarts A History makes no mention of the 100 house elves who take care of the castle. Fred and George then ask Hermione if she's been to the kitchens, and she tells them that she hasn't. They then go on to say that they have because they steal food there every once in a while, and they've spoken with the house elves. The twins go on to say that the house elves love their jobs and Hogwarts, but Hermione refuses to believe them, saying that the house elves have been coerced and manipulated into thinking they like their positions. And before they can continue arguing, the book moves on to that night as the new schools arrive. And like I said, that's something that we'll cover next week. So picking up from where we left off last week, we see it raining outside as students run indoors, and then we see the Goblet of Fire in the Great Hall as students put their names in for consideration. Ron and Harry look on as Cedric Diggory enters himself in, and then Fred and George run in soon after to cheers all around them. Hermione tells them that their aging potion won't work, but they tell her that it's so dim-witted it might just slide under the radar. So they take the potion, hop in the age line around the goblet, and celebrate as nothing happens immediately. But before they can celebrate too much more, they get shot back out of the circle and grow white beards, causing them to start fighting over their failure. Soon though, everyone's attention is drawn away from them as Victor Krum walks in and puts his name into the goblet. He gives Hermione a strange look and then walks out, leaving the movie to cut to later as Dumbledore begins the selection ceremony. The goblet then pops out a few names: Fleur Delacour, Victor Krum, and Cedric Diggory. But soon after Dumbledore reveals the Triwizard Champion trophy and everyone thinks the selections are done, Harry's name pops out as well. The students begin to whisper amongst themselves and call Harry out as a cheat as he heads forward to take his name from Dumbledore, who does not look too happy. He then heads down into the trophy room where the other 3 champions are located, and the school representatives hurry down after him, with Dumbledore barreling towards him and growling at him to see if he put his name into the Goblet of Fire. Harry tells him that he didn't, as Dumbledore slams him up against a trophy case, and after Harry's insistence that he didn't do it, Dumbledore relents. The heads of the visiting schools are not happy, but Moody backs Harry up, saying that Harry doesn't have the skill to trick the goblet. Then Barty Crouch determines that the rules are clear and Harry must compete. The movie then cuts to Dumbledore's office as he saves a memory of the night, and Snape suggests that they let events unfold. Then finally, we cut to Harry in his dorm as Ron gets upset and asks him how he put his name into the goblet. Harry denies doing it, and Ron doesn't believe him, causing them to go to bed angry after their first couples fight. And that is where scenes end for this week. So although this is only a few minutes in the film, it's almost 3 whole chapters in the book, which means we've got a lot to cover. So let's not waste any time and jump right into the first 3 categories, which are characters, timeline, and location. First up for characters, we have quite a few people missing, per usual. But instead of listing out a million names, I'm just going to mention those with speaking parts or crucial roles that didn't make the film. And those people would be Angelina Johnson, Lee Jordan, Ludo Bagman, and then various other students with small lines such as Neville, Lavender, Dean, Seamus, and more. As for timeline, we have a bigger issue, which is that the movie completely ruined the book's school year by having the visiting schools arrive on the very first day and then the drawing happening soon after that. In the book, however, the visiting schools don't arrive until October 30th, which is 2 months after the start of term. And then the night that they arrive, the goblet is revealed and the students are given 24 hours to submit their names. Then at the Halloween feast on October 31st, the champions are selected. As you can see, this timeline is totally different in the film, and like I said earlier, today's video is all about covering the 24-hour period between the arrival of the schools and the selection of Harry as the 4th Triwizard Champion. Lastly, for our first 3 categories, we have locations, which similarly to characters could encompass about a dozen Hogwarts locations that are mentioned in the book, but we never see in these scenes. However, to spare you from that tedious and mostly meaningless list, I have condensed it to the 2 locations that are important to today's episode, and those would be Hagrid's hut and the Gryffindor common room, neither of which get shown during this scene in the film. Now, real quick, before we dive into the plot changes, I need to do something that I rarely do, which is make a complete retraction on a previous episode. That's right, Gibby was wrong, and you guys in the comments helped change my mind. Well, kind of. A couple episodes back, I talked about Harry's secret desire to enter and win the Triwizard Tournament. As always, I invite discussion in the comments, and boy oh boy, you guys came through letting me know that I missed the mark. And I 95% agree. You see, the difference is still there. Harry in the movie doesn't want any part of the tournament, and he makes that clear from the start. Book Harry, however, doesn't ever vocalize to Ron that he's against the tournament, because secretly he has multiple occasions where he fantasizes about winning. So there is that difference. But I neglected to mention a key part of inner dialogue which comes up later in the pages that we're covering today. And that is that after Harry's name is drawn, he mentally acknowledges that his previous fantasies weren't reality. And now that he's been chosen, he realizes that he doesn't want to be in the tournament. Now perhaps this is because he knows someone else put his name in, which brings up a whole bunch of scary questions for him. Perhaps if he were 17 and could put his own name in, he would have. But those are just theories, and the reality is that he's pretty against the idea of participating once his name comes out of the goblet. So anyway, I just wanted to clear that up, that way we all could be on the same page. And now with that being said, we can move on to the plot changes. Starting things off today, we need to talk about something that we already saw in the movie. Obviously, we covered their start of term feast a couple episodes back, and that is when the movie introduces us to Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Which, by the way, you might hear me say Beauxbatons or Beauxbatons because I don't know how to say it. I've heard some of you guys in the comments say that in French it would be Beauxbaton, but Dumbledore in the movie says Beauxbaton, and I'm not French or British, so I don't know how I'm gonna say it. But just be prepared for me to go back and forth. Anyway, like I mentioned in the timeline section, the book has a different version of when these two schools arrive, which is on October 30th. With this arrival, there are a few key revisions and omissions. First, the movie only shows the carriage flying in and the boat arriving, but not what happens after. In the book, we read about how the students all gawked as they watched Madame Maxine leave her carriage. Obviously, she's the only other person they've ever seen who is as big as Hagrid. Dumbledore greets her, and then she leads her students inside of Hogwarts. Then Durmstrang arrives, and the Hogwarts students watch as Karkaroff greets Dumbledore and then brings Viktor Krum into the light. And that is where chapter 15 ends, with Ron's jaw on the floor as he sees his favorite Quidditch player. Now obviously this means that there is a second difference here, and that is the fact that there is no grand entrance from the schools with a dance routine or whatever we see in the movie. That's a little overdramatic on the film's part, and in reality it's way more simple. They just get out and head inside for dinner. Also, we see the carriage and boat arrive during the day in the movie, but the schools don't enter the Great Hall until dinner, which is at nighttime. So that suggests that the visiting schools arrived and just stayed hidden in their vessels until dinner, which is just weird. Anyway, moving on to dinner itself, we have one crucial omission the movie made, and that is the first time that Ron meets Fleur. In the book, we read that the Beauxbatons group seemed really stuck up and didn't like Hogwarts very much, whereas the Durmstrang group seemed very intrigued by the castle. During dinner, one of the girls had taken off her muffler finally and let her hair fall, and then she came over to Ron to ask for one of the dishes that he had at his table. Ron sees her and loses the ability to speak, looking like a fool. This girl is of course Fleur, and after she leaves, Ron comes back to his senses and insists that she's part Vila, which Hermione says is ridiculous. Although we'll find out later in the book that Fleur being part Vila isn't as crazy as it seems. Now remember, technically in the book, the Goblet of Fire hasn't been revealed yet. It is after this dinner on October 30th that Dumbledore reveals it and then gives all the students 24 hours to put their names in. The announcement he makes is similar to the one we saw earlier in the film, but what the movie never showed was them leaving dinner and Harry's run-in with Karkaroff. That's right, after finishing up and heading out of the Great Hall, Harry holds the door for Karkaroff, who looks at his scar and stops dead in his tracks. This causes a scene as all the Durmstrang lot stop and stare as they realize who Harry is. Thankfully, Mad-Eye Moody saves the day as he approaches and tells Karkaroff to move along, and the Durmstrang professor reacts very oddly to seeing Moody there. This clues us in on the state of their relationship, which will play a role later on in the book. But now with those first few changes out of the way, we can finally move into the next morning as we talk about everything that happened on that Saturday and of course the selection ceremony. First up, we need to address the twins' attempt to enter the tournament. We read that in the morning, the trio woke up earlier than usual to go to breakfast, and most of the other students had the same idea, as in the entrance hall the Goblet of Fire was set up, and everyone wanted a clear view of who was putting their names in. As the trio arrive, Ron asked a random third-year girl who had already put their names in, and we hear that all the Durmstrang lot already did, but no one from Hogwarts it seems. At that moment, Fred and George Weasley and Lee Jordan all come running into the hall holding their aging potions, which is our first change here, as obviously the movie completely cut Lee. But in the book, we learn that they meant to enter together, and Lee even says that the three of them made an agreement to split the money if any of them won. Luckily for Lee though, he didn't get the same punishment as the twins for trying to enter, as they don't all jump in at the same time, which brings us to our next change. Unlike the movie, Fred and George go one at a time to test their theory. Fred enters first and stands there for a second, completely unharmed. This prompts George to jump in and do the same, but before Lee can be the third one to join, Fred and George get booted out and sprout beards. However, not only is that moment changed, but the aftermath is as well. You see, first of all, Fred and George are laughing at their misfortune, probably because they know that they did it to themselves, and they can respect Dumbledore for this fitting punishment with the beards. But also, Dumbledore himself appears and begins laughing at them. He tells them that they have very fine beards, but they aren't the only ones. So far, Madame Pomfrey has had to tend to multiple other students who have tried crossing the age line. So Fred and George run off with Lee to head to the hospital wing, cackling all the way. Next up, I want to mention something that's a little more abstract than a specific moment, and that is the Gryffindor's dislike of Cedric Diggory, or I should say, the boys in Harry's year. As the trio go to breakfast, Ron and Seamus talk about who's entered, and Seamus also seems to be on board with Ron's way of thinking about how Cedric shouldn't be the Hogwarts champion. Seamus even calls him Pretty Boy Diggory. Now obviously they don't hate him, but they'd much rather have a Gryffindor champion, and they're quite jealous of how popular Cedric is. This is completely the opposite of the movie, as we see Ron try to suck up to Cedric, and even in this scene he awkwardly waves at him as he passes by. But in the book, Ron, Seamus, and most of the Gryffindor boys are quite loud about how they don't want Cedric as their champion, which brings a few scowls from the Hufflepuff tables. Now moving on to the next change, we have the omission of Angelina Johnson, who enters to be the Hogwarts champion. This excites the Gryffindors as they watch her submit her name, because then at least a Gryffindor has a chance to be included. Another change with the Goblet here in the morning is that the trio watch as Madame Maxine forms a line with all of her students, and they one by one enter their names into the Goblet. Remember, the visiting schools didn't bring all of their students, they only brought a specific delegation. And I believe in the book that the idea is that every student who came also entered into the tournament. It's not just Krum and Fleur who entered. And later we'll see that Fleur wasn't necessarily the popular pick for her school. But before we get to the selection ceremony, we first need to address one last omission regarding how the trio spent their time before dinner. You see, in the book, we read that they decided to go visit Hagrid, since they hadn't done that so far this year. So they went down to his hut and ended up spending the whole day with him, reluctantly eating lunch that he prepared, which wasn't at all suitable for consumption. In general, they just talk with him about the tournament and school so far, but one of the most important parts of dialogue to come from this time in the hut is when Hermione asks Hagrid to join Spew. She takes down a badge for him, expecting him of all people to be on board, but Hagrid refuses. He tells Hermione that the elves enjoy their lives and want to serve humans. If you take that away from them, then they wouldn't be happy. Hermione brings up Dobby as an example though, and Hagrid says that every group will have some crazies amongst them, but Hermione will be hard-pressed to convince the majority of house elves to quit their jobs. But anyway, beyond this part of the conversation, there's only one other moment key to this time with Hagrid. After spending the day with him, it gets about time to head up to the castle for dinner, and Hagrid sprays something on himself, which makes the trio disgusted. Hagrid embarrassingly says that it's cologne and asks if it's too much. He then dunks his head in water outside to get rid of the smell, and then he sees Madame Maxine, who just exited the carriage which is parked near his hut. Hagrid then walks over to Madame Maxine and walks with her up to the castle, completely forgetting about the trio who are still in his home. The trio watch all of this and realize that Hagrid is interested in Madame Maxine, and as book fans know, this relationship starts here and blossoms into something much larger than this one movie, as Madame Maxine is involved with Hagrid even into the next book. But that's a story for next season of Movies vs. Manuscripts. Anyway, to get back to this week's episodes, we finally come to the champion selection ceremony and our final few changes. First up, you know how I mentioned Fleur wasn't the popular pick? Well, unlike the movie, which seems to pin Krum and Fleur as the main characters of their schools, the book describes Fleur as one of many students who were vying for the position. And after her name comes out of the goblet, we read that a few other girls broke down crying that they weren't selected. J.K. Rowling is obviously hammering home the idea that Beauxbatons is a lot more vain than Hogwarts or Durmstrang, as Fleur's fellow students are more jealous than supportive. Now, besides this minor change with Fleur, Cedric and Krum's selections are very similar between book and movie. This gives us our 3 champions, and they all gather in the side room next to the Great Hall. And just like in the movie, Harry's name pops out, causing the room to go quiet. But our next change is of course what you all came here for. It's the meme of the millennia, the goof of the goblet, the fumble of Dumble. And of course I'm talking about Dumbledore asking if Harry put his name in the Goblet of Fire. And the change is that he says it calmly in the book. I know, you already knew that, but my job is to list every single change, so I'd be doing a disservice if I skipped it. Other than that, there really isn't much to say here. The only other thing I can talk about brings us into our next change, which is that the movie removed a lot more context surrounding this moment in an attempt to condense things for the film. In the book, Dumbledore doesn't actually ask Harry this question until everyone else has spoken. Fleur is upset at this, sticking to the Beauxbatons attitude, Krum is confused, and Cedric is indifferent. But Karkaroff and Madame Maxine are livid. They came to Hogwarts trusting in a fair competition. Of course, they now see what looks like a plot masterminded by Dumbledore. If Hogwarts has 2 champions, they have higher odds of winning. Karkaroff and Madame Maxine voice this quite clearly in their anger, and after Dumbledore calms them down a little bit, he asks Harry if he put his name in. Harry says no, and no one but Dumbledore seems to believe him. Also, it's key to mention that another part of the movie that was omitted was Ludo Bagman's involvement. In the book, Barty Crouch isn't the only Ministry of Magic official helping to organize the event, as Ludo Bagman is the head of magical games and sports. So Ludo walks in and he's ecstatic. Of course, if you know Ludo, you know that he loves anything that would make it more fun and lively. And what better way to excite the games than throw in an unexpected 4th champion? But Ludo never wants to be perceived as the bad guy, so he defaults to Barty's judgment. And just like in the movie, Barty explains that the goblet is binding and Potter must compete. Of course, Karkaroff and Madame Maxine hate this, and they say that they'll be filing formal complaints with the Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards. Fleur then shows her diva side again as she stamps her feet and complains about how this is a chance people would die for, and Potter got it unfairly. Then Moody interjects and says perhaps someone is hoping Potter is going to die for it, and this causes a tense silence to fall over the group. Now, there is much more dialogue in here that I can't dive into today, so again, I encourage you to pick up the audiobook on Audible, but I think you get the picture. The movie doesn't do this moment justice, and specifically, we see this more in the next change, which is the fact that the entire scene of Dumbledore saving the memory in his pensieve is made up. While one could argue that the previous moment I discussed was cut for time, it's hard to see that when the movie adds a scene like this for no reason. This isn't in the book, so technically, if they didn't include it, then maybe they could have expanded on the conversation that happens after Harry gets selected. Anyway, our second to last change is a small moment after the discussion about our 4 champions, in which Dumbledore invites everyone for a nightcap. He specifically asks Barty to join, but Barty says he can't as he has a lot of work to do at the Ministry. This is hinting at more than their usual work, as the Ministry, and Barty specifically, is dealing with much more than his usual workload. And I can't wait until a future episode to discuss Barty Crouch's relationship with his son and the nature of his junior's escape from Azkaban. So keep an eye out for that. But now to end things off for today, we have our final change, which is the fact that the movie didn't include anything about the Gryffindors throwing a party for Harry. You see, although Ron was upset, the rest of the Gryffindors were ecstatic, and when Harry arrived back in the common room, he was greeted by cheering and applause. Even Angelina Johnson is happy for Harry. Ultimately, the Gryffindors are happy that a fellow Gryffindor is representing Hogwarts, and not just Cedric. We read that they partied late into the night, and no matter how many times Harry tried to sneak away, the other students would corner him or drag him back into the party. So finally, by the time he got up to bed where Ron was waiting for him, his best friend was quite upset. Harry and Ron then talk, and it's pretty similar to the movie, just more extended as book dialogue usually is. So I won't get into that. However, I really do think the movie downplayed the whole part about how proud the Gryffindors were of Harry. They all thought he fooled Dumbledore's age line, which made them respect him even more. In the movie, it just seems like a lot of the students, including the Gryffindors, are against Harry and they support Cedric instead. but that's just not true in the book. So, picking up from where we left off last episode, we see the movie quick cut to a random day as Harry and the other champions are having their photo taken for the Daily Prophet. We meet the iconic journalist Rita Skeeter as she introduces herself and tells the students they'll each be interviewed for the paper. She starts with Harry, and we see them go into a cupboard to talk things over. Harry quickly realizes that Rita isn't the most honest of writers out there, as her quick quotes quill writes down things that he never said. The movie then cuts to Harry in the Owlry as he receives a reply from Sirius, which requests that they'll meet that night in the Gryffindor common room. So obviously after that, we jump cut to Harry in the common room as he talks with Sirius, who pops up in the fire. Sirius tells him to be wary of Karkaroff and Barty Crouch, and then Ron comes downstairs and interrupts their conversation, saying that he thought he heard voices. Harry tells him that he's probably just hearing things again, and Ron goes back upstairs. The movie then cuts to another day as Harry is studying by the lake with Neville, who is in the water, and Hermione approaches with Ron in tow. Hermione delivers a confusing message from Ron to Harry, basically saying that Hagrid is looking for him. So the movie cuts once again to later as Harry meets up with Hagrid that night and finds out about the dragons. We then see the movie change scenes to daytime as Harry goes up to Cedric and tells him about the dragons. That way he's filled in since Fleur and Victor know as well. We then see Harry and Ron get into a small little fight before Draco makes fun of Harry. Harry then insults Draco's father, and he turns around to leave, but as he does, Draco reaches for his wand. Thankfully, Mad-Eye Moody is quicker than that and transfigures Draco into a ferret. This hilarious punishment only ends once McGonagall runs outside and tells Moody to stop. Moody then takes Harry to his office and they talk about the upcoming task. He gives Harry advice about being able to use his wand, and then our scenes end for this week as the movie cuts to the day of the first task, which we'll cover in the next episode. As you can tell from the summary, the movie does a lot of jumping around, with some of these moments occurring during this 3-week period in November, and other moments having already occurred earlier in the book. It's a confusing, jumbled up mess, and I understand they couldn't fit everything from the book into the movie, but I can't help but think that they could have organized the timeline a little bit better. But I'll let you be the judge of that after you've heard all of the changes. And speaking of which, let's get started by covering the first 3 categories of characters, timeline, and location. Starting with characters, we only have a few differences. If you've watched the earlier episodes of my series, you'll recognize the name Bertha Jorkins, who is dead in the books but plays a key role in the plot, specifically in the discovery of Barty Crouch Jr. later on. Then we're also missing Ludo Bagman, who is very much alive and involved in orchestrating the Triwizard Tournament. So he's around quite a bit, but was cut from the movie. Another familiar face who gets cut is Charlie Weasley, as we personally hear from him during the dragon part of these chapters. Remember, Charlie is a part of the wizarding group who works with dragons. And finally, I'm going to include Pansy Parkinson in the missing characters. Technically, we see Pansy in the background of some scenes, but in the book she's kind of like a Crabbe and Goyle, constantly following Draco around and being a significant supporting character for him. She gets multiple lines in the book and helps to round out the Slytherin squad, but we never actually hear from her in the movies. Oh, and I guess I should also add Colin and Dennis Creevy in here, who follow Harry around everywhere, but they don't really make it into the film. But now moving on to timeline, we only have a couple small differences. First, I'm pretty sure Draco got turned into a ferret during the first week of classes. At the very least, I know it was way before November. Draco and Harry do get into it in these chapters, but there's a much different ending to that dispute, which we'll cover in the plot changes. If you want to know more about Draco's real ferret experience from the book, you can go watch episode 47 of my series. For the sake of time, I'm not going to get into it again today. The second timeline difference is a small one, but one I must mention nonetheless, and that is the fact that Harry doesn't meet Sirius until 2 weeks after he gets the letter from him. It's not the same night. After all, Sirius and Harry must plan on him being alone in the Gryffindor common room, and so he gives Harry time to figure that out. Finally, for our first 3 categories, we have location, and there's one significant omission, and that is Snape's classroom. Draco and Harry's fight happens outside of this classroom, and then Harry and Ron get detention in there as well. But again, we'll unpack that more in the plot changes. To start things off, we need to look at a couple of key moments from the start of chapter 18, since the movie just skips straight to Rita Skeeter. The book, however, picks up the morning after the champion selection ceremony, and we read about Harry's first week back at school. So here's what we miss. The morning after, Harry wakes up and is torn between staying in the Gryffindor common room, where Colin and Dennis Creevy would pester him all day, or going to the Great Hall for breakfast, where he'd have to encounter the rest of Gryffindor cheering for him. He eventually decides the Great Hall is the better option, but as soon as he exits the portrait hole, he runs into Hermione, who, being the best friend ever, had brought him toast so that he wouldn't have to go down for breakfast. He thanks her and they go out to the lake to walk around and talk about the previous night. Eventually, she tells him that he must write Sirius again, and so he does, which is what will eventually trigger their meeting later on in the chapters that we're covering today. The book then moves into the next day, and we learn all about Harry's first day back at classes, as he realizes that the other schoolhouses are nowhere near as supportive as his fellow Gryffindors, especially the Hufflepuffs, who normally are on good terms with everybody. But now everyone seems to hate Harry for taking the spotlight away from Cedric. Next, we have another omission from the start of the chapter, which brings us to Harry's time in Care of Magical Creatures class that week. To start, Harry runs into Draco, who makes fun of Harry by saying he won't last 10 minutes in the tournament. Obviously, the movie took part of this dialogue and used it for the Ferret scene. Harry ignores Draco, and Hagrid walks out of his hut to start class, which involved them taking the now massive blast-ended Skrewts on walks to get their energy out. Hagrid tells them that they were killing each other because they had pent-up aggression from not using their energy. Hagrid asks Harry to come help him with something, which gets them alone so that they can talk things over. This is the first time that Harry's getting to talk with Hagrid after his selection that weekend, and Hagrid comforts Harry as he is one of the only people who believes Harry didn't put his name in the goblet. Now moving on to our next omission, we finish up this first week before Rita gets involved by reading about Harry's double potions lesson that Friday. We read things got worse and worse day by day, and by Friday, the Slytherins had made their Potter Stinks badges, which were spreading around the school. And this is where things start to boil over, and we get the first of 2 outbursts from Harry in these chapters. While waiting for the class to start, the students stayed outside in the hallway, and Draco showed Harry the new badges. He then asked Hermione if she wants one, but says that he doesn't want to touch the hand of a mudblood. This causes Harry's anger, which had been building up all week, to explode out of him as he drew his wand and pointed it right at Malfoy. Malfoy also drew his wand, and after a tense moment of them staring at each other, they both cast spells at the same time, which hit each other and ricocheted into Goyle and Hermione. Goyle's face started to break out in boils, and Hermione's front teeth grew to the length of a beaver's. Soon after this, Snape arrived and asked what all the commotion was about. Draco blamed Harry, saying that Goyle got cursed in the face, and so Snape sent him to the hospital wing. After Goyle left, Ron and Harry showed Snape Hermione's teeth, but Snape said that he didn't notice a difference, which might be one of the most cruel things Snape has done so far in the series, in my opinion. I guess something that we don't really get much of in the movie is just how much Snape dislikes Hermione as well, as he views her as an annoying know-it-all. But still, don't take out your hatred for Harry on Hermione. After this comment, Harry runs off crying and isn't seen for the rest of the day as Madame Pomfrey tends to her teeth. This obviously causes Ron and Harry to go insane at the injustice Snape just showed, which earns them both detention. Thankfully for Harry though, he was spared from sitting through a double potions class, as Colin Creevey came to the door and said that he was sent to retrieve Potter for photos. Snape then very reluctantly let Harry leave, and it's a good thing he did because they were working on antidotes that day, and Snape was hinting that they'd poison Harry so they could test antidotes on him. But anyway, that finally brings us to what we see in the movie, which is Rita Skeeter meeting the champions. However, what we see in the movie isn't really what happens in the book. Like, at all. I mean, the interview is similar, but everything surrounding it is wrong. For starters, they technically weren't just getting their photos and being interviewed, but rather they needed to do the weighing of the wands ceremony, in which all the champions and judges were present. This ceremony involved Ollivander looking at each of the champions' wands to see if they were fit to use during the tournament. Because this was an essential part of this famous tournament, the Daily Prophet had sent a photographer and Rita Skeeter to do a bit on it. But Rita Skeeter had other plans in mind, as once Harry arrived early, she pulled him aside for a private interview. She wasn't really planning on interviewing the others, just him. Thankfully, Dumbledore found them in a cupboard nearby and saved Harry just as the interview was going downhill. Then we read about the weighing of the wands as Ollivander checks each wand, and the most important thing we learn here is that Fleur really is part Vila. She tells Ollivander that her wand core is the hair of a Vila, and more specifically, a hair from her grandmother who was a Vila. Harry thinks of Ron in this moment and really wants to tell him, but remembers they aren't on speaking terms. Other than that, the wand review is pretty standard, and Ollivander approves all of them to compete. And the chapter ends as Harry goes back to his dorm that night, and Ron tells him that there's an owl for him, which contains Sirius's reply and sets up their meeting for 2 weeks from then. The start of the next chapter takes us into our next big omission, which is really all about the 2 weeks between the weighing of the wands and Harry's meeting with Sirius. There are quite a few changes during this time, but to start, I just want to fill you in on a few of the smaller details we get that helps build out the world for these weeks. First of all, we read that Harry and Hermione figured out a plan to get everyone out of the common room in a couple of weeks for Sirius and Harry to meet. And if worse came to worse, they would drop dung bombs to get everyone to leave. On top of this, we get a more full picture of Rita's article, which really does Harry dirty. This is probably the largest change here at the start of the chapter, as we read that Rita spelled Fleur and Victor's names wrong and didn't even bother mentioning Cedric. Plus, she misquoted Harry constantly and completely made up things like Harry saying, "Yes, sometimes at night I still cry about my parents. I'm not ashamed to admit it." Plus, she writes that Harry's close friend, Colin Creevey, reported that Harry is dating the stunningly pretty Hermione Granger, who, like Harry, is one of the top students at school. All in all, these fake quotes and claims made the rest of the school hate Harry even more. The next change we have is the fact that Hermione does not deliver a message from Ron to Harry. That scene in the film is made up, and in reality, it is Hagrid himself who delivers this message to meet up. But how? Well, we learn that the week before the first task, the students were permitted to visit Hogsmeade, and Hermione encouraged Harry to go with her to the Three Broomsticks. Harry didn't want to go, but he reluctantly agreed as long as he could wear the invisibility cloak the whole time. Which was a good choice because as soon as they got to the Three Broomsticks, they spotted Rita Skeeter. By the way, on a side note, the movie really doesn't do a good job at communicating how much Harry and Hermione hung out during this time when Ron wasn't talking to him. The movie almost makes it seem like Hermione hung out with Ron and Harry was alone, but personally, I can see why some of the students in the book would think that Hermione and Harry were dating at this time, because all of these chapters are pretty much just them hanging out. But anyway, they go to the Three Broomsticks without Ron and run into Hagrid and Mad-Eye Moody. Surprisingly, Harry learns that Moody can see through his invisibility cloak, and he must have told Hagrid that Harry was there, because Hagrid leaned down and whispered to Harry to meet him that night so he could show him something. And that brings us to our next change, as that night, Harry goes to visit Hagrid, who shows him the dragons. But what the movie left out is Charlie Weasley. Charlie talks to Hagrid and says that his mom has been so upset over Harry entering the tournament. Not upset at Harry, but upset that Dumbledore and the others are letting him compete. And Charlie says that after the article in the Daily Prophet came out, Molly has been crying because she thinks Harry still cries at night about his parents. This just makes Harry upset as he sits there invisible and listens to it all. And out of all of our changes today, I'm okay with the movie removing Charlie from this scene. After all, he's not really a main character in the grand scheme of things. But anyway, the next change comes after Harry is done looking at the dragons, as he realizes he needs to hurry back to the castle because that same night is when he's supposed to meet Sirius. At that point, it's like 11:30, and his talk with Sirius is scheduled for midnight. So he starts to run back and then randomly runs into Karkaroff. Karkaroff is shocked by this, but he has no idea what happened because Harry is still invisible. This is a very short moment in the chapter, but it's key because it fills us in on the fact that Victor will also know about the dragons. In the movie, we only see Madame Maxime and Harry there, and then later Harry tells Cedric that Victor knows as well. So how did Victor find out? Well, the book explains it right here, as Karkaroff must have been walking in the woods to get a peek at the dragons. But now that the dragon stuff is wrapped up, we only have a few more changes, as Harry meets with Sirius and then plans for his dragon task. So of course, our next change is regarding Harry's conversation with Sirius, which is much longer in the book. Like I said earlier, I try not to get into the dialogue too much, but this conversation is important as specific plot points are mentioned that are never covered in the movie. For example, Sirius mentions Bertha Jorkins, who went missing. Sirius says he knew Bertha in school and she was always very dumb and naive. He suspects foul play, unlike what the Ministry of Magic has reported. He also mentions that Karkaroff was a Death Eater, just like the movie does, but what the movie doesn't include is when Sirius explains that Moody was the one who caught Karkaroff and put him in Azkaban. I guess they insinuate this in the film, but it's never confirmed. Then finally, their conversation ends as Sirius tells Harry that there's a simple spell he can use which will help him in his task against the dragon. But before Sirius can tell him the spell, Harry cuts him off as he hears someone coming down the stairs. That person is, of course, Ron. And this is where we have our next change, which is Harry's second blow-up of these chapters. Ron and Harry's relationship reaches its lowest point here as Ron seems to be coming around, but Harry has a lot of pent-up aggression from the last 2 weeks. Similarly to the movie, they make snide comments back and forth, but the argument culminates with Harry picking up a Potter Stinks badge and tossing it right at Ron. It hits him on the forehead, and Harry yells, "You might even have a scar now if you're lucky. That's what you want, isn't it?" And right after this, Harry storms past Ron and goes up to his dorm. And that is where the chapter ends. This is yet another example of the massive personality difference between Harry in the movies and Harry in the books. In the books, Harry is a lot more passionate and emotional, and we really don't see much of that until the later films. I don't know if you guys remember, but in our first few episodes of this series, in The Philosopher's Stone, we talked about Harry's first class with Snape, and how he gave Snape sass when he barely even knew who he was. So yes, Harry is the type of person to get really emotional and chuck a badge at his friend's forehead, unlike the movie, which has Harry awkwardly stand there and just make a couple of snarky remarks until Ron leaves. But anyway, let's finish today's episode up with our last two changes. The first of which brings us to the library where Hermione and Harry study up on dragons. This is omitted from the movie as they get to the first task pretty quickly, but in the book, we read that Harry and Hermione searched for hours to find anything they could use against a dragon, but they couldn't find anything, especially since Harry was not able to perform the same level of spells as the other champions. But that's not really the key detail here. The more important detail is the fact that Victor Krum shows up in the library and Hermione gets upset, saying that they should leave before Victor's fangirls arrive. And we get the feeling that this has happened multiple times in the last few weeks, with Victor randomly showing up in the library when Hermione has been studying, and then the Victor fans disrupting things. As you'll know if you read the book, we'll see later that Victor wasn't really going to the library to study, as much as he just wanted to be near Hermione. But that's for a future episode. Now moving on to the last change, we have a small change regarding how Harry tells Cedric about the dragons. In the movie, it's a quick moment before Draco's ferret incident, but in the book, we read about a completely different set of circumstances. Harry is in the halls as students go about their classes, and he spots Cedric. He randomly thinks about how Cedric doesn't know about the dragons, and it seems like the right thing to do to tell him. So he casts a spell at Cedric's book bag, which causes it to tear. Cedric then tells his friends to go on ahead to their charms class while he cleans up his books, thinking that it was a total accident. And this gives Harry the opportunity to catch Cedric in a rare moment alone. He then tells him about the dragons, and we get the feeling that Cedric doesn't seem to believe Harry. After all, why would Harry give up the advantage and tell his competitor about this secret? But before Harry can continue to explain, Moody pulls him away. Then, similarly to the movie, we see Moody help give Harry advice about what to do in his first task. And that wraps up our changes for this episode. Picking up from where we left off last episode, the movie hard cuts to Harry's first task, and shows us the 4 champions waiting in the tent before taking on their dragons. Hermione slips in and wishes Harry good luck, and they get caught by Rita Skeeter, who always seems to be lurking around the corner. Thankfully, Big Boy Krum is there to save the day, and he tells Rita that she isn't allowed in the tent. Before things get too out of hand though, Barty Crouch and the other judges come into the tent and have each champion select their dragon. Harry is the last to go, and so the movie cuts to his turn, and we see him narrowly miss getting killed by a dragon. Thankfully, he has his wand handy and uses a spell to summon his firebolt. After jumping on, he leads the dragon off towards the castle, and they have an epic chase in which Harry almost falls to his death on multiple occasions. But eventually he flies back toward the stadium and defeats the dragon by causing it to crash into a bridge and fall to the ground. Harry then collects his golden egg, and the movie cuts to the Gryffindor common room where his classmates celebrate the victory. They ask him to open up the egg, which causes everyone to cover their ears in pain as the shriek echoes from inside of the egg. And after closing it up, Ron walks in and makes up with Harry, and that is where our scenes end for this episode. Now, to be clear, the pages that we're covering in the book discuss the events before and after this first task, and so what I want you to consider is the fact that the task itself was done better in the movie. But that doesn't mean I approve of the changes made to the before and after, but you'll see what I mean in a bit once we get to the plot changes. First, let's cover our first 3 categories, which are characters, timeline, and location. To be honest, timeline and location really don't have any significant changes, so we're just going to be covering characters that were missing in this scene. We don't hear from Peeves, Ludo Bagman, Charlie Weasley, Madame Pomfrey, or Lee Jordan. Technically, we might see Madame Pomfrey, but she is way more involved in the chapter itself as she tends to the wounded after the task. As for Peeves, you probably already know that he was removed from the entire Harry Potter series, so that's not special to this episode. And someone like Lee Jordan also got cut after the first couple films, which is really sad because I love his character. As the twins' best friend and sidekick, I'm shocked that they didn't keep him in more films. But anyway, the most significant removal out of all of these is definitely Ludo Bagman. Ludo was the head of magical games and sports at the Ministry, and therefore he organized the entire Triwizard Tournament. In order to simplify the plot though, they removed his character and made Barty Crouch do everything. But in the book, Barty really doesn't get too involved until later on. But on that note, that wraps up our character changes. Now I know it seems weird to start with a negative in a video that's supposed to be positive, but like I said earlier, the before and after events of the task are not very accurate or good, mainly because we just don't get them. For example, our first change today is an omission the movie made regarding Harry's day before the task. After meeting with Moody and getting advice about using his wand, Harry has a lightbulb moment of using a summoning spell. Now for some context, they had just been learning summoning spells in Charms class that year, and Harry was sucking at it. So who does he go to for help? Hermione, of course. So after leaving Moody's, he goes straight to Hermione and tells her that he needs help learning how to do a summoning charm, and he needs to be able to perfect it by tomorrow. Then with the clock running, Hermione gets to work with Harry in an empty classroom as he attempts to summon all sorts of objects towards him. We read that at first he was not doing a great job, with things coming halfway and then falling, or just not coming up towards him at all. Eventually, they had to go back to their Monday classes, which had Harry enduring a divination class with Trelawney, who predicted his death the whole time. But after they finished up their schoolwork, Harry snuck back to the classroom again with Hermione, and they practiced the spell until well past midnight. By the end of practicing, Harry was surrounded with objects he had summoned towards him, and he could easily snatch a book right out of Hermione's hands with the spell. His only worry was if the spell would be able to handle the distance, and Hermione assured him that it doesn't matter how far away he is from the firebolt, as long as he is focused intently on it. And that is when the book officially cuts to the first task itself. Now, real quick, a little off script here, I'm just curious what you guys think of the spell Accio. I mean, it seems a little overpowered if it doesn't matter how far you are from the object. You only think of it and can say Accio and then it comes towards you. Do you have to own the object, or can you just do it for anything? Because why do I feel like that would be one of the most abused spells in the wizarding world? But anyway, let me know your thoughts on that in the comments below. Now let's move on to the first task. Before the task itself, Professor McGonagall came and got Harry, taking him up to the champions' tent where Ludo Bagman and the other champions were awaiting him. And in this tent is where we come to our next change, as the movie added the visit from Hermione. This never happens in the book, as Hermione tells Harry bye at breakfast, and then she doesn't see him again until after the task. But that doesn't mean that this moment is totally uninspired. Technically, if you remember from the last episode, Rita Skeeter had written in the Daily Prophet about Harry's supposed girlfriend, who she believed to be Hermione. In the following scenes in the movie, we see Hermione reading an article about their relationship, and we're not going to get too into that today, but what I will say is that the movie probably wanted to give a reason why Rita would write something like that. In the book, it kind of comes out of left field, but in the movie, it makes sense as she walks in right when Hermione hugs Harry. This also helps to prop up Victor as a good guy and introduce him as a potential love interest for Hermione. But again, none of that happens in the book. Next, we have a small change regarding Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch. Like I said, in the character category, Ludo was entirely removed and replaced with Barty for a lot of these tasks. So in the book, it is technically Ludo who orchestrates the champions selecting their dragons, and Ludo is the one who gives them instructions. Barty is simply there as a judge, and he barely talks. But now moving past that, we have another omission regarding Ludo, as the movie cut out Harry being offered help from him. Since Ludo was removed, it would have been hard to do this, but technically I guess they could have replaced him with Barty. Anyway, in the book, after selecting their dragons, Bagman has a word with Harry outside the tent, and he asks Harry if he has a plan. He then asks Harry if he would like any advice or help, which is technically against the rules, but Ludo said he'd be okay with giving it. Harry quickly says no, which comes off as a little offensive, but then he assures Ludo Bagman that he has a plan. This is yet another moment of people in the story just assuming Harry is doomed because of his age. But anyway, now we head into the task itself, which is quite different on screen, but I prefer it over the book version for a few reasons, and you'll see those in just a bit. The first change regarding this task is a smaller one, but an important one nonetheless, and that is the omission of the other champions' attempts. In the book, we learn of Harry's time in the tent as he waited for the others to go, and he could hear outside how things were going. He learns more about the results after his own turn, but still, this brief time in the tent helps build the emotions and tension before Harry's turn. Although this works in a book format, I like that the movie cut it because they don't really have time to add an extra minute or two for something like this. So I think they made the right decision. And speaking of Harry's turn, that brings us to our next change, which is that the movie simplified things by having the golden egg be the only egg out in the stadium. This is a detail I disagree with, but it's so small that it really doesn't matter that much. In the book, however, it just makes a little more sense as the dragon guards real eggs alongside the golden egg. But that also leads us into the next change, and perhaps the most important one regarding Harry's first task. because in the movie, it seems like the dragon isn't really protecting the egg. It's not so much get the golden egg from the protective dragon, as it is try to collect this egg while a dragon happens to be chasing you. And while you may not see a significant change in that, it does have an impact. You see, in the book, the dragon doesn't leave the stadium, ever. It just stays by the eggs, protecting them fiercely. So much so that it actually is kind of a boring read. And now we come to the crux of why I prefer the movie version, and that is because it's exciting. Since the entire movie is about this Triwizard Tournament, we needed the first task to be a climactic victory for Harry, a turning point in the story. And it is a victory in the book, but he really doesn't do anything too exciting. Yes, I get it, it's difficult to fly a broom, but in the book we read that he simply baits the dragon to move ever so slightly away from the eggs, and then he dives down and grabs onto the golden prize. That's something he does pretty much every Quidditch match. There is no massive chase, the dragon doesn't get loose, Harry doesn't nearly die by falling off the side of a castle. It's just kind of boring. Do I still like it? Of course, I get swept up in reading it. But is the movie version better in my opinion? Yes. Again, just a reminder, the events before and after this task could have been more accurate to the book, but as for the dragon task itself, the movie did it better. But anyway, enough of that, let's head into the aftermath of Harry's courageous victory. What does the book say happened after? After all, the movie cuts straight to Harry in the Gryffindor common room. Well, I can tell you right off the bat that the book does not do that, and that is our next change as we read about the first thing Harry did after facing the dragon. Logically, he went to Madame Pomfrey. In the book, he gets scraped up on the shoulder pretty bad and needs treated, and while he's in the medical tent, he sees Cedric, who is just now sitting up after being treated as well. Cedric congratulates Harry, and we read that half of his face was covered in some sort of ointment that must have been treating a pretty bad burn he got while facing his dragon. Hagrid, McGonagall, Moody, and more come to congratulate Harry on his success, and that takes us into our next change. You see, Harry and Ron don't make up in the Gryffindor common room, they make up right there in the tent after the first task. Hermione and Ron burst into the tent to see how Harry is doing, and this is the first time that the boys are really facing each other in quite a while. Ron goes to apologize about his actions, but Harry shuts him up and tells him not to mention it. In typical guy fashion, all is forgiven without actually hashing out what went wrong. Hermione then calls them both stupid, gives them a hug, and runs off crying tears of joy. And now that they're on speaking terms again, Ron starts to fill Harry in on what the other champions did. He tells Harry how Cedric transfigured a rock on the ground into a dog to distract the dragon, only the dragon got bored of the dog halfway through and turned on Cedric, causing him to get burned pretty bad. Fleur tried to put the dragon in a trance, which kind of worked, except the dragon snored after it fell asleep, which caused Fleur's skirt to catch on fire. And finally, Ron tells Harry that Krum did the best by straight up attacking the dragon. He cursed one of its eyes, which caused it to stomp around, and the only downside was that when it did that, it crushed one of the real dragon eggs in the process, which wasn't supposed to happen, so Krum got points deducted for that. And after all of this explanation from Ron, it's finally Harry's turn to get scored, which is our next change, as the movie doesn't bother showing a score at all. Also, it's key to mention that in the book, the judges are Madame Maxime, Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Ludo Bagman, and Barty Crouch. In the movie, it doesn't seem like the heads of the schools are also judges, which honestly makes more sense because you'd think they'd be biased, which they are. When Harry gets scored in the book, Madame Maxime gives him an 8, Crouch gives him a 9, Dumbledore also gives a 9, Bagman gives him a 10, and Karkaroff gives a 4. So at least in Karkaroff's case, you can see the bias. Next, there's another omission after the scoring, because in the book, Ludo gathers the champions in the tent again and informs them that their eggs are their clue for the next task, and that the next task is quite a ways away so they have time to prepare. As we learn, they'll be competing again on February 24th. On top of this, another small omission is Rita's brief appearance at the end of the chapter, as she comes up to Harry and asks for a word, to which Harry savagely replies, "Yeah, you can have a word, goodbye." And then he, Ron, and Hermione head off to the castle. Now, before we get to the Gryffindor party and a couple of changes there, we have another omitted moment, which is that the trio go straight to the owlry after the task. Harry wants to fill Sirius in on what happened, so he writes him a detailed letter explaining the event, and how well he did. At this point, Harry is kind of on cloud 9 and riding a high, which I would be too if I just defeated a dragon. But anyway, Harry also uses this opportunity to fill Ron in on everything he's missed, including the info from Sirius about Karkaroff being a past Death Eater. But then finally we get to the Gryffindor party that night, which has only a couple of small changes to wrap up our episode for this week. First, after opening the egg in the common room, per Lee Jordan's request, everyone starts guessing what the clue could mean. I assume the initial reactions would have been similar to the movie with everyone covering their ears, but unlike the movie, the Gryffindors are still keen on pitching in their ideas. Seamus says that it sounds like a banshee, so maybe Harry will have to battle one. Neville says that it sounds like someone being tortured, so Harry will probably have to have the Cruciatus curse put on him. And finally, Fred and George say that it sounds like Percy singing, so maybe Harry will have to attack Percy in the shower. Quickly after this though, the conversation gets sidetracked as Fred offers Hermione a jam tart, which is our final omission of the episode, because if you remember, the movie cut out all evidence of spew. How does a jam tart relate to spew? Well, Hermione asks the twins where they got the food from, and they tell her that they nicked it from the kitchens, where the house elves work. For those of you who don't know, Spew is Hermione's club, which wants to liberate all house elves from enslavement. Fred and George repeatedly try to tell Hermione that the elves enjoy working in the kitchens, but Hermione has had none of it so far in the story, and I believe in the next episode we'll be diving into Hermione's first visit to the kitchens. But for today's episode, just know that we're once again getting hints about this subplot in the book. Plus, Hermione asks the twins how they get into the kitchens, and they tell her to simply go to the painting of a bowl of fruit and tickle the pear, which opens a secret door to the kitchen. Anyway, to top it all off, we read that Neville did try a jam tart, which promptly turned him into a canary. The twins then admit that they did make the tarts and are selling them for 7 sickles each. And on that note, that wraps up all of our changes for this episode. So anyway, picking up from where we left off last episode, we see the trio in the Great Hall eating their breakfast as the Patil sisters walk by and say hi to Harry, and Harry spills juice out of his mouth while looking at Cho. Suddenly, Hermione erupts from across the table as she reads Rita Skeeter's new article all about her supposed romance with Harry and Victor Crumb. Then a first year named Nigel comes up and delivers a package to Ron, who had evidently promised him an autograph from Harry if he acted as his servant. Ron shoos the kid away and opens up the package, revealing his ugly dress robes. And on the note of dress robes, the movie cuts to McGonagall telling the students about the Yule Ball, and then using Ron to help her demonstrate how they should dance. The movie then gives us a string of scenes which include Hagrid talking to Madame Maxime, Harry and Ron trying to find a date, and finally Ron offending Hermione, who tells him that she's already been asked to go to the ball. Finally, after promising each other that they'd get the courage to ask a girl to the ball, Ron and Harry part ways and we see Harry try to ask Cho at the Owlery. Sadly though, he gets turned down as Cho tells him that she's already been asked by someone else. The movie then cuts to the Gryffindor common room as Ron gets brought in by Ginny and some of the other girls because he looks too sick to support himself. Ginny says that Ron just asked Fleur to the ball, and then ran away. At this point, Harry has no other choice but to ask the Patil sisters, who walk by right at that moment, saying hi to Harry once again. And that is where our scenes end for this week. Before I go diving into the many plot changes and reveal the mysterious plot in the kitchens of Hogwarts, let's explore our first 3 categories of characters, timeline, and location. First up, in our character category, we're missing Ludo Bagman, who this time doesn't appear, but he's mentioned in these chapters. We also don't see Rita Skeeter, who seems to always be lurking around the castle during this whole school year. And it's worth mentioning that Nigel is a movie-only addition. However, I don't know why the movie didn't instead include Colin Creevey and his younger brother Dennis. It would have worked out the same way, but at least they could have used a real character who is canonically obsessed with Harry. Anyway, our final change for the character category is that we're missing Dobby and Winky, as well as all of the other house elves in the kitchens. Next, for timeline, we only have one major deviation, which is the fact that Ron got his dress robes before the school year even started, when he was packing his things in the burrow. But we'll talk about that more in the plot changes. And lastly, for our first 3 categories, we have location, which is another simple one this week as we're really only missing Hagrid's hut and the Care of Magical Creatures classroom, aka Hagrid's yard. Obviously, there's a massive section of the book that was entirely removed from the movie, but before we get to that, there's a few smaller changes that I want to address first. To start, Harry doesn't spill juice out of his mouth while looking at Cho during breakfast. While there are many moments of Harry thinking about or looking at Cho in the book, he doesn't do something this embarrassing. Second, the article Hermione reads at the beginning of these scenes doesn't exist in the book. It's almost a mixture between 2 other articles. The first one Rita wrote about Harry, in which she mentioned Hermione being his girlfriend, and the second being an article in Witch Weekly that Rita published around the time of the second task. This makes way more sense as the second task took place in February, and Krum had started hanging out with Hermione a lot more by that point. If you remember from last episode, Hermione never visited Harry in the Champion's tent during the first task, and therefore she wasn't photographed hugging him like the movie shows. The third and final change before some of our omissions is the fact that Nigel doesn't exist in the book and no first year is at Ron's command in exchange for Harry's autograph. I think the movie just added that for comedic effect. But speaking of comedic effect, our first omission for today's episode doesn't take us to the kitchens of Hogwarts, but rather to Hagrid's for a Care of Magical Creatures class. Which, if you know anything about his classes in the book, you always get a good laugh. In the book, we're still reading about various classes and moments around school that Harry is having during the year, while the movie fast-forwards quite a bit to get to the Yule Ball. During this class, Hagrid has the students trying to get the blast-ended Skrewts to hibernate. There are only 10 Skrewts left at this point as they have continued to try to kill each other, and Hagrid says that he's not sure if they hibernate or not. Since winter is coming, he figured that they'd give it a shot. But this exercise of trying to swaddle the Skrewts into blankets and then stuff them in boxes ended quite poorly for the students as most of them walked away with multiple injuries. During this insane task, Rita Skeeter popped onto the scene, and after realizing that Harry was in the class, she asked Hagrid for an interview that Friday. Hagrid, being naive as usual, said yes to the interview, and Harry cringed about it as he thought of how Rita would warp Hagrid's words to fit her angle for whatever article she'd be writing. Our next change brings up yet another omitted class as we read about Harry and Ron having double divination that same afternoon. Harry's past few divination classes have not been very enjoyable given the fact that him and Ron weren't on speaking terms. But now that the two friends were talking again, things were just as lively as ever, with them laughing and joking about Trelawney's usual antics. She loved their homework as they usually turned in predictions of their own painful deaths, but she wasn't too keen on their talking during classes. For example, after hearing them snicker in the back of the classroom, Trelawney told them that she looked into her crystal ball this morning and rhetorically asked them what they think she saw. Ron turned to Harry and muttered that she probably saw, quote, an ugly old bat in outsized specs. But alas, this was not where Trelawney was heading, as she told the students that she saw death. And therefore, they should be taking the class more seriously. Despite Trelawney seeming insane, she somehow gets things unintentionally right every year. Once again, this death prediction, as vague as it is, will come true by the end of the school year. But now with those classes out of the way, we finally come to the omission you've all been waiting for, which is the trio's trip to the kitchens. After Harry and Ron finished up their classes for the day, they headed back to the Gryffindor common room to see where Hermione was, as she doesn't take divination with them. Suddenly, after opening the Fat Lady portrait, Hermione came running out excitedly and told Harry that he must follow her right now, and that the most amazing thing has just happened. Shocked and confused, Harry and Ron followed Hermione through the castle as she took them down a set of stairs that led them downward and had paintings of food all around. After seeing the food, Harry caught on and nudged Ron, who also got the idea. If you remember from last episode, we talked about how Fred and George shared their secret of where they steal food from, as the way to get into the kitchens is by tickling a piece of fruit on a painting of a fruit bowl. Immediately, Ron told Hermione that he didn't want to be a part of Spew or whatever she was calling it now, but she reassured them that this was something else, and as soon as they opened up the secret portrait hole entrance to the kitchens, a small thing hurtled towards Harry and hugged him. It was Dobby. Harry was ecstatic to see him, but also confused as the little house elf was no longer wearing a gross pillowcase, but rather an assortment of odd clothing. He was wearing a tea cozy for a hat, a necktie with horseshoes on it, soccer shorts, and odd socks, one of which was the black sock Harry used to free him a couple of years back. We then learn that Dobby was given a job here at Hogwarts only a week ago by Dumbledore, a paying job, he and Winky. Now if you don't remember, Winky was Barty Crouch's house elf, who was caught with Harry's wand during the commotion of the Quidditch World Cup. She was blamed for conjuring the Dark Mark until Harry told them that it was a man, but all the same, she was fired by Barty Crouch out of the pure embarrassment that she caused him. And let's just say Winky isn't taking it well. We'll see in future episodes that Winky becomes somewhat of an alcoholic, but that's not something we'll address today. Anyway, in this chapter, the trio gathered around Winky, who burst into tears at the sight of them, and Dobby continues on to tell Harry that he has traveled the country for the last 2 years, seeking employment but continuously getting rejected. You see, wizarding families don't want to pay a house elf. As Dobby talks, the other house elves in the kitchen look away and keep their distance, as if Dobby's mentality is a contagious disease. He finishes his story by telling the trio that after finding out Winky got fired as well, he thought to come to Hogwarts, and sure enough, Dumbledore gave them both a job. Dobby is getting paid 1 galleon per week and has 1 day off per month, which Hermione says is horrible. But then Dobby tells her that he was offered 10 galleons a week and weekends off, but he declined it. He likes his freedom, but doesn't want too much of it. Winky, on the other hand, says that she hasn't sunk that low yet and refuses to be paid, and the whole while she is crying on the floor. Anyway, without getting too into the weeds of the rest of their conversation, I can tell you that this is just the beginning of a very important subplot in the story, and it has effects on the main plot as well. Winky goes on to tell the trio that Mr. Bagman, meaning Ludo, is a very bad wizard, and Barty Crouch doesn't like him at all. She is also shocked to learn that Crouch and Bagman have been at the castle for the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Also, Ron promises to give Dobby his sweater that his mom knits for him every Christmas, and this absolutely makes Dobby's day. Eventually, after being offered more food from the house elves, the trio leave and head back to their dorms. Now, would you believe me if I told you that there are 9 more changes and omissions regarding the rest of these scenes? While the visit to the kitchens is important and very interesting for die-hard Harry Potter fans, there's so much more to explore this week, so make sure to keep watching. Our next change is a smaller one, and that is the fact that the Patil sisters are not both in Gryffindor, and the movie slightly changed these characters. In the book, it is actually Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown who constantly look at Harry and giggle to each other. Plus, they don't walk by him and say, "Hi Harry," like the movie shows. Next, there isn't a big dance class like in the movie. Rather, McGonagall fills the students in on what the Yule Ball is at the end of one of their Transfiguration classes. There is no practice dance session, and Ron sadly does not get embarrassed in front of the whole school. In fact, the dance scene isn't really a thing for the whole school. Despite the ball being a dance, McGonagall only talks to Harry about this, saying that the champions are required to have dance partners. And since he represents Hogwarts, and more importantly Gryffindor, she expects him to have one. This then puts the pressure on Harry to find a girl to go with him very soon. Next, the conversation we see between Hagrid and Madame Maxime is misplaced and twisted. I won't get into the specific dialogue, but this conversation actually happens during the Yule Ball itself, and will be used by Rita Skeeter in a not-so-nice article later on, that never got included in the movie, by the way. Like I said at the beginning of this video, there are subplots upon subplots in this book, and Hagrid and Madame Maxime's relationship is one of those that the movie never delved into. But anyway, another revision the movie made is the fact that Harry really should have had no struggle with girls. He does because he's awkward, and he really just wants to go to the ball with Cho, but the movie makes it seem like girls treat him and Ron like the plague. Technically though, in the book, multiple girls actually come up and ask Harry to go to the ball. And as Harry walks around school, girls just stare at him and giggle. After all, he is famous and he has beaten dragons. We read that the first girl who asked him to go to the ball got a quick no, because he was so shocked that he didn't even have time to think it over. Then the next day, 2 more girls asked him, with one of them being a 5th year who was a foot taller than him. Despite thinking that she looked pretty, Harry told Ron that he didn't want to feel like the girl could knock him out if she wanted to. Now moving on to another omitted moment from the book, we learn about Hagrid's interview with Rita Skeeter. The trio ask him the next week how it went, and he tells them that it was pretty basic. She just asked him a bunch of questions about Harry the whole time. No doubt she was trying to find some dirt on Harry from Hagrid, but he kept telling her that Harry is a good kid. We'll see later on that Rita will find another angle for her article regarding Hagrid, and that'll mix with his and Madame Maxime's relationship. Unfortunately, Rita is a lot nastier in the books. But moving on, our next change is that there's a part of chapter 22 that seems to have inspired a few moments in these scenes. It's a moment of the trio sitting in the common room and talking, and during their conversation, Ron makes a comment about Eloise Midgen as he insinuates that he doesn't want to go to the ball with her. This upsets Hermione, who is offended that Ron only cares about looks. Fred and George then come over and ask to borrow Pigwidgeon to send a letter, which is a whole other subplot, by the way. Then after this, Fred asks Angelina to go to the ball. So as you can see, this moment in the common room inspired part of their conversation during the study hall scene, it inspired the joke Ron makes about Eloise Midgen during the dancing scene, and it inspired Fred asking Angelina to the ball. And now we have our final 3 changes, which are smaller ones to finish things off for this episode. First, Harry asks Cho to go to the ball after potions class, not up by the owlry. Second, Neville actually asks Hermione to go to the ball with him, but she told him no because she already has a date. Ron thinks that this was just an excuse, but as we know, Hermione really did have a date. Then Ron learns that Ginny said yes to Neville as he asked her after Hermione, and Ginny knew that she was too young to go to the ball because it was only for 4th years and up, unless someone else asked her. So she said yes. And finally, the last change of the week is the fact that Harry at first asks Lavender to go to the ball with Ron, but she says that she's already going with Seamus. So Parvati, who eagerly said yes to Harry, reluctantly says that she could ask her sister, Padma, who is in Ravenclaw. She seems to already know that Padma doesn't want any part of going to the ball with Ron, but because Parvati so desperately wants to go with Harry, she forces her sister to go as well. Personally, I find it strange that the earlier movies cut so much of Lavender's personality and lines, given the fact that she's such a big supporting character in future books. I mean, all of their divination classes in the 3rd year are Lavender and Parvati being obsessed with Trelawney, but in the movies they make everything about Parvati and Padma together as sisters, despite Padma actually being a Ravenclaw according to canon. But anyway, what do you think about that change? Let me know in the comments. Picking up with where we left off last week, we see the Yule Ball beginning as students stream into the entrance hall of Hogwarts. We see Harry and Ron upstairs in their dorms getting ready, and Ron is freaking out about his dress robes. Then, as they head downstairs, they meet up with the Patil sisters, who are their dates, and we see Hermione's big reveal. Harry and the other champions then head into the Great Hall where everyone is waiting for them to kick things off with the first dance. The movie shows people shocked as Hermione walks in with Crumb, and Harry awkwardly dances with Parvati Patil. The movie then transitions to the rock band performing as the students go crazy, and Ron and Harry are sitting at a table in the back with the Patil sisters looking bored. Eventually, a Durmstrang boy comes up and takes Parvati's hand to dance, and this leaves Padma and the boys looking miserable at the table. Hermione comes over after Victor goes to get some drinks, and her and Ron get into an argument over where her loyalties lie, although Ron is just obviously jealous. The movie then cuts to later in the night as Ron and Hermione are still arguing, and Harry walks inside to an angry Hermione who orders them both to bed. But Hermione stays on the stairs crying as the Yule Ball comes to an end. Then we see Harry sleeping and dreaming of Voldemort in the old Riddle house, which is the same dream that he had earlier in the year. And finally, the movie cuts to a different day as Hermione encourages Harry to work on the next task clue, and Cedric comes up to give him the oh-so-helpful hint of taking a bath with the egg. And that is where we're stopping for this week. I know that seems weird to continue into the scene on the covered bridge, but it'll make more sense once we get into the plot changes. But first, let's cover our first 3 categories of characters, timeline, and location. First up for characters, we only have a few differences. First, a small one is that technically a musical duo named the Weird Sisters perform at the Yule Ball, not this random rock band. And in the Wizarding world, the Weird Sisters are pretty popular. That's something that seems to always get overlooked in the movies because they just don't have time to go into it. But in the books, the Wizarding world has its own social ladder of famous people, everything from authors like Lockhart to singers. As we see in the Deathly Hallows movie, they do have radio, and there are radio stations devoted to Wizarding music all about magic. Anyway, besides the Weird Sisters, we're also missing Dobby, Ludo Bagman, and Percy Weasley. As for timeline, we really only have one tiny deviation, and that is the fact that the Yule Ball is technically on Christmas Day, not Christmas Eve. And finally, before our plot changes, we have location. Really, the only major difference here is that in the book, Harry and Ron take a walk outside, which is where they learn about Hagrid's secret. But in the movie, everything is inside. To start things off, we're getting back to the basics of J.K. Rowling's writing style as she fills us in on a few things that are happening during the weeks leading up to the Yule Ball. We learn about Fred and George's business booming in school, as ever since Neville got turned into a canary from one of their treats, kids have been buying them up like crazy. Although it got to the point where everyone in school was refusing food offered to them because it might turn them into a bird. But Fred and George confided in Harry that they were secretly working on another fun item. We also hear from Fleur Delacour, who complains about Hogwarts food, saying that it is too heavy and will make her not fit in her dress by the time the ball comes around. And speaking of the ball, Hermione still won't tell Ron who she's going with. Ron keeps bringing it up, hoping to catch her off guard, but time and time again she refuses to tell him. One time though, when Malfoy is nearby, he interjects and makes a comment about how no one would want to go with the mudblood. Hermione, who is used to these insults by now, simply says, "Hi, Professor Moody," causing Malfoy to whip around in fear. Hermione then calls Malfoy a twitchy little ferret, and they move on. It's right after this that Ron and Harry finally notice something about Hermione that they hadn't noticed before, and it's that her teeth look normal. Ron makes a comment about this, and Hermione gives a sly smile and explains that when she went to the hospital wing after being hit with Malfoy's stray curse, that Madame Pomfrey held up a mirror and shrunk her overgrown teeth down and told Hermione to tell her when to stop. So, since Madame Pomfrey didn't know any different, Hermione didn't tell her to stop until her teeth were normal-sized. She then explains that she's been begging her parents to let her fix her big buck teeth for ages, but since her parents are dentists, they didn't approve of using magic to shrink her teeth. Anyway, it's after this that we have our next big omission, and that is Sirius Black's reply to Harry's letter about the first task. In the movie, Sirius only talks to Harry a couple of times, but in the book, it's an ongoing conversation. Pigwidgeon, Ron's owl, delivers the letter and the trio read it. Sirius congratulates Harry on his victory in the first task and praises his idea to use his broom. But he reminds Harry that there are still more tasks to come, so keep an eye out. Next, the book fast forwards a bit to Christmas morning as Harry is awoken by an unexpected guest, Dobby. If you remember, Harry reunited with Dobby in our last episode, and Harry gave Dobby permission to visit him every once in a while. So Dobby took it upon himself to wake Harry up on Christmas morning and give him a Christmas present. Harry and Ron also give Dobby some gifts, which are all clothing. Harry gives him some old socks, and so does Ron, but Ron also gives Dobby his yearly Christmas sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley. Despite these being old stinky socks, Dobby is brought to tears as he is so happy about the generosity of these two young wizards. After Harry opens his gifts from Dobby, which ironically was a homemade pair of socks, Dobby leaves to go help the other house elves prepare the Christmas feast. Then we read about the rest of the day before the ball as the Weasleys and their friends go out to have a snowball fight, and Hermione heads back up to the dorms 3 hours early to prepare for the ball. Ron scoffs at this, shocked that she needs 3 hours to get ready, and at this point, he almost doesn't believe that she has a date at all. Eventually, after it got too dark to see the snowballs, the boys went back to their own dorms to put on their dress robes. And this brings us to our next change, which is a small one, and that is that Ron actually uses a severing charm to cut off the lacing on his own dress robes. In the movie, they obviously kept all of this on. Next, the setup of the ball is a bit different in the book. In the movie, we see Harry and Ron walk into the entrance hall and meet up with the Patil sisters. Then, after everyone else goes inside, the champions and their partners walk in to start the dancing. But in the book, they actually go into the Great Hall and eat dinner first, with the champions and their partners all eating at the head table where Dumbledore is sitting. And you know who else is sitting at this head table? Percy Weasley, which is our next change as the movie omitted Percy Weasley replacing Barty Crouch at this event. We learn that Barty isn't feeling well, which Percy says is due to being overworked. But don't fear, Percy is there to save the day. He tells Harry that he's been promoted and pretty much is doing everything for Barty Crouch right now at the Ministry, and it totally hasn't gone to his head. Anyway, the next change is the fact that the movie doesn't really include Victor and Hermione talking. It's only a short moment in the book, but Krum becomes quite a bit more talkative as he and Hermione eat. He tells her about Durmstrang and gets a little too close to revealing its location as Karkaroff cuts him off, and somewhat jokingly tells him to not reveal their secrets to Hermione. We can tell in the book that Karkaroff is not a fan of Krum inviting a Muggleborn to the ball. And this moment leads to a really funny comment and a bit of foreshadowing from Dumbledore. After Karkaroff says that it's the headmaster's duty to know and keep the secrets of their school, Dumbledore says that he would never assume to know all the secrets of Hogwarts. He then adds that just the other day, he really needed to pee, and suddenly a bathroom appeared in a hall where he had never seen it before. The room was filled with dozens of toilets of all different kinds, and since then, Dumbledore has yet to find the room again. This is obviously the Room of Requirement, but it's the first time that we're hearing about it in the book. Next up, Ron and Hermione's argument is much longer in the book. Obviously, the book can spend more time on dialogue when the movie can't, and I won't be diving into things word for word. But I will say that Ron accuses Hermione of fraternizing with the enemy, and more than that, he accuses her of helping Victor figure out the clue for the next task. In the movie, we just get a taste of this, and to be fair, I think the movie made the right decision, as I don't think we wanted to watch them argue for 5 minutes straight. But moving on, our next change is the omission of Ludo Bagman, who is a book-only character, as the Goblet of Fire movie removed him entirely. But what does he do this week? Well, after getting stopped by the Weasley twins and then shaking them off, he heads over to where Harry is sitting, looking like he wants to discuss something with them. Unfortunately, he can't because Percy is there as well, and he uses this opportunity to chat up the important ministry official. So we never learn what was on Ludo's mind. Another moment that was removed was Harry and Ron going outside and seeing Snape and Karkaroff talking. Snape is going from bush to bush, tossing out couples, taking points from their houses along the way. Snape obviously is taking his role of chaperone very seriously, and Karkaroff is just bothering him by talking about some sort of mark on his arm that is getting stronger and stronger. Snape tells Karkaroff to flee if he's scared, but he states that he will be staying at Hogwarts. Harry and Ron aren't sure what this means and eventually run into Snape, who wants to give them detention but finds no valid reason to do it. Now technically, there is a deleted scene of part of this moment in the Goblet of Fire Extended Edition. We see Karkaroff talking to Snape as he catches couples making out outside. However, they removed this scene and instead included the scene of Harry catching Snape and Karkaroff talking in the potions closet. This is when Harry sees the mark on Karkaroff's arm in the movie. It would have been a little redundant to use both scenes, so the movie chose the latter. But now, as Ron and Harry are walking outside, we come to our next omission, and the main change of this week, the removal of Hagrid's giant secret. And when I say giant secret, I mean that literally. You see, in the movies, we're never clearly told why Hagrid is so massive. Sure, we meet Grop later on and can put together some of the pieces, but it's still never directly mentioned. Well, in the books, it's the same up until this point. In fact, we learn later in these pages that Ron always assumed Hagrid got hit by a bad engorgement charm as a kid. But what is actually revealed in this chapter is that Hagrid is half-giant. So how does this happen and why does it matter? Well, as for the how, we read that Harry and Ron were walking along when they overheard the husky voice of Hagrid talking to Madame Maxime. Harry and Ron quickly hid in a bush nearby and eavesdrop as Hagrid slowly revealed to Madame Maxime that his mother left when he was younger. In fact, this part of the conversation is similar to a scene we see earlier in the movie. But the key difference is that the whole time, Hagrid is trying to pry something out of Madame Maxime. He keeps saying things like, "I never thought I'd meet another one," and that the moment he saw her, he knew. Madame Maxime gets increasingly uncomfortable with each comment from Hagrid, and she finally asks him what he's saying. And that is when things fall apart, as he says that he knows she is a half-giant. She is greatly offended by this, shouting at him, "How dare you?" and that she's big-boned, and other things like that. She then stomps off, leaving Hagrid alone outside. Obviously, Madame Maxime is a half-giant, but she doesn't want to admit it. Why? Well, that brings us to the second question, which Harry has as well. After sneaking off, Ron explains to Harry that giants are just vicious and bad. He has a hard time putting it into words, but we get the idea that if people knew Hagrid was a half-giant, they would treat him differently. Ron explains that giants are almost completely extinct because wizards wiped them out. It isn't until the next chapter that we see the full effect of this, as Rita Skeeter releases an article in the Daily Prophet outing Hagrid as a half-giant. And the impact is a lot bigger than you'd think, with Hagrid nearly quitting his job at Hogwarts. Personally, I understand that they had to cut certain subplots for time in the movies, but this detail about Hagrid is very important. In the next book, we learn that Hagrid and Madame Maxime actually go off and try to talk to the other giants after Voldemort's return. It's a whole giant plotline through the rest of the series that is all kickstarted by this moment. But I guess the movies just thought it was too big to fit into their timeline. Okay, I'll see myself out. Anyway, let me know what you think about this omission in the comments below. Before we wrap things up, there are just two more small changes. First, Harry doesn't have another dream about the Riddle House like they show here in the movie. And second, Cedric gives Harry the clue about the egg before they head to bed the night of the Yule Ball. It's then after Harry catches back up to Ron that he sees Hermione and him having a massive argument, which is similar to what we see in the closing of the Yule Ball scene in the movie. Picking up with where we left off last week, with Cedric giving Harry the tip about taking a bath with the egg, the movie hard cuts to Harry doing just that. At first, he doesn't have much luck, But after Moaning Myrtle appears and creeps on him, he finally figures out that he has to stick the egg under the water. Then after listening to the clue, he sits there and figures out part of it. And then the movie hard cuts to the library, but we aren't going to get into that today. For now, we're just focusing on chapters 24 and 25. And with that being said, let's dive into things by starting with our first three categories of characters, timeline, and location. Now, since I don't have actual scenes to really compare these two, I'm gonna just name off the general people who don't get included anywhere in the movie really. And those people would be Professor Grubbly-Plank, Ludo Bagman, Bertha Jorkins, Aberforth, Peeves, and Friedwulfa. As we'll see, Professor Grubbly-Plank is Hagrid's temporary replacement while he is hiding in his hut. Ludo Bagman is the head of magical games and sports at the Ministry. Bertha Jorkins is a woman who ventured into Albania and was captured by Wormtail. Voldemort then interrogated her and got crucial information from her that aids in his master plan to return, and then he killed her using her murder to create his final Horcrux, Nagini. Then moving on, we have Aberforth, who is obviously Dumbledore's brother, and it's the first mention that we get of him. A quite funny one, I might add, as Dumbledore jokes about Aberforth not being able to read. And finally, Peeves is the poltergeist we all know and love from Hogwarts, and Friedwulfa is Hagrid's giantess mother. Anyway, moving on to timeline, we don't have much to discuss other than the fact that the movie cuts out several weeks of content. Specifically, they cut out everything from Christmas until about a week into the second term of school. And lastly, the only location I think worth mentioning as an omission is the Three Broomsticks, as the book discusses a Hogsmeade trip that the trio took in these chapters, but the movie doesn't show any of that. And in order to make this a more organized description of the events the movie didn't include, I'm gonna break it down into 6 main parts, which span both chapters 24 and 25. First up in that list of 6 parts is the introduction, which in typical rolling writing style includes Harry's inner dialogue and a quick recap of the time since the Yule Ball. This is where we learn about several details, large and small, that round out the narrative as a whole. First, Harry learns from Hermione, whose hair is back to being bushy, that she used liberal amounts of Sleek Easy's hair potion for the Yule Ball. But she tells Harry that it isn't worth the effort to use that potion every day. Harry also notes that Ron and Hermione had gone back to being friendly with one another, but perhaps in an oddly formal tone. On top of this, Harry and Ron fill Hermione in on the conversation between Madame Maxime and Hagrid that they overheard the night before. Hermione isn't surprised, as she tells them that she assumed Hagrid was a half-giant, and she didn't seem to see a problem with it, although Ron was adamant that it's not good. Soon, the days began to roll by, and everyone realized that they needed to get to their holiday homework, which they had neglected over the Christmas break. And Harry, who had the second task looming in the distance, tried to figure out his egg every time he went into his dorm room. He yelled at it, asked it questions, and even threw it across the room at one point, but he still couldn't figure it out. Remember, he had received a hint from Cedric at the end of the Yule Ball, but Harry was very reluctant to take Cedric's advice. For starters, Harry was a little bitter that Cedric couldn't just be straightforward with him and tell him the answer to the egg. And in addition to that, Harry really disliked Cedric at the moment for continuing to go out with Cho. But eventually, Harry will break down and give Cedric's clue about the bath a try. However, that doesn't come until the next chapter. So what is this chapter all about? Well, as you can see from the title of the chapter, this is when we learn about Rita Skeeter's scoop. But what is it? Well, that brings us to our second section of this analysis, which is all about this giant scandal. We read that the first day of the new term was quickly upon them, and they had Care of Magical Creatures class with the Slytherins down at Hagrid's hut. But when they showed up, there was no Hagrid there. There was just an old lady who introduced herself as Professor Grubbly-Plank. It actually turned out that this was their best class yet, as their new professor showed them a unicorn, which is extremely rare to see in person. But Harry wasn't impressed. Instead, he was concerned about his friend and pressed Grubbly-Plank on the whereabouts of Hagrid. She refused to give him any information though, and simply said that Hagrid was currently indisposed. It wasn't until later on that Harry got his answer from Draco Malfoy, who was more than eager to show him the new Daily Prophet article by Rita Skeeter. Titled Dumbledore's Giant Mistake, Rita wrote all about how Hagrid is a half-giant and is endangering the students of Hogwarts. The article said that Hagrid had a twisted nature and loved to terrorize the students, which is why he took on the position of Care of Magical Creatures professor, and made his students take care of animals that hurt them. Draco Malfoy gave a quote saying that a hippogriff maimed him, and a flobberworm bit Crabbe. Plus, Draco added on that no one likes Hagrid, which is completely false, as only the Slytherins seem to have a problem with him. Then, after class, Parvati Patil mentioned that she enjoyed it and hopes Grubbly Plank stays. But Harry is livid at this. He gets even more upset when Hermione also shares Parvati's view of the class, and he shoves the article in her face. Hermione is then also upset after reading the article, and the trio try to think of how in the world Rita Skeeter could have found out about this secret, as Hagrid has only told Madame Maxime by the looks of it. Of course, if you've read the books, then you know what ends up happening, and that Rita has a secret and illegal way of finding out information, but I'll save that for a future episode. The trio then decide to go to Hagrid, and later that day they head down to his hut, but he doesn't answer them at all. And on that note, we can head into section 3 of today's analysis, which is all about the trio's trip to Hogsmeade and their time in the Three Broomsticks. You see, after having no luck with Hagrid, the trio continued with their classes, and Professor Grubbly Plank continued with teaching. It seemed like Harry would never see his friend Hagrid again, and on top of that, Harry was so annoyed and fed up with this whole egg business. Hermione kept bugging him to work on it, so he simply lied to her and said that he had almost cracked it. Eventually, the opportunity to go to Hogsmeade came up, and the trio took advantage of it. In Harry's mind, he thought maybe they'd run into Hagrid and be able to persuade him to come back to Hogwarts. On the way to Hogsmeade, they walked past the lake and spotted Victor Crumb doing swan dives into the lake from the Durmstrang boat. Harry and Ron both thought he was mad, but Ron was hopeful that the squid might do him in. Eventually, they got to the Three Broomsticks, and the first person they saw wasn't Hagrid, but Ludo Bagman. At this point in the story, we're starting to get an icky feeling for Bagman, and this moment seems to continue that thread as Harry spots him talking to some unpleasant-looking goblins. They seem to want something from him, and Ludo conveniently uses Harry as an excuse to leave them. He comes over to Harry and asks for a private word, away from Hermione and Ron. Then they discuss a few key things. First, Barty Crouch comes up, and Harry learns that Barty isn't just busy at the Ministry, as Percy had said at the Yule Ball, but he's actually sick and hasn't been in his office for weeks. He's simply been writing owls to Percy, who is taking care of all of his business. This is a crucial point to the Barty Crouch subplot, as we later learn of Barty Sr.'s demise, but the movie removed almost the entirety of this narrative. Additionally, Ludo and Harry discuss Bertha Jorkins, and Ludo says that he has people looking for her, and it's most odd for her to be missing this long. Of course, as I mentioned in the character section, Bertha is long dead and was used by Voldemort to collect vital information. Then, after getting those topics out of the way, Ludo brings up what he really wanted to discuss with Harry, and that is the tournament. He congratulates Harry once again for his work with the dragon, and then again offers Harry some under-the-table assistance, as technically it's illegal for him to offer aid to a Triwizard champion. Harry is put off by this, as he feels like there's an underlying motive. He also sticks up for Cedric, even though he doesn't want to, and asks Ludo if he's offered Cedric any help. Ludo sheepishly says no, and is slightly offended at Harry denying his offer for a second time. Thankfully for Harry, the Weasley twins show up in the pub and scare Ludo off. This is also a recurring theme, as Ludo seems to not want to talk to the twins, which we'll learn about that in a later chapter. But this isn't it for a section right here in the Three Broomsticks, as this trip wraps up with none other than Rita Skeeter walking through the doors. They overhear her talking about Ludo Bagman, who has just walked out, and Hermione is outraged by this woman's ability to turn anyone's life into a horrible story for her own gain. Harry loudly asks Rita if she's trying to ruin someone else's life, and Rita jumps all over this opportunity to ask Harry some questions. Of course, Harry refuses to give an interview, and Hermione calls Rita out for being a horrible woman. Although Hermione doesn't avenge Hagrid right here, later in the book, Hermione is the one who busts Rita for her illegal activity, which is one of the most satisfying parts of the book. Anyway, this takes us into our fourth section of today's analysis, as after leaving the Three Broomsticks, the trio head back to Hagrid's hut, more determined than ever to get him to answer the door. They bang on it and yell through the door, and are shocked when Dumbledore is the one who answers. As it turns out, Dumbledore had been there himself to try to comfort Hagrid. And when that didn't work, Dumbledore demanded Hagrid get back to work the next week and refused his resignation. The trio comforted Hagrid by telling him how horrible Rita Skeeter is and how they don't care if he's a half-giant. And eventually, Hagrid opened up and spoke to them, and compared himself to Harry with no mom or dad. Then he looked at Harry seriously and told him to win the Triwizard Tournament on behalf of the outcasts and those in the Wizarding Society who are looked down upon. And after Hagrid asked how he was getting on with the egg, Harry couldn't bring himself to tell Hagrid that he's made no progress. So once again, he lied and said he's really close to figuring it out. And that is when he decided that enough was enough and he might as well give Cedric's hint a try. Which brings us to our second to last section of today's video, which is actually the only part of these chapters that has a corresponding scene, and that is Harry's time in the prefect's bathroom. I actually won't go into detail with this, but I will mention a couple of things the movie left out. Harry went to the bathroom late at night and therefore took the invisibility cloak with him, but he also took the Marauder's map. That way he could see if Filch or anyone else would be lurking about. On top of this, I've got to say that the prefect's bathroom in the book sounds a lot cooler. It even has a diving board, and the magical water and soaps that they get for a bath are pretty cool. And believe it or not, Moaning Myrtle in the book is just as creepy as in the movie. So that's actually accurate. What's not accurate is the aftermath of this bath, once Harry is heading back to the dorms. And that brings us to the sixth and final section of today's analysis. You see, all that Hagrid stuff wrapped up chapter 24, and chapter 25 is called The Egg and the Eye. As you can guess, half of it is dedicated to Harry and the bath, in which he figures out the egg's clue. But what does the eye mean? Well, we read that as Harry was about to leave the prefect's bathroom, he checked the Marauder's map to see if the coast was clear, and this is when he saw something very interesting: a name in Snape's office. But not just any name, the name of Bartemius Crouch. But how is that possible? After all, Harry had just learned from Ludo Bagman that Crouch was not feeling well and was at home. Harry hesitated, thinking if he should ignore it and go back to his dorms. But his curiosity got the better of him, and he turned around to go snoop on Snape's office. Well, while Harry was on his way, he was going down a staircase, and his leg fell right through a trick step which usually got Neville as a victim. Harry wobbled, and the golden egg, still wet from the bath, slipped out of his arms, banging loudly down the stairs. All Harry could do was stay put as he was firmly stuck in the trick stair. Thankfully, he was under the invisibility cloak, but he'd lost the egg and the map, which also fell from his hands. And since the Marauder's map was now out of reach, he couldn't wipe it clean. Almost immediately, the voice of Filch rang down the hall, and he was soon upon Invisible Harry. Having found the egg, Filch was convinced that Peeves had stolen it from one of the champions, and had yet to see the map. Harry thought he might be in the clear until Snape appeared. Snape was livid, but for a different reason. He had passed his office and found the torches lit and his cupboard door ajar. Thankfully for Harry, Snape demands that Filch come with him to search for the intruder. But Filch is reluctant, as he really wants to nail Peeves for this crime. In this moment of hesitation, Moody appears and asks what's going on. Before Snape can stop him, Filch tells Moody everything, and Moody notices Harry on the ground with his magical eye. Snape tells Moody that it's not important and is obviously suspicious of this new professor, seeming to think that he could have been the intruder in his office. After some back and forth, Snape goes to leave, but before he can, Moody points out the parchment on the ground, thinking that it's Snape's. Harry wildly motions from under the cloak so that Moody can see that the parchment is his, and Moody quickly uses Accio to snatch it up before Snape can get to it. Unfortunately, Snape had seen what it was, and putting two and two together, he immediately knew that Potter was involved. After all, what are the odds that the egg and the map would be in the same place? So Snape obviously assumed that Harry had been in his office to steal potion supplies again. And since the trio had already done this a couple of years prior, it's a fair guess. Thankfully, Moody covered for Harry, and after getting Snape to leave, he and Harry spoke. Harry told him about how he saw Barty Crouch on the map, and this seemed to freak Moody out, and rightly so, as we know that this isn't the real Mad-Eye Moody at all, and the map can see through this deception. With some quick thinking though, Moody makes up some tale about how Barty Crouch is one of the fiercest dark wizard hunters, and makes Harry overthink everything that he knows about Crouch and Snape. Then Moody asks to borrow the map, and Harry, in a position where he can't really say no, agrees to let the professor have it. And that is where the chapter ends. Picking up with where we left off in the last episode, with Harry figuring out the golden egg in the prefect's bathroom, the movie cuts to the trio in the library as they try to figure out how Harry will hold his breath underwater for an hour. Before they can do much, Moody arrives and takes Hermione and Ron to McGonagall's office, leaving Harry alone. Before he departs though, Moody assigns Neville to help Harry put his books away, and during this moment, Neville tells Harry about gillyweed. The movie then cuts to the next morning as the second task is about to begin, and Neville hands Harry some gillyweed. He then eats it before Moody shoves him into the water, and we watch as gills grow on his neck and webbing grows on his hands and feet. Then Harry does a quick flip and swims down into the water. Eventually he finds where the hostages are being kept by the merpeople and unties Ron's foot. However, he doesn't want to leave the others, so he tries to free Hermione as well. The mermaids stop him though, and Harry watches as Cedric arrives to take Cho. Victor Crumb then shows up as a shark head and bites Hermione free and then takes her, leaving Harry there with Ron and Gabrielle, Fleur's sister. Earlier on in the scene, we saw Fleur get taken by some Grindylows, and Harry sees that she isn't coming. So with merpeople scared off by Victor the shark, Harry frees Gabrielle and takes her and Ron to the surface. Before he can get there though, some Grindylows attack him and drag him down. He shoves Ron and Gabrielle to the surface, but he gets pulled down and just barely escapes after zapping the creatures. Then shooting above the water, he lands on the deck of the stands. We see Fleur kiss him and Ron in gratitude for saving her sister, and Dumbledore eventually awards each champion their placement. Cedric gets first, Harry gets second, Crumb third, and Fleur fourth. And that is where our scene ends for this week. So let's kick off our changes by looking at our first three categories of characters, timeline, and location. Starting off with characters, we have quite a few changes. First, for omissions, we're missing Moaning Myrtle, Dobby, Ludo Bagman, the Mer Chieftainess, and Madam Pince. Then for our additions, we see Barty Crouch Sr. when he shouldn't be there, as in the book he's supposedly sick at home. Plus, we see Rita Skeeter, even though we learn that she was specifically not at the second task, probably because she's banned from the school grounds. This doesn't really come into play this week, but in the next episode we'll be covering a chapter which discusses her next article, and in that article she mentions something that was said between Victor and Hermione at the task. Hermione remarks that it's impossible for Rita to have heard her because she wasn't there at the second task, and Victor told her this in secret, but in the movie we see her and her photographer standing right there. Of course, this entire Rita Skeeter subplot is removed anyway, so the movie didn't care about this. But I can't wait to discuss it in future episodes as Rita's secret is revealed, so stay tuned for that. Now moving on to timeline, we really don't have any crazy changes. Of course, per usual, the week leading up to the task was condensed for the sake of saving time in the movie. But in the chapter, we learn about multiple classes and the stress of trying to figure out how to breathe underwater all week. Finally, our location category only has a couple of changes. First, the stands for the students and the judges to watch was actually on the shoreline, not out in the middle of the lake. And second, the hostages were held in the city square of the Merpeople's village in the lake. That's right, they have a whole city down there, which really doesn't get shown in the movie, as it just looks like the ancient remains of some structures, not a town. First up, we once again have a classic J.K. Rowling intro in which we hear about multiple events in a sort of rapid-fire way. This time, it's not as rapid-fire as usual, but still, there are three key things that happen at the beginning of this chapter that don't make their way into the movie. First, we learn about their charms class, which is where the chapter picks up. In this specific class, they're practicing banishing charms. If you remember from earlier in the book, they practiced summoning charms in the first semester, which is why Harry knew Accio so well, and now they're doing the opposite of that in the second half of the school year. This was the best place to talk as a trio because they couldn't be overheard by others, as everybody was separated throughout the classroom and having lots of fun tossing things around. Neville even accidentally banished Professor Flitwick, sending him flying across the room. We read that as Hermione perfectly performed the charm over and over, as usual, Harry told her and Ron about what had just happened the night before when he had almost been caught heading back from the prefect's bathroom. This is another key moment that isn't in the movie, but I talked about it in the last episode, so if you want to learn more, go check out that video. Anyway, Harry tells Ron and Hermione about how Moody saved him and also how he saw Barty Crouch's name in Snape's office. Harry's assumption is that Barty is investigating Snape. Once again, Snape is Harry's first guess for anything bad happening at Hogwarts. After this charms class, Harry goes on and sends an owl to Sirius, telling him about the night before and explaining the Moody Snape incident. Remember, Sirius had asked Harry to let him know if anything strange happens, and that certainly was strange. Sadly, it's only after sending his letter off that Harry realizes he never asked Sirius how to hold his breath underwater for an hour. So he, Hermione, and Ron are left to research it themselves all week. We learn about one of their study sessions as Ron suggested Harry use Accio to summon an Aqualung from the nearest Muggle town, but Hermione quickly denied that option as she said that Muggles would notice a set of tanks flying across town. They study some more and eventually get a reply from Sirius. He asks for them to send the dates of their next Hogsmeade trip, and they do, right before heading off to Care of Magical Creatures class. And this is the third thing from the beginning of the chapter that was removed, as the trio go to class and Hagrid is finally back to teaching as he's somewhat recovered from the whole giant scandal with Rita Skeeter. Seeming to want to win back the affection of the students, he has a baby unicorn to show them instead of blast-ended Scroots. Hagrid and Harry speak during the class, with Hagrid checking in on the youngest champion and stating his confidence in Harry to win. Once again, the guilt weighs down on Harry as he can't bring himself to tell Hagrid that he's got no clue how to survive the next task. Which brings us to our next change. You see, what we see in the movie with the trio studying in the library is somewhat accurate. That's what happens next in the chapter as they go back to keep looking for an answer to the breathing underwater situation. But as you can see, they skipped over quite a bit, which is what we just covered in the first change. But there's a tiny bit of truth for a split second in the movie as we get a glimpse of Hermione and Ron trying to help Harry the night before the second task. But it is short-lived, as we almost immediately have another change, and that is that Fred and George are the ones who come to get Ron and Hermione, telling them that McGonagall is wanting them to come to her office. And that brings us to another omitted section, as Harry stays and continues to study. It's not like the movie where Neville helps Harry put his books away. Harry stays all the way until 8 o'clock when Madame Pince, the librarian, kicks him out. Then he goes to the Gryffindor common room and studies more there. Then, after everyone else has gone to bed, Harry feels incredible guilt and shame as he pictures what everyone will say once he shows up the next morning and admits that he can't participate in the task. Determined to not let everyone down, he puts on the invisibility cloak and heads back to the library. He then studies a bit more under the cover of his cloak, but eventually falls asleep right there. We read about a funny dream he has as he imagines a mermaid holding his firebolt and taunting him with it as he tries to snatch it from her but fails repeatedly. Then in the dream, the mermaid starts poking him with the broomstick and he can feel it. Suddenly, he hears the voice of someone familiar telling him to wake up as they poke him. Which takes us into our next change, and that is Dobby. That's right, Dobby wakes up Harry in the library and tells him that it is 9:20, just 10 minutes before the next task. Dobby says that Harry must get down to the lake immediately to save his Wheezy, which Harry finds out means Weasley. But that's not all. You know how I said Neville never helped Harry put his books away like the movie shows? Well, Neville never even helped Harry figure out Gillyweed. That was all Dobby. Dobby tells Harry how he overheard McGonagall and Moody talking in the teacher's lounge about the task, and Moody mentioned Gillyweed. Then Dobby hands Harry some Gillyweed, and Harry runs down to the lake, making it with barely any time to spare, which, by the way, is another small change. In the movie, Harry and Neville walk to the lake with all the time in the world, but in the book, Harry almost sleeps through the second task, and if it wasn't for Dobby, he definitely would have. And with that, here are 3 more small changes we can do rapid fire. First, he and the other champions enter the lake from the shore. Second, Harry doesn't do a flip after growing his gills. In fact, it's a not-so-pretty transformation, but after he figures out what's happening, he sets out to find his treasure that's been stolen. At this point, he knows it is Ron because Dobby revealed that Harry needed to go save his Wheezy. And third, after setting out, he gets attacked by Grindylows almost immediately. In the movie, they save this for the end when he's bringing Ron and Fleur's sister to the surface. But in the book, it's right at the start and almost kills him right then and there. Anyway, moving on to the next change, another crucial detail the movie removed is the fact that Moaning Myrtle is the one who guides Harry to the right place where Ron and the other hostages are being held. Technically, she doesn't take him all the way there, but as Harry is working his way through the lake, Myrtle appears and points him in the right direction, saying that she won't get too close because the merpeople aren't nice to her. This is an incredible detail, as in the movie, Harry seems to just find Ron and the others by chance, which is pretty insane given how big the lake is. And speaking of the merpeople and the hostages, we need to address the rescue itself, as it's quite different in the book. First of all, Harry doesn't have anything to use to free the treasures from their bonds, so he at first tries to take one of the merpeople's weapons. They refuse and simply laugh at him, so he goes down and grabs a jagged rock. He then uses the rock to cut Ron free. But similarly to the movie, he doesn't want to leave the others, because so far, no other champions have appeared. And let's be clear here that in the book, Harry actually thinks that if the hostages aren't rescued, they will stay at the bottom of the lake forever and die. After all, that's what the egg's clue said. So that's why he's determined to save all 4 people. But just like the movie, the mermen stop him from saving Hermione and the others. Thankfully, Cedric eventually shows up and frees Cho, and then he mouths to Harry that Fleur and Victor are coming, so he better get a move on. At this, Harry is relieved and waits to see Victor arrive to take Hermione. However, this is another detail changed about the rescue, as Harry actually has to give Victor his jagged rock so he can cut Hermione free. You see, Harry watched at first as Victor tried biting her free, but he was worried that he'd accidentally bite Hermione in the process. So Victor used the jagged rock, freed Hermione, and then left. Harry waited some more, anxious for Fleur to arrive, but when she didn't come, he acted. Once again, the merman tried to stop him from saving Gabrielle, but Harry at this point wasn't going to put up with it. So he raised his wand and threatened the merpeople to leave on the count of 3. Sure enough, they did, and he freed both Ron and Gabrielle, taking them to the surface. He then arrived just as his gills disappeared, with the merpeople trailing behind him. And this brings us to our final change for this scene, which has to do with the scoring. Technically, the movie didn't change much other than the fact that the scores in the book are point-based, not place-based. Cedric gets 47 points, Victor 40, and Fleur 25. But Harry had arrived outside the time limit and he was last. What the movie doesn't include is the fact that the Merchieftess came up and personally spoke with Dumbledore. Harry overheard them speaking in Mermish, and afterwards, Dumbledore announces that Harry is receiving 45 points for moral fiber. And the only reason he's receiving 45 is because one judge, meaning Karkaroff, isn't on board with giving him 50. Evidently, the merpeople had explained to the judges that Harry had arrived way before the other champions, and was so determined to save everyone that he was willing to fight the mermen to do it. At first, Ron and Hermione were mad at Harry for trying to save everyone and thinking that Dumbledore actually would have let them die at the bottom of the lake. Harry did feel stupid, realizing that there's no way the judges would have let that happen. But hey, he's a Gryffindor for a reason. Always gotta be the hero, you know? Anyway, after Harry received his score, it became a joke with Ron making fun of Harry for his outstanding moral fiber. This score is what then tied Cedric and Harry leading into the final task, and is what ultimately had them both entering the maze at the same time. Of course, we've still got a bit before we get there, so be sure to subscribe and stay tuned for future episodes. Picking up from the end of the second task, we see Harry get taken aside by Barty Crouch and they make awkward conversation before getting interrupted by Mad-Eye Moody. Moody makes a comment to Crouch and then flicks his tongue out, which catches Crouch by surprise. Barty then runs off abruptly, leaving Moody there with Harry. But do we get any more info? No, why would they do something like give us context? Instead, the movie cuts straight to Hagrid, Hermione, Ron, and Harry, all walking through the woods, and I don't really know why. I mean, it's kind of dark out, and Hermione still has a towel on like this is immediately after the second task, so you're telling me they're just now walking back? But it's dark? And no one else is around? I don't know. It doesn't make much sense. But anyway, Hagrid is praising Harry, but suddenly Harry finds Barty Crouch lying in the woods dead. Then the movie cuts again to Harry making his way to Dumbledore's office and overhearing the headmaster speaking with Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Dumbledore is upset with Fudge and essentially calls him a coward, but before things can go further, Moody tells them that Harry is eavesdropping outside. And that's as far into these scenes as we're going today, because in the next episode, we'll cover the memory of Karkaroff's trial. So now let's dive into these first three categories of characters, timeline, and location. First up, we have characters, which is a list so long that it won't even fit on the screen. So I'm just going to highlight the important figures here. First, we're missing Sirius. As we'll soon cover, there's a whole chapter dedicated to the trio visiting Sirius outside of Hogsmeade, but in the movie he got completely cut. Second, we're missing various other students like Draco, Pansy, Crabbe and Goyle, and Padma Patil. On top of this, we're also missing Hogwarts staff like Snape, McGonagall, Trelawney, and Professor Binns. Next, there's Percy, who weasels his way into almost every chapter of this book, but that's mainly because he takes over for Barty Crouch after his disappearance. Thinking that his boss is just taking a well-deserved vacation, Percy is more than happy to assume command. And lastly, we're missing Bertha Jorkins, who of course isn't physically present, but is mentioned once again. Now moving on to timeline, we have a convoluted mess this week. But to keep it basic, all you need to realize is that the second task was on February 24th, and the third task was on June 24th. So, enough said. And finally, before we head into the meat and potatoes of our breakdown, we have location, which similarly to characters has a boatload of places to mention. However, for the sake of time, here are the main two. First, we're missing Hogsmeade. Like I said earlier, the trio go to Hogsmeade and then visit Sirius near there. And second, the movie removes the castle and all the included locations therein. What I mean by this is that during those 4 months of waiting in between tasks, Harry has classes and lives a normal life, which we read about in these chapters. But because the movie cuts out these 4 months, all of those locations are cut. Simple places like Snape's dungeon, the Great Hall, and Hagrid's hut are all removed despite them being key locations for this part of Harry's year. Of course, to see why they're key locations, we need to head into our final section, which is plot, aka chapter breakdowns for this week. Like I mentioned earlier, diving into dense chapters like these and comparing them to the movie can get a little intense. If I actually counted one by one, I'd have over 100 differences to go through, which is why it's easiest just to break things down chapter by chapter. And to make things easier, you should look at this as 3 main sections, aka the 3 main chapters. First is chapter 27, which covers the trio's visit with Sirius. Second is chapter 28 and discusses Barty Crouch, and third is chapter 29, which highlights another dream that Harry has. But the reason I call them sections is because inside of these chapters, there are overarching themes with dozens of tidbits to be picked out. So let's start off with chapter 27, which is titled Padfoot Returns, and dive right into the first page, which tells us all about the aftermath of the second task. The first thing we read is that Ron is loving life, as he finally is in the spotlight with everyone wanting to hear about what it was like to be a hostage in the lake. After a week of embellishing the story little by little, Ron eventually got to a point where he was telling people that he fought off 50 mer people who had to beat him into submission before tying them up. It's not until Hermione makes a snarky remark at him for this exaggeration that he backed off to the original version of being put to sleep before being taken to the lake. The chapter then goes into March, which was windy and dry, but it at least held some excitement as they heard back from Sirius, who told them to meet him in Hogsmeade. Harry was of course livid at this, afraid that Sirius was risking too much by coming close to civilization. Remember, Sirius is still considered a criminal by the wizarding world. But before their meeting with Sirius, they first have to survive through one more class on Friday, which is double potions. And unfortunately, it's more torturous than usual. Why? Well, Pansy Parkinson and the other Slytherins are waiting for the trio to arrive at class and show Hermione the newest Rita Skeeter article in Witch Weekly. This article talks all about Harry Potter's secret heartache, as Rita claims that Hermione has broken Harry's heart by taking an interest in Victor Crumb. Surprisingly, Hermione brushes this off for the time being, but unfortunately, Snape notices them reading the magazine in class, takes it, and reads the article aloud for all to hear. Then, after the trio are thoroughly embarrassed, Snape separates them with Harry being taken up next to the teacher's desk. Then we read about two key points. First, Snape confronts Harry about stealing supplies from his office once again, boomsling skin and gillyweed to be precise. Harry denies stealing either of them, and in a way, it's the truth. Harry thinks Dobby must have stolen the gillyweed, and Hermione took the boomsling skin back in their second year. Little does Harry know that this is actually a telltale sign of the Polyjuice potion Barty Crouch Jr. is making on a regular basis. This moment is actually shown in the movie after the pensive scene, but in a completely different context, not at class. And speaking of which, in that same scene in the movie, we see Karkaroff speaking to Snape in the potion supply closet. Funnily enough, the second key point that takes place after Snape moves Harry in the book is Karkaroff barging in and demanding to speak to Snape during class. Snape obviously isn't interested, but Karkaroff insists, and Harry eavesdrops as Karkaroff tells Snape that something on his arm has grown clearer. I'll probably address this in the next episode, but a difference here is that in the book, Harry doesn't see what's on Karkaroff's arm, whereas in the movie, he does. Anyway, the potions class wraps up, and the book fast forwards to the next day as the trio head to Hogsmeade. And before heading to the spot where they're supposed to meet Sirius, they stop by a shop to buy some gross-looking socks for Dobby. But eventually, they meet up with Sirius in his dog form, and he leads them to a cave where he and Buckbeak are staying. Remember, I can't cover this word for word, so it's best that you go read their entire conversation for yourself or listen to it on Audible, because it's many, many pages long. But to summarize it, Sirius tells them about Barty Crouch and his son. This is the time in the book when we finally learn about the history of Barty Crouch Jr. The trio learn about how Barty Crouch Sr. sentenced his own son to Azkaban, and then the son died shortly after being put in. No one knew if the son was actually guilty, and Barty Crouch was a ruthless judge who vied for the position of minister. After the son died in Azkaban, though, the people's opinion turned on Barty, and Fudge got the job. Sirius isn't surprised that Barty Crouch was seen on the map snooping through Snape's office, but Sirius isn't fully trusting of Barty either. Sirius is also very confused why Winky the house elf was saving a seat for Barty during the World Cup, but Barty never sat in the seat. And then Crouch fired Winky shortly after. After this talk about Barty Crouch Sr., they briefly talk about Bertha Jorkins, who Sirius recalls as a witch who had a knack for gossip and could never keep her mouth shut, which makes sense as we later find out her fate at the hands of Voldemort. But on that note, their time is up and they must head back to the castle, leaving Sirius there in the cave. Oh, and gross but fun fact is that we learned Sirius had been eating rats to stay alive. So from that point on, Harry sent Sirius packages of food for him and Buckbeak. And now that brings us to our next big section, which is all about Barty Crouch. I do find it interesting because the corresponding movie scenes that we discussed earlier do focus on Barty Crouch as well, but it's just a shallow and lacking version of what the book gives. I mean, just in that first chapter with the conversation with Sirius, we learn 10 times more about Barty than the movie ever shows. I know I didn't cover it all, but Sirius tells the trio about Barty's political career, his family life, and more, and it isn't over yet. Now, just for some context, remember that Barty Crouch is supposedly sick at home right now, overworked and taking a much-needed rest. Percy Weasley, as his right-hand man, has taken over operations at the Ministry and is being sent owls from Barty with instructions for work, but no one has actually seen Barty Crouch in months. So now with that context, Chapter 28, which is titled The Madness of Mr. Crouch, picks up with the trio getting back to the castle and deciding to go to the kitchens to give their gift to Dobby. Plus, they figure they can get some food to mail to Sirius while they're there. So they head down to the kitchens, and after giving Dobby his gift, they see Winky clutching a bottle of butterbeer and swaying on her stool. Dobby whispers to them that she's been getting through 6 bottles a day now, and that may not seem like a bad thing, but butterbeer is like alcohol to house elves. It actually makes them drunk. Anyway, the trio go up to Winky and try to speak with her. Through broken speech and hiccups, they learn that Winky still thinks Barty Crouch is her master, even though she was fired, and she tells them that her master can't operate on his own. He has secrets that she keeps for him, and without her, he can't manage. But before they can get these secrets out of her, Winky falls off of her stool, hits the ground, and passes out snoring. Before leaving the kitchen, by the way, Hermione once again tries to persuade the house elves to stop living in slavery, but they're all angered at her message. They quickly shove food in Ron's hand and essentially kick the trio out of the kitchens. Even Dobby looks at Hermione and mumbles for her to leave him out of this, because the elves obviously aren't too happy with Dobby's choices. He's treated like an outcast because he gets pay from Dumbledore. So the trio are forced out without any more information, other than the fact that Winky told them she has dark secrets that she kept for Barty Crouch. Now, before the chapter picks back up on that thread, it dives into some regular school activities, which might seem pointless at first, but actually contain some really crucial moments for the subplots of this book. Specifically, at breakfast the next day, Hermione gets hate mail because of Rita Skeeter's article, with one letter even containing a liquid that causes her hand to swell up. Then after this, they have Care of Magical Creatures class, and Hagrid brings out Nifflers, which all the students have fun with. Ron is fascinated with these creatures who hunt for gold and money, but something interesting happens here. At one point, Hagrid tells Crabbe and Goyle not to bother stealing the gold that he buried because it's leprechaun gold and will disappear soon. Ron hears this and puts the pieces together that Harry never told him about the gold. Ron had paid Harry in leprechaun gold back at the World Cup, but Harry never told him that the gold disappeared. This annoys Ron, as Harry says that he didn't notice, and Ron says that he'd notice if a bunch of gold just disappeared on him. While this may seem unimportant, it's a good bit of character building for Ron, and it plays into Fred and George's subplot, which we'll hear about in a moment. Anyway, Hermione gets back from the hospital wing near the tail end of Hagrid's class, and she still is curious about how Rita Skeeter found out the information that she put in her article. After all, Rita isn't allowed on school grounds and wasn't at the second task, but somehow she knew the exact quotes that Victor had said to Hermione in private. Hermione vows to find out Rita's secret if it's the last thing she does. And boy oh boy do we see that come true later on, and perhaps Hermione's most cruel moment of the series. But that's a topic for a later episode. Now, to pick back up with the Barty Crouch plotline, the chapter goes on to tell us about how Harry had to go down to the Quidditch pitch along with the other champions to find out from Ludo Bagman what their third task would be. Of course, we know that it's the maze, and per usual, Ludo tried to pull Harry aside to give him advice, as he's done with both of the other tasks. However, before Ludo can take Harry away, someone else pulls him aside, and that person would be none other than Victor Krum. Why? Well, it seems that he too heard about the Rita Skeeter article, and he takes Harry into the forest to ask him a very important question. Are he and Hermione a thing? Harry insists that they aren't and tells Victor multiple times that he and Hermione are just friends. After this confirmation, Victor calms down a bit and compliments Harry on his flying, which immediately goes to Harry's head. And why not? After all, Victor is the best seeker in the world. But before they can start nerding out about Quidditch, Harry overhears something and pulls Victor behind cover. And then the unthinkable happens. Barty Crouch himself emerges from the woods and is mumbling to himself. He keeps giving out orders to an imaginary Percy Weasley and talking about his wife and son, who Harry had just learned are both dead. So obviously, Barty has gone mad, hence the name of the chapter. Victor is shocked and obviously doesn't handle these situations well, but Harry, who has been in multiple situations like this, takes charge and approaches Mr. Crouch. Suddenly, upon Harry's approach, Barty seems to snap out of it and grabs Harry, telling him that he must speak to Dumbledore immediately. He keeps repeating over and over that he's done a horrible thing and needs to speak to Dumbledore, but he won't let go of Harry. Eventually, Harry escapes Barty's grasp and assigns Victor to watch over the obviously insane Mr. Crouch. Leaving Victor, Harry runs up to the castle and fetches Dumbledore. But by the time he and Dumbledore get back down to the school grounds, where Victor was left, Crouch is gone. And not only is Barty Crouch gone, but Victor is stunned, completely knocked out on the ground. This all happens super fast, and eventually we have Hagrid and Karkaroff joining Harry, Dumbledore, and Victor. Karkaroff is livid, thinking that Dumbledore set this up and had someone attack his student. He even goes as far as to spit at Dumbledore's feet, which is a big mistake, as Hagrid grabs Karkaroff, lifts him up, and shoves him against a nearby tree, demanding that he apologize to Dumbledore. This is probably the angriest that we've seen Hagrid so far in the series, and it almost feels like he has a lot of pent-up emotion from the Rita article about him being a giant. And it also might be the author's way of trying to signal to us that he is a half-giant and has a bit of a temper sometimes, when in reality, this is quite out of character for Hagrid. Anyway, after letting Karkaroff go at Dumbledore's command, he takes Harry back to the castle and talks the whole way about how Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, and the whole lot are all bad. Remember, Hagrid is upset at Madame Maxime for how she reacted to him asking her about being a half-giant. And something that I haven't mentioned is that in these chapters, we get tidbits here and there about how Madame Maxime seems to be trying to win back Hagrid's affection, as she randomly would show up to his class or his hut and try to speak with him. But at this point, Hagrid has had his heart broken and isn't in a forgiving mood. Anyway, this is where the chapter ends, with Hagrid escorting Harry back to the castle, and Barty Crouch Sr. just having disappeared after having an ominous message for Dumbledore that he never got to deliver. As you can see, this is drastically different from the movie. Barty Crouch doesn't see Moody do a tongue flick because Barty has already disappeared weeks earlier. Barty Crouch's body isn't randomly found in the woods, he is found walking out of the woods looking insane and tells Harry that he's done something horrible. And then he disappears entirely, no body to be found. And in all of that mess, Victor Krum is attacked as well, causing a whole uproar from Karkaroff and the Durmstrang gang. Again, this is all nowhere to be found in the movie, and we aren't even done yet, as we have one final section, which is chapter 29. So let's not waste any time and jump right into this final chapter of today's analysis, which will reveal even more to us that never gets addressed in the movie. Unlike the film, the book doesn't cut straight to Harry going to Dumbledore's office. In fact, he doesn't do that until the end of this chapter, and he goes to Dumbledore's office for an entirely different reason than Barty Crouch's disappearance. The trio are actually told that they can do nothing about Crouch, and to put him out of their minds, allowing Harry to focus on the third task and prepare for that. So the trio do just that. They go to their classes, of course talking about the Crouch situation, but mainly focusing on Harry's upcoming maze task. But let's rewind a little bit because there's a little detail at the beginning of this chapter that I need to address. The trio go to the Owlery to update Sirius on the latest developments in this Barty Crouch situation, and while they're there, they overhear Fred and George walking up the steps. They stay quiet and eavesdrop as they hear the twins arguing with each other about sending a letter. The trio hear the words blackmail, Ministry of Magic, and nice fat payoff, amongst other things as well. Obviously, the twins are up to no good. But who are they blackmailing? Ron tries to confront them, but Fred and George won't tell. Spoiler alert, it's Ludo Bagman, and it has to do with some leprechaun gold that he gave them. But the trio don't know that yet, and they walk away wondering what type of trouble the twins are getting into this time. Anyway, after a while, Sirius replies to their letter and reprimands Harry for walking off in the dark with Victor Krum, telling Harry not to leave Gryffindor Tower unless he's with Ron or Hermione, and to definitely not go out after dark. So Harry obeys and starts to prepare for the third task by learning some hexes and spells to help him in the maze. And eventually, we read about a divination class in which Harry falls asleep, and while he's asleep, he has another dream. But this dream is different than the other ones that he's had because it shows Wormtail getting tortured by Voldemort because of some blunder that he's made. It ends with Harry on the floor of divination class screaming as if he were being tortured, and he wakes up with everyone surrounding him, and he goes straight to Dumbledore's office. Similarly to the movie, he overhears Fudge inside talking with Dumbledore, although not nearly as argumentative as the movie shows. Then Moody reveals Harry, and that is where the chapter ends, on a cliffhanger. So picking up from where we left off in the last episode, we see Harry hanging out in Dumbledore's office as Moody, Fudge, and Dumbledore all leave him alone in there. Harry grabs some of the candies Dumbledore mentioned before leaving, and one suddenly leaps up and bites his finger. This causes a whole mess as Harry drops the candies on the ground and bumps into the cabinet behind him. Because of this, Dumbledore's pensieve is revealed, and Harry sticks his face into it, falling into a memory. After realizing that it is a memory, Harry watched as Karkaroff is put on trial and testifies to the court about some names of Death Eaters. Harry sees that Barty Crouch is the judge, and Dumbledore is there along with Moody, Rita Skeeter, and some other notable names. Karkaroff has no luck with the first few names that he mentions, but eventually he gets to someone named Rookwood, who is still working at the Ministry. This isn't enough though for him to be allowed out of Azkaban, so Karkaroff offers up one last name, Barty Crouch Jr. This wizard happens to be present at the hearing and tries to run away but gets hit by a spell from Mad-Eye Moody. Barty Crouch Jr. then practically admits guilt as he resists arrest and acts creepy towards everybody. Barty Crouch Sr. is appalled and sends his son away, and Harry gets brought back out of the memory into Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore is standing there and they chat about the memory. Harry also shares about a dream that he's had multiple times, saying that he recognized Barty Crouch Jr. from it. Then, after leaving Dumbledore's office, Harry encounters Karkaroff and Snape in a hallway closet. Karkaroff is showing Snape something on his arm, and then he quickly leaves when Harry arrives. Harry tries to walk away quickly, but Snape calls to him and interrogates him about stealing ingredients from his potions closet. After threatening Harry with Veritaserum, the scene ends, and that wraps up what we're covering for today. So let's kick off our analysis by taking a look at the first three categories, which are character, timeline, and location differences. First up for characters, we're missing someone very important, Bellatrix Lestrange. That's right, all the way back in the fourth book, Harry gets a peek at one of his future enemies as Bellatrix and her gang are put up for trial. I'll explain more details about this later on, but again, the movie cut out 2 of the 3 memories Harry witnesses in the book version of the pensive scene. On top of Bellatrix's involvement, we're also missing Ludo Bagman, Barty Crouch's wife, and Bertha Jorkins. Now those are just the people who were missing, but there are some more character-related changes here when it comes to looks. First, Mad-Eye Moody wasn't actually Mad-Eye yet. In the book, he still had both of his eyes. And second, Barty Crouch Jr. was only a teenager in the book. He was not a fully grown man like what they seem to show in the movie. Again, I don't want to give away too much here because we'll cover more of this later on in the video. Next, we've got our timeline category, and there are 2 main changes. First, the Snape scene is actually from way before this. I believe we covered it in the last Movies vs. Manuscripts episode, so go watch that if you haven't already. Here's a brief refresher though. Harry got in trouble in potions class, Snape moved him to the front next to his desk, and he threatened Harry with Veritaserum there while all the other students were occupied. Then after this threat, Karkaroff barged in and demanded to speak with Snape. Because Harry was next to Snape's desk, he was able to eavesdrop, but he never saw Karkaroff's arm like the movie shows. After all, if Harry saw the dark mark on Karkaroff's arm, I think that would have caused more issues. This is an interesting choice to move this later on in the movie, and in the deleted scenes we see that they almost do this during the Yule Ball as well, but opted to just keep this scene. Personally, I think they just wanted a little more build-up before the third task started, so they were like, let's show the dark mark now to make things more ominous. Anyway, other than that, we have one other timeline issue, which is the fact that because we see multiple memories in the pensieve, we see that they are spaced apart in time. We don't really know how far apart they are, but it was enough time for Harry to notice a distinct physical difference in the appearance of Barty Crouch Sr. He looked young and lively in the first memory, but by the last one he was worn and exhausted. So it could have been months or years apart. And finally, our location category is short as most of the scene just takes place in Dumbledore's office. But there is one difference, and that is of course the fact that the Snape scene is actually in Snape's classroom in the book, not a random potions closet in some hallway. By the way, I don't even think this is where the potions ingredients were. I think they just reused a hallway set they'd already built for the film instead of just showing his classroom or his office. After all, if they did that, they'd probably have to rebuild a new set. To start things off this week, our first plot change comes right as Harry is approaching Dumbledore's office. It must be said that in the book, Fudge and Dumbledore aren't having a heated argument. Obviously, as we all know, Goblet of Fire Dumbledore in the movie is a bit fiery, but in the book, Dumbledore is still his calm self, even if he disagrees with Fudge's assertions. The key difference here, though, being that Fudge's assertion is that perhaps Madame Maxime is behind Barty Crouch's disappearance. Remember, unlike the movie, they don't find Barty Crouch dead in the book, he just disappears. Anyway, the reason Fudge thinks that it's Madame Maxime is because she is half giant. Now obviously, they couldn't have included this in the movie because they already left out that subplot from the book. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then go back and watch episodes 52 and 53 from a few weeks ago. Just a brief refresher though, Hagrid was outed as a half-giant, and in the wizarding world, there is a lot of prejudice against giants for being violent creatures, because they are. But being a half-giant doesn't mean you're violent. Obviously, Hagrid is one of the most peaceful people we know, unless you insult Dumbledore, that is. Anyway, after Harry gets caught eavesdropping and walks in, he speaks up and says that he doesn't think it could have been Madame Maxime because it would have been hard for her to hide so quickly. Dumbledore smiles at this as he is happy that Harry is on his side instead of Fudge's and is defending someone like Madame Maxime. Then Dumbledore escorts Fudge out as they go search the grounds for Barty Crouch one last time while Harry waits in the office. Which brings us to our next change. Dumbledore never mentions the candies. There are no candies in the book. Those are a movie special. Instead, Harry simply sits down in the office and examines the interesting gizmos and gadgets lying around. He says hi to Fawkes the Phoenix, sees the sorting hat in the Sword of Godric Gryffindor, and then he notices a faint glow coming from a basin nearby. He doesn't bump into the cabinet like the movie shows. The pensive was simply left out by Dumbledore on accident. Anyway, that leads into the next change, because something I always found very odd about the movie version is how quickly Harry puts his face into the pensive. In the book, he is much more cautious. After all, he's had 3 years of craziness to train him not to trust this kind of stuff. So he takes his wand out and prods the liquid memories. Suddenly, they swirl around and show him a courtroom view from above, as if he's looking through a skylight window. He tries to look around and see what's below, as he can tell there are people in there, but he can't see the walls. So he gets closer and tries to move his head side to side to get the biggest view. That's when he accidentally touches the tip of his nose to the liquid gas and gets sucked in. You know, as I was putting this episode together, it really struck me how rushed this whole scene is. We haven't even gotten to the memories themselves yet, but even in these short bits we've got cut dialogue, and Harry just practically diving into this unknown basin full of a strange liquid or gas or whatever it is. No hesitation. Anyway, now that we're into the memory itself, we have quite a few changes. First up, there's a quick one, and that is that there's no cage in the center of the room. Instead, it's a chair with chains on it. The version in the movie is a bit medieval. I get that wizards are behind on technology, but they don't really need a cage like that. I mean, we see people on the side there just tightening metal spikes to limit Karkaroff's movement. Did we forget we have magic? Y'all can just cast a spell to immobilize him or torture him. I don't think you need metal spikes. Also, no one shakes their hand through Harry. He simply figures out that he is in a memory after talking to Dumbledore with no response, and waving his hand in front of Dumbledore's face. He then recalls what it was like to be in Tom Riddle's diary, reliving his memory of the Chamber of Secrets. So Harry comes to the conclusion that he must be in another memory. Next, Karkaroff isn't raised into the cage because, as we addressed, there is no cage, so how does he appear? Well, he's brought in by 2 Dementors. Now, other than this being a simple change between the book and movie, it makes me think of a deeper meaning. You know how later in the series we see Dolores Umbridge keeping Dementors at bay while she conducts a trial on a Muggle-born witch at the Ministry? Well, this kind of reminds me of that. For the most part, nobody wants to get near Dementors. Wizard kind keeps them on Azkaban Island, which is home to the wizard prison. Even in the 3rd book, we see how extreme it is for Fudge to allow them to patrol elsewhere. And as soon as the Sirius Black stuff is wrapped up, the Dementors are sent straight back to Azkaban. Anyway, I find it interesting that the only 2 times we hear of Dementors at the Ministry are when a super strict Ministry official is conducting a trial on behalf of what they think is the greater good. Despite Umbridge and Barty Crouch having different beliefs regarding Muggles, they both are very similar archetypes. So I wonder if Dementors bringing wizards in for trial was normal, or if this was a specific thing they did while Barty Crouch was in power. Let me know what you think in the comments. Anyway, enough of that tangent, let's get back to the changes. Next, another small difference is that Harry notes Mad-Eye Moody is only Moody at this point. He still has both of his eyes, and when he says the Death Eater took a bit of me with him, he actually meant a chunk of his nose, not his eye. But for visual purposes, I can see why the movie would swap that tiny detail. And now, with those tiny details out of the way, we get into more of the meat and potatoes of those memories. Our next change is that there are indeed 3 memories instead of just the 1. For the most part, the first memory is a similar narrative to the movie, with Karkaroff giving names in exchange for his freedom. But obviously, it's kind of a combination of all 3 from the book to help condense time. In actuality, the book tells us that after Karkaroff gave the name Rookwood, he gets sent back to Azkaban while the Ministry deliberates and looks into this name. and we're left to assume that after the eventual arrest of Rookwood, Karkaroff obtained his freedom. Karkaroff does not give Barty Crouch Jr.'s name like the movie shows, that comes in a later memory. So what are these other two memories? Well, that brings us to our next couple of changes, which are the omissions of these crucial second and third memories. The first omission is the second memory, which is of none other than Ludo Bagman on trial. This is super interesting for book fans because we've seen Bagman all throughout this book. If you're not familiar with the books, the simple version is that Bagman works for the Ministry and organized the Triwizard Tournament. He also used to play professional Quidditch, which is the time period we see in this memory. A much younger and fitter Ludo Bagman is walked in, but not chained up, and we can tell that the crowd and jury are much in his favor as he is a celebrity in their world. Barty Crouch tries to sentence him to Azkaban for passing information to Voldemort through Rookwood, but Ludo Bagman claims that he had no idea Rookwood was on the dark side. Bagman simply thought that he was helping the Ministry, as Rookwood was a Ministry official. Ludo Bagman says that he wanted to eventually work in the Ministry someday and was hoping that helping Rookwood would get him a job later on. It's funny because after this comment, Barty Crouch leans over to Dumbledore and says that it'll be a sad day if Bagman ever gets a job at the Ministry. And as you know if you read the book, Crouch and Bagman never really got along from earlier on. So it's funny to see this history of them interacting in that same way. Anyway, the council ends up not pressing any charges against Bagman, and even compliment him on his recent Quidditch win. Then we move on to the next change, which is the omission of the third memory, as the scene shifts again and Harry then sees a much older and worn-out Crouch, along with a woman who he assumes to be Crouch's wife. This time, 4 people are brought before them to be judged. 3 Death Eaters and a teenage boy who Harry finds out is Crouch's son. We also eventually find out that Bellatrix Lestrange was one of the other Death Eaters there with him. She proudly says that when Voldemort returns, he'll reward them for being the only loyalists who went looking for him after his fall. Obviously, she was just as crazy in her younger years, but she's not the most important part of this memory. The most important part of this memory is Barty Crouch's darkest moment, and I'm not talking about what we see in the movie, because what we see in the movie couldn't be any further from the truth. In the book, we read about an 18 or 19-year-old boy who is in tears and crying out to his father, begging for freedom, begging not to be sent back to Azkaban, crying out that he is innocent and didn't do anything wrong. Beside Mr. Crouch, we see Mrs. Crouch crying out loud and wailing as she watches her supposedly innocent son stand next to these Death Eaters. But Barty Crouch Sr. shows no mercy and without trial sentences all 4 people to life in Azkaban. This is incredibly dark and is a much different tone than the movie, and that brings us to our next change, which was kind of within what I just described. As you can tell in the movie, they make a Crouch Jr. obviously guilty. He tries to run away, and after he's grabbed, he looks at his father and just acts creepy and weird. It's like they're putting a flashy neon sign above him that says, "I'm the bad guy," in all caps. But in the book, Barty Crouch Jr. is adamant that he's innocent, to the point where he's crying and wailing, begging for his father to see reason. But the book version of Barty Crouch Sr. almost relishes the opportunity to display his justice, which makes him look good in the eyes of the wizarding world. The fact that he'd sentence his own son to Azkaban shows that he isn't biased in the slightest. We read that the Longbottoms were extremely popular, and that it was unthinkable that such a heinous crime would have been committed. Something I think a lot of Harry Potter fans get mixed up is that Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters didn't torture the Longbottoms during Voldemort's time in power. It was after Voldemort disappeared, during a time of peace, that they went after Frank Longbottom, the Auror, and tortured him. Then when he wouldn't talk, they tortured his wife in front of him. They demanded that the Longbottoms reveal what happened to Voldemort. Little did they know that no one at the Ministry truly understood what happened or why he disappeared. Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters thought that he was probably captured somewhere. Anyway, this heinous act against such a popular wizarding family made the wizarding world outraged, and they essentially were demanding that the 4 culprits be put in Azkaban permanently, and Crouch Sr. delivered on that, even condemning his own son. Now, on top of this, another change we have is that Barty Crouch Jr. not only looks like he's 30, but looks like he works at the Ministry. He's at the hearing in the movie. Why? Who knows? Kind of bold for him to be at a hearing of a Death Eater who's sharing names of spies. In the book, he's just a child who does not work for the Ministry and is not there at the trial because he's brought on trial himself. Next, Dumbledore in the movie says that the evidence was overwhelming in regards to Crouch Jr.'s case, and he says that it killed Barty to send his own son to Azkaban. But as I just mentioned, there was no evidence, and Crouch did it as a power play. There was only an angry mob seeking revenge for the Longbottoms, and a power-hungry ministry official willing to condemn his own son. So these statements by Dumbledore in the movie are way off base. But now Harry is out of the pensive and talking to Dumbledore in the book. So what did they discuss? Well, if you remember from the last episode of Movies vs. Manuscripts, Harry didn't go to Dumbledore because of the Crouch situation like the movie shows. He went because he had a dream in divination class. A dream about Voldemort torturing Wormtail for messing something up. So after exiting the pensive, Harry shares this dream with Dumbledore. As for the dream in the movie, well, that's our next change, because we read in the book that Dumbledore was already aware of that one. He mentions that Harry isn't the only one corresponding with Sirius, so evidently, Sirius had told Dumbledore all about Harry's dream when he learned about it the previous year. And speaking of that first dream, it's key to note that Harry never saw Crouch Jr. in it. In the movie, Harry clearly sees Jr. and even tells Dumbledore in the scene that he recognizes the man in the pensive from his dream. This is immediately alarming to Dumbledore, as it should be if it were true. But in the book, Harry only heard of a servant Voldemort had who was going to infiltrate Hogwarts. He never actually saw Crouch Jr.'s face. Now, for our second to last plot change of the video, we need to mention that during Dumbledore and Harry's conversation, Harry asks a few questions, like he normally does, and one of those questions is about Neville's parents. Dumbledore confirms that the Longbottoms mentioned in the pensive are in fact Neville's parents, and explains a bit of their story. Harry is shocked by this and kind of upset at himself that in the 4 years he's known Neville, he's never asked him why he's raised by his grandma. And I gotta admit, when reading the book, this is kind of a jerk Harry Potter moment. I mean, you'd think that as an orphan, you'd want to ask one of your closest friends why they aren't raised by their parents. I feel like it would have been a bonding moment for them. And rightly so, Harry feels bad about that in this chapter. This won't really come full circle until the next book though, when they actually see Neville with his grandma, visiting his parents at St. Mungo's Hospital. Now finally, our last change today is that in the book, Bertha Jorkins appears in the pensive, as memories cycle through. It's actually a memory from Dumbledore himself, who was asking Bertha questions when she was a student at Hogwarts. Harry doesn't recognize Bertha by her face, but he hears Dumbledore utter her name, and Dumbledore admits that things are looking bleak. During Voldemort's first rise to power, it started with disappearances, and now there have been 3 this year: Bertha Jorkins, Barty Crouch, and Frank Bryce, the Muggle caretaker of the Riddle Manor. Dumbledore mentions that the Ministry is ignoring his warnings, especially regarding the Muggle, as the Ministry doesn't care for Muggle affairs. But Dumbledore obviously puts the pieces together that it's interesting for the caretaker of Tom Riddle's house to go missing. Picking up from where we left off last week with Harry viewing Dumbledore's memories in the pensive, the movie cuts to the stands outside of the maze and a crowd cheering for the champions as they enter. Dumbledore silences the crowd and gives instructions to the champions, and then the task begins as Harry makes his way into the maze. Inside the maze, we see Krum attack Fleur, Harry run into Krum, who leaves him alone, and then Harry saves Fleur, who is being dragged under the hedges. Then, a little later, Harry runs into Krum and Cedric, who are fighting, and Cedric makes quick work of the Bulgarian with Expelliarmus, which I guess knocks people out cold without ever disarming them now? Anyway, after Harry stops Cedric from finishing off Krum, they both start running toward the Triwizard Cup, which they can see in the distance. The hedges start lashing out with vines and grab onto Cedric, who yells for help. Harry stops running and decides to help Cedric out, and then they run up to the cup and take it together as a whirlwind approaches. And that is the end of the scenes that we're covering in today's episode. So let's kick things off by going into our first 3 categories of characters, timeline, and location. To start, let's take a look at characters. As we'll discuss in the plot changes section, there's a part before the 3rd task where we see all the families of the champions come to Hogwarts. So technically, we're missing the families of Fleur, Krum, and Cedric. Yes, Amos Diggory is shown in the movie, but there's a speaking part with him in this chapter that's very interesting. In the same way, although we see Harry's classmates in the stands, Draco Malfoy has a more involved role in this chapter as well. At least more involved than just jeering in a crowd. Also, the Dursleys obviously don't come to cheer on Harry, so Mrs. Weasley and Bill come to give him support instead. Additionally, we're missing Ludo Bagman, per usual, and Rita Skeeter is mentioned also. Now for timeline, the movie simply condenses the days and weeks leading up to the 3rd task. While the beginning of this chapter in the book fills us in on what the trio were up to during this time, the movie cuts straight from the pensive scene to the 3rd task. And finally, for our location category, we have a couple of changes. First, because there's no time between the pensive scene and the third task in the movie, they obviously cut out everywhere the trio went during that time in the chapter. This is mostly around the castle, and more specifically, the Transfiguration classroom, the Great Hall, and the Gryffindor Common Room. As for our second change, I want to clarify that the maze wasn't an endless thing like the movie seems to show. It didn't go on for infinity. Essentially, the Quidditch pitch was replaced with stands and a maze. I'm sure it was big, but not miles and miles long like what the movie seems to show us. And you know how everyone jokes about how the second and third task would have been the worst ones to watch in the stands, because in the second task, you'd just be staring at the lake, and in the third task, you'd just be staring at a hedge? Well, I was thinking it would have been really cool if they actually put the maze inside the middle of the Quidditch pitch and kept the stands super high like the movie shows around, because then everyone in the stands could look down into the maze and see what the champions were doing, but the champions would still be lost inside of the maze. Maybe that's what J.K. Rowling meant all along and we've just misunderstood it, but I think that would have been pretty cool. To start things off, we have a quick omitted moment at the beginning of the chapter in which Harry, Ron, and Hermione are all discussing the recent information that Harry gathered in Dumbledore's Pensieve. We read that Harry had immediately written a letter to Sirius to update him that night and then filled Hermione and Ron in on what he'd learned. Hermione mumbles under her breath about Rita Skeeter and then reminds the boys what she had said in the Three Broomsticks about how she knew stuff about Ludo Bagman, and then how Winky also said Ludo Bagman was a bad wizard. Now, if you don't remember, this is in reference to the memory that Harry saw in which Ludo Bagman was put on trial for accidentally passing information to Lord Voldemort. Then Ron makes a comment about how Fudge thinks Madame Maxime could have been behind the attack on Barty Crouch, and Ron seems to slightly agree, saying that Madame Maxime definitely has some giant in her that she keeps trying to hide. This sends Hermione on a rant, who says that she'd also claim to be big-boned if people would always assume she's a monster for being a half-giant. After their discussion, Hermione sends the boys to bed, saying that Harry needs his rest. As Harry goes to bed, he remembers what he learned about Neville's parents, which is a detail he didn't share with Ron and Hermione. He thinks about how it's worse for Neville, who still has parents alive, but they don't recognize him. And this makes Harry all the more angry at Voldemort before he goes to sleep. The next part of the chapter picks up with telling us about what the trio did during the following days as they prepared for the third task, and that is our next change. We read that the trio practiced hexes and curses and charms every single day. Specifically, Harry learned the Impediment Curse, Reductor Curse, and the 4-point spell. And McGonagall got so tired of catching them inside empty classrooms that she eventually just let them use her own Transfiguration classroom during lunchtime. But more importantly than this general information, we read about one specific time they were practicing and Harry looked outside through a window and saw Draco Malfoy on the school grounds. He was standing under a tree with his palm cupped to his mouth, and he seemed to be speaking into it. Harry is confused by this as he watched Crabbe and Goyle laugh off to the side at whatever Draco was saying, and he tells Hermione that it looks like Draco is using a walkie-talkie, but she reminds him that that's not possible because electronics don't work on school grounds. Then they move on with their day. But tuck this away for just a moment because this detail helps Hermione later on figure out exactly what Rita Skeeter was up to. Another omitted section is when we read about how many letters Sirius had been sending Harry. Evidently, it had become a daily thing, as Sirius wanted to stay up to date on everything happening at school. One of the letters he wrote said that as long as Harry was under Dumbledore's protection, nothing could happen to him. Obviously, that didn't work out so well, but I understand the sentiment in the moment. Sirius essentially was trying to make Harry focus on the third task and forget about what happened to Barty Crouch, as that still plagued Harry's mind. Ultimately, Harry's preparation did pay off, because we read that Harry was nervous for the third task, but not as nervous as he was for the first two, because at least for this one he felt prepared, and he was happy that it would soon be all over. And that brings us to our next change, which is the removal of yet another Rita Skeeter article. As readers of the book know, there are many subplots within the Goblet of Fire. Rita Skeeter is one of those subplots, and the movie just decided to remove it. Yes, they included her just enough to be seen and cause drama, but her actual ending is much darker. It's not an end we'll see in this episode, but it'll get resolved in the coming chapters. In this episode, we simply have another article on the front page of the Daily Prophet that rips Harry to shreds. Somehow, Rita had gotten information that Harry had passed out in divination class, and she claimed that he was unwell and shouldn't be allowed to compete in the Triwizard Tournament or even go to school at Hogwarts. She also includes a quote from Draco Malfoy about how Harry can speak Parseltongue. All of this makes Hermione even more furious as she still hasn't figured out how Rita is doing it. After all, Rita isn't allowed on school grounds, so how is she finding out about this information? It isn't until Harry makes a remark about magical bugging that Hermione goes glossy-eyed and seems to have a revelation of sorts, jumping up and running off to the library without an explanation to the boys. And unfortunately, that's where I have to stop with this subplot for now, but I can't wait to dive into it more in a couple episodes. Next up, we read about the arrival of the champions' families. Ron leaves Harry at the breakfast table to go off to his History of Magic exam. Remember, exams were the same day as the third task, and champions were exempt from taking them, so Harry was left alone in the Great Hall. Shortly before, McGonagall had come up and told Harry to head to the chamber off to the side of the Great Hall where the families of the champions were gathering. Harry did not want to go though because he figured there were two options. Option A is that the Dursleys came, which he found really unbelievable, or option B, no one came, and he would have to stand there alone amidst the other champions' families. Well, thankfully for Harry, neither option was true. Cedric poked his head out of the offset chamber and shouted for Harry to join them, and so Harry reluctantly did. Upon entering though, his spirits were lifted as he saw Mrs. Weasley and Bill there to greet him. It's a heartfelt moment that reminds us who Harry's true family really is. In the chamber, Harry sees Fleur's mom, Victor's parents, and Amos Diggory and his wife. Also, there's a funny side note here that Harry saw Fleur staring at Bill the whole time, which is obviously foreshadowing for their future relationship. Foreshadowing that we never got in the movie, by the way, and is very confusing later on when Fleur is suddenly married to Bill with no explanation. By the way, another key detail from inside the chamber is when Harry goes to leave with the Weasleys and Amos Diggory makes a comment on the way out. He obviously is upset by what he's been reading in the Daily Prophet from Rita Skeeter, and he remarks that Harry probably isn't feeling as high and mighty now that Cedric has caught up to him in points. Cedric tells Harry to ignore his dad, but Amos continues to make rude remarks, and eventually Mrs. Weasley speaks up, saying that Amos should know better than to believe everything Rita Skeeter writes. Eventually, Mrs. Diggory calmed her husband down, and Mrs. Weasley, Bill, and Harry left the chamber. Harry showed them around the castle, and he asked them how Percy was doing. Mrs. Weasley said that Percy hasn't been doing well, as he's been questioned by the Ministry quite a bit recently. She says that it isn't public knowledge yet, but they believe the instructions Percy was receiving could have been forgeries. Percy was going to fill in as judge for the third task in place of Mr. Crouch, but Fudge is filling in himself instead. Finally, Ron and Hermione rejoin them at lunchtime after finishing up their morning exams, and Ginny and the twins join as well. There's one final detail to this whole family section that I find hilarious, and it's that as Hermione approached and said hello, Mrs. Weasley gave her a very cold greeting that Harry noticed right away. He then asked Mrs. Weasley if she's been reading Witch Weekly and told her that Hermione isn't his girlfriend. At this, Mrs. Weasley perked back up and started being nice to Hermione again. Now, I read this two ways. The first could be that Mrs. Weasley thinks Hermione is using Harry and Victor, and she doesn't like that, or it could also be interpreted as her being upset because she knows her son Ron likes Hermione, and therefore she doesn't like that Hermione is dating Harry. I know that second option might be a bit of a retcon, but I like it anyway. Now, guess what? We're finally to the third task itself. After a day of hanging out with the Weasleys and a nice pre-task dinner feast, the whole school went down to the Quidditch pitch and got ready for the final task. There are a few changes in here and then a few omitted moments that I think you'll find very interesting, including details about Cedric's involvement, which falls utterly short in the movie. First up, a small change we have is that McGonagall is the one who gives them instructions. Dumbledore really isn't involved much here, as Ludo Bagman handles most of this. We read that several professors came out in uniforms, and McGonagall instructed the champions to use red sparks if they needed help. If they did that, one of the professors would head into the maze and get the champion out. Then Ludo Bagman takes over with the announcing portion of the program and blows a whistle to start Harry and Cedric off into the maze, which by the way only had one entrance, not 4 separate starting points. So after reaching the first split in the maze, they parted ways. And speaking of which, that brings us to our first omitted moment, which is that a while after separating, Harry ran back into Cedric, who was looking a little worse for wear with singed robes. He told Harry that he ran into one of Hagrid's blast-ended Scroots, which were now fully grown. Cedric tells Harry that he just barely escaped, and then he dove out of sight again, leaving Harry alone. And then Harry finally encounters his first obstacle, which of course is nowhere to be found in the movie. After Cedric leaves, Harry continues on and rounds a corner, coming face to face with a Dementor. Harry immediately is struck with fear, but then came to himself and used his powerful Patronus to knock the Dementor backward. But he realized that he's never seen a Dementor fall over before, and that's when he figured out that it wasn't a Dementor at all, but a Boggart. Remembering what Professor Lupin had taught them the previous year, Harry used the spell Ridiculous to get past the creature. It's also important to know that the 4-point spell was very useful to him inside of the maze. This is something the movie removed, but in the book, we read that the 4-point spell essentially turned your wand into a compass. So throughout the task, we read about Harry intermittently using the spell to check his direction and make sure he was still heading the same way, instead of heading backwards toward the stadium. I know it's a small detail, but it's the little things like that which help round out the wizarding world and make it feel more real. Anyway, after some more running, Harry reached his next obstacle, which was a wall of mist. Harry tries to use Reducto on it, but the spell just goes right through. He hesitated for a moment, not sure if this was a trap, but before he could decide to turn around, he heard a scream on the other side, and it sounded like Fleur. So, the hero as always, Harry got the courage to charge through the wall and found himself hanging upside down. Well, at least that's what he felt like. Although his feet were still on the ground, his entire orientation had flipped so that the sky looked like it was beneath him. As the blood started to rush to his head, he stood still and thought, scared that if he took a step, he might fall into the sky. But he couldn't think of a single spell to help him in this moment. So, with his eyes closed, he raised his foot and tried to take a step forward. As soon as he did, the world righted itself and he fell to the ground. But unable to take too long to celebrate this small win, he ran off in search of Fleur. After all, he didn't see red sparks, so she could have been seriously hurt or maybe even lost her wand. But that brings up another change, which is that Harry never actually finds Fleur, and he never saves her. We don't find out what happens to Fleur until later on. But anyway, after running for a bit, Harry encountered yet another obstacle. And you might be thinking, wow, that's a lot of challenges. Well, it is compared to the movie, which essentially just turned the maze into a mental sport. And come to think of it, Dumbledore in the movie even says something like that before they enter, telling them that they won't find crazy monsters, but they'll have to face themselves, which is just very ominous and spooky and completely wrong. The maze was full of things that could kill you, and this third obstacle was no different. It was a blast-ended Scroot, probably the same one that got Cedric earlier. Trying to dodge blasts from its end, Harry used the impediment curse to slow the beast down. However, it only worked once he hit the soft part of its belly. Every time he tried to curse its tough exterior, it wouldn't work. Thankfully, he hit the right part just before he was going to die. And you know, I really don't understand how this competition is considered safe. They're supposed to send up red sparks if they need help, but what if they just get killed immediately, or drop their wand? It's starting to make sense why this tournament was outlawed in the first place, but that's beside the point. After escaping the blast-ended Scroot, Harry encountered his next problem. But this wasn't an obstacle in the maze, this was the cry of Cedric. He could hear him on the other side of the hedge shouting at someone, and before Harry could do anything, he heard a loud Crucio from the other side, and Cedric cried out. So Harry did the only thing he could think of and used Reducto to blast a hole through the hedge and get to the other side. And this is where he saw Krum using the Cruciatus curse on Cedric. Acting quickly, Harry used Stupefy on Krum, knocking him to the ground, and then helped Cedric get up. While Cedric recovered, the two boys discussed what just happened, with both of them in disbelief. The unforgivable curses landed any wizard in Azkaban for life. Harry couldn't imagine that Krum wanted to win the tournament so bad that he'd use an unforgivable curse on another human. Something wasn't right. Harry asked Cedric if he heard Fleur earlier too, and Cedric said he did, asking if maybe Krum got to her earlier. Then, with Cedric recovered, he sent up red sparks, marking where Krum lay on the ground. And then the two boys split up once again, going their separate ways to look for the cup. Now, I know that Cedric is about to face something worse in the next chapter as he and Harry land in the graveyard, but it's moments like this that I wish were in the movie. Cedric was actually a really decent guy in the book, and we learn a lot more about him throughout the story, which helps us feel more attached for when the end comes. But the movie kind of ruined his character. I mean, he attacks Krum in the maze and then goes up to him as if he's gonna finish him off on the ground, which is very out of character for a Hufflepuff and for Cedric. In the movie, we see Harry literally holding him back, and then Cedric says, "Get off me," and runs away. In the book, though, Cedric talks with Harry and treats him as a friend. He assumes the best of people, even to the point of letting Krum attack him first. He's a true Hufflepuff, not some deranged boy like what the movie shows. But let me know in the comments if you think this moment should have been included, or if they made the right decision to remove it. Anyway, that's not even it, because not only does Cedric get tortured with the Cruciatus curse, but he and Harry encounter yet another obstacle later on. But before that, we have one more challenge that Harry must face alone. After splitting up with Cedric, Harry runs into a Sphinx. That's right, a Sphinx. These are massive creatures who are more than happy to eat you for lunch. However, they also enjoy a good brain teaser and will let you pass them if you get it right. If not, well, it looks like you'll be on the menu. And the thing is, you can simply walk away if you want. You don't have to participate in its game. But in order to reach the Triwizard Cup from that path, Harry had to pass the Sphinx. So he agreed to the game and luckily figured out the answer to its riddle. I won't go through the exact riddle right now, so go ahead and check out the audiobook if you want to hear it. Anyway, after passing the Sphinx, Harry saw the trophy in the distance and started running. But Cedric came out onto the path a little ways in front of him. Cedric started running toward the trophy, and Harry saw something in the path start to chase him, and he knew exactly what it was. A massive spider. He yelled after Cedric, trying to warn him, but Cedric wasn't stopping as he could see the finish line just a little ways away. Unfortunately, he should have listened to Harry, as the spider crept up behind him and attacked. Harry quickly used Stupefy to distract it, and that worked, causing the beast to turn around and run after him instead. Before Harry could do anything, the spider bit his leg and lifted him into the air. Thankfully, Cedric came back to help him, and used Expelliarmus to make the creature drop him. Unfortunately, this meant Harry fell 12 feet to the ground, landing on his injured leg. But using Stupefy along with Cedric, they stunned the spider simultaneously, causing it to fall to the ground. In the movie, they make it seem like the only obstacles are the vines of the hedges coming out to attack the champions. This doesn't happen in the book. Instead, it's a spider, a sphinx, blast-ended scroots, boggarts, and curses that turn your world upside down. Not to mention anything that Harry might not have run into. And I'd say that that's way more interesting than the movie version. But anyway, the final change of the episode is that there's no storm going through the maze, causing things to shift and eating up the champions. The movie adds this to create drama and to give Cedric and Harry a reason to quickly grab the cup. But in the book, it's a lot more chill than that. Cedric stands next to an injured Harry, and instead of running after the cup, he says Harry should be the one to take it. But Harry says that Cedric deserves it. Now this is another moment that shows Cedric's integrity, because unlike the movie, Harry is completely unable to run at that moment with his injured leg. I know in the movie version, Cedric technically tells Harry to take it, but you gotta understand that in the book, Cedric is standing next to the cup, with Harry 10 feet away, completely unable to move because of his injured leg. It would have been a lot easier for Cedric in the book to just grab the cup and take the win. But Cedric says that Harry was the better champion during the tournament. Harry tried to save everyone in the second task, and Harry even saved Cedric from Crumb just moments earlier. They go back and forth quite a few times until Harry suggests that they should just take it at the same time because they're both Hogwarts champions. Harry tells Cedric that they can just count it as a win for Hogwarts. And this argument finally convinces good guy Cedric, who walks over, picks Harry up, and helps him limp to the trophy. Then, just like in the movie, they take it together. Picking up from where we left off last week, Harry and Cedric meet at the Triwizard Cup at the same time in the maze, and as the storm approaches, they take it together. This teleports them to a spooky graveyard, and neither of them know what has happened. As they slowly get up, Cedric takes a look around, and Harry sees a cauldron as well as a gravestone that says Tom Riddle. Realizing that they need to leave, Harry tells Cedric to get back to the portkey, but they're already too late. Wormtail steps out from the shadows with baby Voldy, and Harry's scar explodes in pain. Cedric puts up his wand, but after a command from Voldy, Wormtail kills him. This leaves Harry alone, writhing in pain on the ground. Wormtail uses magic to pin him to the large tombstone of Riddle Sr., and then he begins the ritual. He gets the bones of Tom Riddle Sr., cuts off his own hand, and then gets the blood of Harry as a finishing touch. After some magic-y stuff happens, Voldemort returns with his robes forming around him. Then Voldemort uses Wormtail's Dark Mark to summon the Death Eaters. He reprimands each of them for not searching for him over the last 13 years, and then he rewards Wormtail by giving him a new hand. After remembering that Harry is there, Voldemort taunts him, gives a short explanation as to his original fall, and then gives Harry back his wand so they can duel. After torturing Harry for a bit, Harry is able to escape behind another tombstone. But he soon gets the courage to face death and walks out to meet Voldemort. He then casts his trademark spell at the same time that Voldemort does Avada Kedavra, and their spells meet in the middle, connecting their wands. This is when the ghost-like figures pop out and Harry sees his parents again. They distract Voldemort for just long enough so that Harry can escape with Cedric's body, and that is where we're stopping things for this week. We'll finish off the movie in the next episode. So now that you're refreshed and you understand what the movie did for this scene, let's dive into our first three categories of characters, timeline, and location. Why cover these first? Well, because this week they're really simple. First, there's only one character truly missing, and that's Bertha Jorkins. If you've been watching this series, you'll know that she's popped up in almost every single episode. And finally, we'll get some answers in this episode regarding her disappearance. Then for timeline and location, we don't really have any crazy changes. The graveyard is accurate, and the time it takes place is accurate as well. The only timing issue is the fact that it's much more drawn out in the book, But that's it. If this is your first time watching the series, just know that this is rare, and usually there are quite a few character, timeline, and location changes. But this week we are spared, which means we can jump right into our plot differences. The first thing I need to address here at the beginning of these 3 chapters is the fact that Harry is severely injured during this whole scene. If you didn't see my last episode, we talked about how Harry and Cedric fought off a giant spider in the maze before taking the Triwizard Cup and teleporting to the graveyard. During that fight, Harry's leg actually got bit by the spider, and then he got dropped from a high place and he landed on that bitten leg. So he essentially can't walk on one leg. I'm not sure if it's broken or just in pain from being bitten and falling on it, but either way, it's important to note that unlike the movie, Harry in the book is quite injured by the time he falls into the graveyard. Next, Harry doesn't recognize the graveyard or see the Riddle tombstone until after Cedric is killed. In the movie, Harry immediately recognizes his surroundings and practically begs Cedric to leave. This might be the only annoying part of this scene for me, and it's that Cedric seems to be a dummy in the movie. But in the book, Harry is just as confused as Cedric, and Cedric is the one who suggests that they keep their wands out and stay alert. Then out of the shadows comes a figure in a cloak who is holding something wrapped up in his arms like a baby. And speaking of this figure, our next change is that Wormtail is completely covered up, unlike the movie, which shows him almost exactly as we left him in the previous film. In the book, it's a subtle point, but you can obviously tell that J.K. Rowling is trying to communicate the shame and guilt that Wormtail feels. He's so ashamed that he covers himself up and doesn't want Harry to see him. It's almost as if this will make it easier for him to commit the atrocity that he's about to commit. The whole time he is panting and whining and seems very reluctant to do the whole thing, and Harry doesn't recognize him until after he is bound up and grabbed. He can tell the person is missing a finger, and he puts the pieces together that this figure is Wormtail. And speaking of being bound up, that brings us to the next change, which is that Harry doesn't get pinned on the tombstone by a moving statue. Instead, Wormtail uses magic to conjure ropes and bind him to the stone. This makes a lot more sense, as I always thought that Harry in the movie looked as though he could escape if he wanted to. On top of this, in the book, Wormtail gags him with a cloth, so Harry can't speak or yell out the whole time. Now moving on to Voldemort's return, the ritual is actually pretty accurate. Aside from some of the words being switched around or removed, Wormtail does the exact thing in both versions, and the end result is the same: Voldemort returns. The change, however, is the fact that in the book, it's a large stone cauldron, and it doesn't disappear. A man simply emerges from the cauldron. Additionally, robes don't just materialize out of thin air. Wormtail has Voldemort's old robes prepared along with his wand, and he fetches them for the newly formed man in the cauldron. Then Voldemort gets dressed and steps outside. And this leads us to our first and only omitted moment, which is that Voldemort actually speaks to Harry before the Death Eaters arrive. The Death Eaters don't just appear immediately, but rather it takes a minute or two before they start emerging from the shadows. So after calling for them, Voldemort talks to Harry and explains some of the history of where they're at. He explains that Harry is on the grave of Tom Riddle Sr., a muggle who left Voldemort's mother after learning she was a witch. And by the way, if you're interested in Voldemort's complete family history and lore, I've got 2 whole videos on that, and they're some of my favorite on the whole channel, so be sure to check those out. Next up though, we finally get to the moment when the Death Eaters arrive, and this is literally a whole chapter in the book. Like I said, this scene is broken up into 3 chapters. First, the ritual, second, the Death Eaters, and third, the duel. So now we're past the first chapter and into the second, which contains Voldemort's very long monologue to his followers. I don't really consider this entirely an omitted moment because we still do get some of this in the movie. The difference is that the movie is about 1/10 the length. In the book, he reprimands his followers, saying that he won't forgive them until they've served him for 13 years to repay the last 13 years of his absence. They bow to him and kiss the hem of his robes, and some of them get tortured with the Cruciatus Curse. Voldemort also acknowledges the Death Eaters who are missing, some of them dead and some of them not there. The Lestranges obviously are in Azkaban, and Voldemort says that they'll be rewarded for their loyalty. Then Voldemort mentions one who has run away, one who has turned to the other side, and one who is still faithful and remains at Hogwarts. I could be wrong, but I believe he's referring to Karkaroff, Snape, and Barty Crouch Jr., but correct me in the comments if that assumption is incorrect. The next change here kind of stems off of this, but I'm splitting it into a separate difference because it's such an extended section of dialogue. Essentially, Voldemort goes through his entire story from the time he was defeated in Godric's Hollow to his return now. He starts by openly admitting that he made a mistake, a miscalculation in which he didn't foresee the magic of love that protected Harry, causing his spell to rebound and hit him instead. He then recounts the years that he was on the run, little more than a spirit, and constantly on the brink of death. We learn about his attempt to return in Harry's first and second years, and eventually Wormtail found him in the forests of Albania the year before by talking to other rats, who told him of an evil spirit that lived in those woods. And this is where we learn about Bertha Jorkins. Evidently, Wormtail had ran into Bertha in a pub in Albania and somehow convinced her to follow him into the night. He then overpowered her and brought her to Voldemort, who got information out of her that was most important. Voldemort learned from her that one of his most faithful servants was free from Azkaban, and he also learned that the Triwizard Tournament would take place at Hogwarts that coming year. So Voldemort crafted a plan to once and for all return, and in the process, kill Harry Potter. Bertha Jorkins was of course murdered after her memory was extracted, and most people agree that it was her murder that created the Horcrux in Nagini, who is actually present during this whole thing, by the way. As I'm making this video, I'm realizing that might be considered a character change that I didn't mention earlier, since we don't see her in this scene of the movie, I don't think. In the book, she's slithering around in the graveyard the whole time. Anyway, after this entire chapter of Voldemort talking to his followers, he finally releases Harry and gives him his wand. And then the next chapter picks back up with the start of their duel, if you can even call it that. Again, the movie essentially gets most of these details correct, but just shorten things up a bit. Voldemort makes Harry bow, he uses the Cruciatus Curse on him, and everything else is pretty in line with the book. There are only a couple small details which got removed from the movie version to save time. The first one is that Voldemort tries to use the Imperius Curse on Harry, and the key word there is tries. You see, we learned earlier in this year that Harry is pretty good at resisting Imperio. Fake Moody had taught his students about it in Defense Against the Dark Arts, which is something that the movies never showed, and Harry had resisted Moody's attempts pretty well. So in the graveyard, when Harry wouldn't say something that Voldemort wanted him to say, he tried to use the Imperius Curse on him. But Harry resisted and shouted, "I won't." This outburst shut up the laughing Death Eaters and Voldemort. Everyone stared at Harry amazed that he could resist the will of the most powerful dark wizard of their time. And it's during this strange incident, while everyone is in shock, that Harry runs behind a tombstone. But remember, his leg is pretty badly injured, so just like in the movie, he realizes he doesn't have a chance of running away, and he decides to look Voldemort in the eyes and at least attempt to fight. Which brings us to the last few changes for this episode, which all have to do with Harry and Voldemort's wand connection. First, when their wands connect, Voldemort and Harry are both levitated off the ground. Not too high, but it does say they float up and then the half dome encases them, keeping the Death Eaters out. To be honest, I don't mind the movie version because I think there's a certain point at which you might think something is a little fake or cheesy if you see it visually. The thing about adapting a magical movie is balancing realism versus fantasy. So keeping their feet on the ground during this duel might have actually been a decent decision. If they had attempted to use CGI or practical effects to make them levitate, I think it would have looked a little surreal and too fake. Second, the people who come out of Voldemort's wand give Harry encouragement. We read that each person, including Bertha Jorkins, walks over to Harry and whispers words of encouragement to him, and then they walk over to Voldemort and hiss something at him that Harry can't hear. I think this is a hilarious detail because I can just imagine each of them going over and obviously rooting for Harry and rooting against Voldemort. I wish I knew what those ghosts were saying to him, but I guess we'll never know. Third, the next change is the Phoenix song that comes out of their connection. If you didn't know or don't remember, Harry and Voldemort's wands have a special connection, which is that they share the same core, a phoenix feather. And this phoenix feather is actually from Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. Something we learn in the Chamber of Secrets that never got shown in the movie is that phoenixes have beautiful singing, and that phoenix song, the Song of Fawkes, explodes out of their wands during this connection. It's a beautiful song of courage and hope and love that helps Harry persevere just long enough to survive. And speaking of surviving, that brings us to the final change, which is that after the ghost-like figures block Voldemort's vision, Harry runs past the stunned Death Eaters and hides. He then continues to make mad dashes towards Cedric's body, all while the Death Eaters shoot stun spells at him. Eventually, he does make it to Cedric, but he doesn't have the Triwizard Cup. Voldemort and the Death Eaters catch up to him, and Voldemort stands above him with an evil smile. But right as Voldemort begins the killing curse, Harry shouts Accio, and the Triwizard Cup flies at him and he grabs it, teleporting him and Cedric back to Hogwarts, just about a second before the killing curse came down right where Harry was laying. And that is the climactic ending of this week's episode. Picking up with where we left off in the last episode, we see Harry and Cedric drop back into the middle of the stands in front of the maze. The crowd cheers as Harry lays there on Cedric's body, and quickly things turn sour. We get one of the most emotional moments from Amos Diggory, and then Harry is led off by Mad-Eye Moody. After being taken to his office, Harry is questioned by Moody, and he slowly realizes that something is wrong. Moody reveals that it was he who orchestrated the entire evil plot. But before he can kill Harry, Dumbledore bursts in, Snape force-feeds Moody a truth potion, and Harry watches as Moody is revealed as Barty Crouch Jr. The real Moody is in a trunk in the office. After getting the truth from Barty Crouch Jr., the scene cuts to all of the students in the Great Hall as Dumbledore gives a speech and tells them what happened to Cedric Diggory. Then the movie cuts again, and we see Harry in his dorm. Dumbledore walks in and talks with Harry, learning about him and Voldemort's wands connecting. Then the movie cuts again, and we watch as all the students are saying their goodbyes to the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students. And the movie ends as the trio walk arm in arm to the edge of an outlook and watch the other schools disappear. So now, with that in mind, let's jump into our differences, starting with character, timeline, and location. As for characters, we're missing quite a few people, who either are directly involved in these chapters or they're just mentioned by name. Those missing people are Winky the House Elf, Rita Skeeter, Sirius Black, Cornelius Fudge, Molly, Bill, Fred and George Weasley, Ludo Bagman, and Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle. Obviously, Fudge is shown, but he is much more involved in the book, which you'll see in these chapters. In fact, it might be some of the most impactful moments in the series so far. As for timeline, I've got nothing other than my usual change that I mention in every episode. I'm getting tired of saying it honestly, so I'm thinking of just removing this category altogether for future episodes. So let me know what you think about that in the comments below. But as you know, time is obviously condensed. While the book shares that there were weeks in between Voldemort's return and Harry going back to the Dursleys, the movie makes it seem like only a day or two in between events. And finally, we're missing a few locations, as the movie just skips from Moody's office to the Great Hall to the courtyard outside. But in the book, we have scenes in Dumbledore's office, the hospital wing, Hagrid's hut, and the Hogwarts Express, all of which are key details that are vital to the story. The beginning of these scenes, with Harry arriving back at Hogwarts, is actually quite accurate to the book. It's when Moody takes Harry away that things begin to change. First, like most differences between the book and movie, there's a lot more talking. Specifically, Moody is quite interested in how Voldemort treated the returning Death Eaters. You've got to remember that Barty Crouch Jr., the man impersonating Moody, is a devout follower of the Dark Lord and sees himself as Voldemort's #1 supporter. He is angry at the other Death Eaters for not being loyal to the Dark Lord all this time. He wants to hear that Voldemort didn't treat them well. Then, shortly after this, Harry reveals what Voldemort had said in the graveyard, that there is a servant of his at Hogwarts. But fake Moody just tells Harry that he knows who the Death Eater is. Then the story partially begins to come out. He shares how he was the one who fired the Dark Mark into the sky at the World Cup. He was the one who made sure Harry got clues to the tasks, and he was the one who turned the Triwizard Cup into a portkey. Another change, albeit a small one, is a detail that I actually really wish the movie would have included. While Harry is having this conversation with fake Moody, he keeps glancing at the faux glass in his office and sees the images of people getting clearer and clearer. We briefly see the faux glass earlier in the movie, but what the book explains better is the fact that the clarity of the people in the faux glass directly relates to how close they are to the owner of the glass. This was a clever way to hint at the fact that Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape were quickly heading to Moody's office as this conversation was taking place. Then it culminates with Dumbledore bursting into the office and stupefying fake Moody. Harry looks at the faux glass and sees the clear faces of Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape looking back at him. Then he turns around and sees those three people standing in the door. It's a clever little detail that isn't necessary, but obviously would have added more depth to the scene. Right after Dumbledore enters with Snape and McGonagall, McGonagall tries to take Harry to the hospital wing, but Dumbledore holds him back. He says that Harry needs to know what has happened and see who has put him through this entire ordeal. And we get a couple of key points that the movie left out. First, Dumbledore instructs Snape to fetch a truth potion and the house elf named Winky. Then he asks McGonagall to go get a large black dog who has been sitting in Hagrid's pumpkin patch and escort him to his office. Obviously, Winky is removed entirely from the movie, and Sirius isn't included in these scenes, but here in a bit, we'll see how both of these characters are involved. Oh, and a small change here, in case you didn't notice, is that Dumbledore used Stupefy, not Expelliarmus, so this whole time, fake Moody is knocked out cold on the ground. While Snape and McGonagall are gone and fake Moody is knocked out, Dumbledore goes to the 7-layer trunk and opens it up layer by layer, using individual keys for each compartment. Finally, after reaching the 7th layer, Harry and Dumbledore peered in to find the real Moody, stunned and sickly looking, obviously having been controlled by the Imperious Curse for the last 10 months. In the movie, they don't find the real Moody until after the fake Moody has taken the Veritaserum. Dumbledore points out the genius of the plot, saying that the real Moody never does drink except from his hip flask, so it was too easy to hide the Polyjuice Potion in plain sight. And he points out the chunks of hair missing from the real Moody's head, where fake Moody had been taking pieces all year long. Then Dumbledore and Harry turned around and waited. They waited for the fake Moody to eventually turn back into whoever has been behind this evil plot all along. This fake Moody turned into none other than Barty Crouch Jr. Snape and McGonagall returned shortly after this, with Winky at Snape's heels. She flung herself onto Barty Crouch Jr., crying out in astonishment and grief as the man looked dead. But another small yet important change here is that Dumbledore took the potion and poured 3 drops into Crouch's mouth, and then revived him from his stun. I know this seems small, but one of the main things that fans point out during this scene is the fact that Snape empties the entire bottle of Veritaserum into Crouch's mouth. It's become quite the meme in the Potter community, but many people don't realize that the book never did that. Obviously, as Snape states, 1 drop is enough for anyone to spill their deepest, darkest secrets. So by dropping 3, Dumbledore was ensuring that they'd get the truth. And that brings us to our next change, which is of course relating to the dialogue. I won't dive into all the details, but I do believe it's important to note the sheer volume of information communicated in this chapter. Crouch shares his entire story. We learn about how Barty Crouch Sr.'s wife was ill and about to die. She loved her son so much that as her dying wish, she had Crouch Sr. orchestrate a plan to get their son free from Azkaban. Using Polyjuice Potion, the mother swapped with the son in the prison and kept taking the Polyjuice Potion until the day that she died and was buried outside. This is what made everyone believe that Crouch Jr. had died in Azkaban. However, Crouch Sr. had taken his son back to his home and kept him under the Imperious Curse for years, with Winky taking care of him. But Winky loved the boy too, and vouched for him to be taken to the World Cup. This is where Crouch Jr. exercised his will and resisted the Imperious Curse just long enough to cast the Dark Mark. And an interesting detail here that the movie never covers is that he was stunned along with Winky, but Barty Crouch Sr. found him and hid him from the other Ministry wizards, knowing that he would be ruined if his son was found. And this is also where the rest of Bertha Jorkin's story is revealed, as Crouch Jr. shares that Bertha had found out about the Crouch family secret, and knew that Crouch Jr. was being kept at home. When she was captured by Voldemort in Albania, he got that information from her, and used it to his advantage. After the World Cup, Wormtail and Voldemort went to the Crouch residence, freed Crouch Jr., and enslaved Crouch Sr. under the Imperious Curse. But after Wormtail made a blunder, Crouch Sr. escaped, and that is what we read about a few chapters back. Anyway, that is the basic gist of Crouch's story, and helps us understand the importance of Bertha Jorkins. If you want to hear the whole conversation, again, I highly encourage checking out the audiobooks. After this astonishing revelation, we have another omission, which is yet another set of instructions given by Dumbledore. Which, by the way, I'm noticing that the movie really didn't do Dumbledore justice here. Not only is he a powerful wizard, but the books make it clear that he is in charge, organized, and has a plan of action for any scenario. Unfortunately, because of the condensed timeline of the movie, we just hop around and never really see Dumbledore handle any of these situations. A lot of Dumbledore's solutions come off-screen, as once again, the movie producers just assumed that everyone watching the movie had read the book and didn't need to see these details. But anyway, in the book, Dumbledore instructs McGonagall to stay put and watch Crouch, making sure that he doesn't escape. He then instructs Snape to go get Madame Pomfrey so that she can come take the real Moody to the hospital wing. Then he tells Snape to get Fudge after that and bring him up so that he can question Crouch. And finally, Dumbledore takes Harry with him to his office. And this brings us to a moment that's entirely removed from the movie. And that is when Harry shares the entire story of what happened in the graveyard with Dumbledore and Sirius, who was the large black dog that McGonagall fetched from the pumpkin patch. Obviously, you know what happened in the graveyard, so I won't repeat it here. But this is where Dumbledore talks about Priori Incantatem, which is a small moment the movie moved to later in the dorms as Harry is packing to leave. What I do want to communicate here, and is important to know for this entire section and the finale of the 4th book, is that everything is much more serious. Dumbledore is serious, Sirius is serious, and Harry still has a wounded leg, a cut arm, and has gone through a horrible ordeal. Thankfully, Fawkes the Phoenix heals Harry's leg, but still, this is one of the most traumatizing things that could ever happen to someone. And something I don't like in the movie is that the significance of this is just glanced over. Other than Amos Diggory's cry of grief after seeing his son, these scenes are pretty devoid of emotion. But all throughout these chapters, J.K. Rowling clearly communicates how serious all of this is, and Dumbledore knows it. He asks Harry to share the story with them in detail one last time. He does, and then Dumbledore escorts him to the hospital wing. Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Ron, and Hermione are all waiting outside, and Dumbledore instructs them to not question Harry and to let him rest. Sirius stays in dog form by Harry's side while he sleeps for a bit, and then he is awakened shortly after for the next key moment of these chapters, which is of course our next change. If I had to break these final 3 chapters into 2 parts, it would be 1, the reveal of Barty Crouch Jr., which we just covered, and 2, Fudge's reaction and the fallout of Voldemort's return. Unfortunately, we don't really see the Ministry fallout until the next movie, but in the book, we clearly see the direction things are heading, and it's not good. There are several changes in the second part of things, but the first one is that Cornelius Fudge brought a Dementor into the school as he went up to see Barty Crouch Jr., and without waiting, it performed the Dementor's kiss. See the issue? Fudge never got to question or speak to Barty Crouch Jr. Therefore, he never got that side of the story. Next, after hearing a commotion, Harry woke up out of his deep potion-induced sleep and saw Fudge walking into the hospital wing, demanding to see Dumbledore. Shortly after, Dumbledore himself swept in, and the conversation began. Dumbledore pointed out that without Crouch, there is no testimony as to these events, other than Harry's. Fudge says that he didn't need a testimony, as Crouch was clearly a lunatic. But then, Dumbledore hit Fudge with the truth. Voldemort has returned. And Fudge just didn't want to hear it. This is the start of Fudge's entire belief that Dumbledore is fabricating the whole story as a plot to take over the Ministry. Plus, with the Rita Skeeter articles that came out earlier on in the year, revealing Harry as a Parselmouth, which had previously been kept secret, Fudge has had a lot less trust in the boy, thinking that Harry is insane. And despite Harry and Dumbledore's best efforts to communicate this to Fudge, he would not believe it. The whole interaction ended with Fudge storming out, then stopping, storming back in, dropping a bag of 1,000 galleons on Harry's bed, and leaving again. Remember, the winner of the Triwizard Tournament got 1,000 galleons prize money, and we'll see what Harry did with it at the end. Honestly, there's a lot more I could say about this entire conversation, but it would just be too much. So again, I suggest reading this section for yourself to catch all of the juicy details thrown into the dialogue. For example, Harry names off all of the Death Eaters that he saw, and upon mentioning Malfoy, Fudge is highly offended, because Malfoy is one of his largest donors. And another detail is that as Fudge leaves, he tells Dumbledore that he'll be in touch to discuss the running of the school, as he believes it's time for the Ministry to get involved. And who do we meet in the next book? Dolores Umbridge. So anyway, this conversation is definitely worth a reread if it's been a while. After this, we have yet another set of Dumbledore's instructions. Molly Weasley is still standing there, and Dumbledore asks her if he's right in assuming that her and Arthur are on his side. She confirms that they are, and he tells them that they need to get a message to Arthur to silently spread the word about Voldemort's return without alarming the Ministry. Bill Weasley speaks up and says that he's on it. Then Dumbledore asks McGonagall to fetch Hagrid and Madame Maxime, as he has a mission for them, which we'll find out later is their quest to get the Giants on their side. Then Dumbledore instructs Sirius to reveal himself, as he's been in a dog form this whole time. Sirius does, and Molly Weasley lets out a scream. Remember, according to the general public, Sirius is a mass murderer. But you want to know who freaks out more? Severus Snape, who has been standing there this whole time. But with Dumbledore present, Snape is forced to confront the fact that he was wrong, and Sirius isn't on Voldemort's side. Dumbledore forces them to shake hands, and so begins the second edition of the Order of the Phoenix. Finally, Dumbledore's last order is to Snape, telling him to do what he must. This is intentionally left vague for the reader, but we know that Dumbledore is referring to Snape returning to Voldemort and acting as a spy. And with that final instruction, Dumbledore leaves, and Harry is left in the hospital wing with Mrs. Weasley, Ron, and Hermione by his side. He finally lets out some tears, and he offers Mrs. Weasley the Triwizard winnings, as the thought of keeping the money disgusts him. But of course, she refuses, saying that the money is his. Then the last detail of the chapter I want to mention is that right before Harry takes his sleeping potion and goes back to bed, there's a loud smack as Hermione slams her hand against a window, catching something in her right hand. We'll learn about this in just a moment, and it's an important detail, so put a pin in it for just a minute. Anyway, this brings us to our final chapter of the Goblet of Fire, as the final weeks of term wrap up and Harry heads home. Once again, almost everything has changed for the movie. In fact, I don't think there's a single thing that's the same. So what does happen? Well, first we read about Harry's days following the incident in the maze, as the Diggories get the full story and thank Harry for bringing Cedric's body back. He offers Mr. and Mrs. Diggory the winnings, saying that Cedric would have won fair and square, but they refused to take it, just like Molly Weasley. Next, we read about how in the following weeks, Dumbledore had instructed the students not to bother Harry. So, to Harry's great relief, everyone left him alone until the end of term. We also learn that Mrs. Weasley asked Dumbledore if Harry could stay with them all summer, but he had said that Harry must go back to the Dursleys. Ron didn't know why, but said his mom mentioned that Dumbledore had his reasons. We learn later on in the series that this is because of a special enchantment Dumbledore put on the Dursleys' home, so that Harry would be safe there during the summer. At the Weasleys, he would be susceptible to attacks. But we won't learn about that for a while longer. Before the end of term, the trio visit Hagrid and learn that he and Madame Maxime are going on a mission, but he won't say what. Then finally, we read about the Leaving Feast, which I guess is the only similar part to the movie. Dumbledore gets up and gives a speech, much like the one we see in the movie, but unlike the film, the book describes how they toast Cedric and they toast Harry for his bravery. At least everyone except Draco and his goons toast Harry. Then you have the goodbyes, which include Fleur saying bye to Harry and mentioning that she might be moving here to get a job. Then Krum comes up and says goodbye, and despite Ron's attitude towards him and Hermione, he can't help but ask Krum for an autograph. This moment of Krum also shows his true nature as a hater of dark magic and evil, as he speaks ill of Karkaroff now that he's fled. And finally, we have 4 more changes, all of which take place on the Hogwarts Express, which, as you know, was omitted from the movie. First, you know that pin that I told you to make earlier? You can take that down now. We learn that Hermione had caught in her hand none other than Rita Skeeter, who Hermione had learned was an unregistered, aka illegal, animagus. She could turn into a beetle. Harry then remembers how he saw a beetle outside when Hagrid was revealing his giant blood to Madame Maxime. And there was a beetle in the divination classroom when he passed out, and they had seen Draco talking into his hand outside, which was him speaking to Rita as a beetle. This is highly illegal, and Hermione had decided to use this against Rita, essentially blackmailing her into not writing any more bad articles in the Daily Prophet. But more than that, Hermione had trapped the beetle in an enchanted unbreakable jar. It's probably one of the darker things that Hermione has done so far. I mean, Rita's pretty bad, but abducting and holding her hostage may be a bit too far. Anyway, the next change is the fact that the movie removes a visit from Draco and his goons. Essentially, they stop by the compartment and insult Cedric, which then earns them some well-deserved hexes. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had cast spells at them all at once, before Draco could even react. And on top of that, Fred and George, who had followed them to see what they were up to, hexed them as well. Which brings us to our second to last change, and that is the omission of Fred and George's secret plot. After attacking Draco, the twins stepped into the compartment, carefully making sure to tread on the Slytherins who are now unconscious on the ground, and they began talking to the trio. Dying to know, the trio finally pry out of the twins who they were blackmailing all year, and Fred and George reveal that it was Ludo Bagman. They tell Harry, Ron, and Hermione that Bagman had paid them in leprechaun gold after they won with their big bet at the World Cup. The gold then disappeared the next day, and they tried to contact Bagman, but he wouldn't pay up. Then they found out that Bagman was in deep debt with goblins, and had placed a massive wager on Harry to win the Triwizard Tournament, which is why he was always trying to help him win. Anyway, Ludo ended up having to run off to escape the goblins, who at this point were probably just going to try to kill him. Fred and George had lost their entire savings and weren't going to get it back. But that leads us into our final change of the entire book, and that is that Harry gave his 1,000 galleons winnings to Fred and George as an investment for their joke shop. Harry waited until Hermione and Ron had gotten off the train, and then he secretly handed it over to the twins, who refused to take the money multiple times. But finally, after Harry whipped out his wand and threatened them with it, they accepted. And that, my fellow Potterheads, is how Fred and George started their joke shop in Diagon Alley, a key detail that the movie glossed over and made many fans wonder how in the world did these two kids afford a prime location in Diagon Alley? Well, the answer is they had a 1,000 galleon investment from Harry, which helps a lot. And it's also why we watch Harry get free stuff in the Half-Blood Prince movie. And with that, we've completed our journey through the Goblet of Fire. So far, this has definitely been the hardest movie to get through, as there are just so many differences. I think most people are aware of this, as The Goblet of Fire is the least liked for a reason. It condenses one of the largest books in the series into a regular movie runtime, which just doesn't do the story justice. It's fun for entertainment, but personally, I like the details, subplots, and small moments that round out the wizarding world and make things feel real. But what about you? Now that we're done with this movie, what did you think? If you're new here and haven't watched the whole series, be sure to use the playlist on my channel to catch up on all the episodes you've missed so far. I've already done movies 1 through 4 now, and we're gonna get ready to jump into the Order of the Phoenix in the next episode. There are dozens of hours worth of content for you to enjoy, so don't let it go to waste. As always, thanks for hanging out with me and letting me yap about the wizarding world of Harry Potter. Without all of you, this series wouldn't be possible. So I just want you to know that I greatly appreciate all of your support. For now, have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode, which will be the start of the Order of the Phoenix.